Honorable members, shall we pray? Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, kindly indulge me to skip item 2, item 3, item 4, and let's turn to item 5. Item 5, correction of votes and proceedings and that of official report. We start from page 1, votes and proceedings. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page number 7. Page 8. Page 9. Yes, Honorable Member for Afejato.
Speaker, I'm so grateful. Please let me invite you to the page under review, particularly at item 4, Roman item 4. There is a head teacher by name Florence, something which I'm not too sure. Is that supposed to be Caesar? If Caesar, then I think we need to double check and be sure of the spelling, because what we have here cannot be Caesar. Unless, of course, it's a local name, which I do not know the meaning. That is the clerk's table. I'm referring to page 9, Roman number 4, where we have Liberty Academy and New Hill Academy in New Joburg South Constituency, led by a head teacher, supposedly by name Florence something. Is that Caesar, please? Speaker, seek your direction.
Honorable Member, I don't know. I thought you are sure of the person and the name and the spellings. If you are not sure of, it could be that that's the name they gave up.
Speaker, not to litigate with you, but then so far, based on my understanding, I'm yet to come across such a name if it's local name.
I don't know. But
well, I seek your guidance, Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable members, and honorable members specifically, Afajatu, the name provided, so it's right. So we turn to page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Yes, Honorable Member for Afajatu.
Speaker, thank you once again. May I please draw the clerk at table's attention to the spelling of the word committee as we have it under budget committee. I think there is an omission of T. Thank you very much.
Where, which page and which item?
That is page 16, item 4. But right under item 4, you have budget committee, the word budget committee. I think the spelling for committee is wrong.
Very well.
Thank you.
Very well. Yes. Table, kindly take note. Page 17. Yes, Honorable Member for Denta.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for consistency's sake, item 2, attendance, Roman numeral X and XII. Mr. Speaker, Roman numeral X, Mrs. Theresa Ladi Awuni. She's described here as Mrs., but in the members present on page 2 or page 3, item 81, she's described as Miss.
It is described as what?
As Miss. Whereas on page 17, item X, she's described as Mrs. And then also for XIII, Mrs. Millicent Yabua Amankwa, she's described here as Mrs., but when you come to page 2, item 52, she's described as Miss. So for consistency's sake, if we can correct it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Table, kindly take note of that. Page 17, return to page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Page number 21. Page 22. And finally, page 23. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of 18th March 2025 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. We turn to item 6. Item 6, urgent questions. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 urgent questions. All of them stands in the name of the minority leader, Osahin Alexander Kwamena Afenyo Markins. Since The Attorney General is not yet around. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, please, we want to start with Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I've just been briefed by the Deputy Minority Whip regarding what happened at Conclave. His understanding is that he was made aware that the Attorney General, the Minister for Lands, as well as the Minister for Works and Housing were not readily available, and that the Minister of Education is available. I've just drawn his attention to the fact that, yes, indeed, we've not cited the Attorney General yet, but the Works and Housing Minister is here, and in fact, Lands and Natural Resources, I came with him. I was late because I had some other official work to do. So this is the briefing I've just received. So since they are here, in the order that we have, the AG has 6A and B, and then we have 6C being Works and Housing. So we start with the Works and Housing, which is only one question. Then from there we deal with the two. If by the time we're done with the two, the AG is not here, then I'm sure you can go back and do your go to Education Minister. I mean, that is my suggestion, though.
Yes, Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. I think there was an understanding at Conclave that the Minister for Education should ask the questions first. Let's keep to that commitment. And it won't be fair that he was told that he'll be asking first and then we come and change it. So I've prevailed on the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, who graciously says that his colleague, the Minister for Education, can go ahead. Because he has an urgent assignment somewhere. And so and I know his friend is Osahine, so Osahine has no problem. Osahine has no problem with...
Mr. Speaker, I don't have a problem with it, but I'm always interested in the records. The records should reflect exactly what transpired. The Deputy Minority Whip, in his briefing to me, indicated that that conclusion was as a result of the non-availability of the Attorney General. That's the decision of Conclave. I would go by it. We are here. But the Minister of Education must know that his priority is Parliament. No, because the application from the majority leader is to the effect that he has some urgent matters to deal with outside of Parliament. He's been here since 2005, and he knows that Parliament is his priority. How can he say that there are some other priorities other than Parliament? If that is your application, then the application is likely to suffer some setbacks. But Mr. Speaker, it's okay. Let's grant it for him.
Mr. Speaker, this minority leader must be consistent.
Leader.
He has to be consistent. Yesterday, when the Minister for Roads came here, he was sacking him that he should go to the ministry and work. He was sacking him that he should go to the ministry and work. And then this morning, he changes. And he's insisting that the Minister for Education must sit here and work as a member of Parliament. Tell us, who are you? Let us know who you really are. Be consistent.
Leader, it's okay.
Mr. Speaker, I will conclude on this note. The Minister for Roads, when he comes to this chamber, he causes trouble. He's a trouble causer, so I don't want him here. But Babaru, also known as Tutubra, when he comes here, he doesn't cause trouble. So we want him to stay here more. That is the point.
Yes, thank you very much. Honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, the front bench of the majority need to do the right thing. If you want to vary the order of business to stand down agent question and go to question, you should say so. But you should not just make it as if it's a practice. We have discussed at conclave, education minister is coming. The most important thing is to vary the order of business. Parliament is procedure. We have given him that KTC is a former leader of the House, and he doesn't actually cause problems. And there are a lot of empty seats, so you should get your people to there. So do the right thing, majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, an application for variation is hereby made.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not opposed.
Honorable members, leave granted. And as we discussed at the precedent, we will give the opportunity to the Minister for Education to answer his questions. So, honorable members, let's turn to page 3. Page 3 in today's order paper. Item 30. Item 30. And incidentally, the owner of the question is also not here.
Mr. Speaker, the minister responsible for education will testify that he even had some interaction with him. He might just be outside there, but if he's not available at the moment, I have the authority to ask question 41, which is also to the 41, which is also to the minister responsible for education. I have the authority of the Member of Parliament for Old Tafu to ask that question on his behalf.
So, honorable members, before I will invite the minister to answer the questions, let's also take note of this. If the ministers, for one reason or the other, are not able to come, we at times are not happy that they are scheduled to be here and they are not here. I think the same thing must apply to members. If members ask questions, see that the question has been advertised, they must, whatever it is, place priority to that and be in the chamber to ask the questions. Because the minister himself is here and you, the owner of the question, is not here, I don't think that is fair enough. So as much as we at times chastise the ministers, let's also do well to also be responsible. So, Honorable Leader, you may ask the question for and on behalf of the member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask this question on behalf of the Honorable Vincent Eko Esefua, the Member of Parliament for Old Tafu, to the Minister of Education, the details on the intervention aimed at bridging the digital divide in rural schools.
Yes, Honorable Minister. Hold on, Minister. Is it question 30 or 41?
41.
No, but I called for question 30.
30.
I called for question 30.
Mr. Speaker, in my application to you, I said if Dr. Freche was available, interacted with the minister this morning, he's on his way, but I have authority to ask question 41 on behalf of the Member of Parliament for Old Tafu.
Anyway, so Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to respond to the question of the Honorable Vincent. The need to bridge the digital divide in rural and urban schools cannot be overemphasized. We need to modernize our educational system to promote digitalization and its use, and it's the policy of the Ministry of Education to deploy digital tools and systems to support quality education training throughout all sectors of our educational system. Improve access to education for students in remote regions, providing equal learning opportunities regardless of location, provide high-quality, engaging learning content that aligns with the national curriculum, ensuring all students have the same educational opportunities, and provide effective teacher support that ensures students can overcome challenges encountered while studying offline. In line with the objective, as well as promoting safeguards for ethical and responsive digital technology for learners, the Ministry of Education, through the Center for National Distance Learning and Open Schooling, referred to as CENLOS, introduced two significant initiatives to bridge the digital divide in rural schools. They are the iBox and iCampus Ghana and the Learning Management System, LMS. The iBox is an offline learning management system designed specifically, Mr. Speaker, for senior high school students with a focus on those in remote or hard-to-reach communities. It aims to provide access to curriculum-aligned core and elective subjects along with open educational resources, OER. The iBox serves as a content access point that allows wireless-enabled devices to connect via Wi-Fi or Ethernet cable. It supports both 2G and 5G wireless connection. Learners can access educational content using the smart TV or any wireless-enabled computer available in the ICT lab. This system ensures students can engage with educational resources regardless of their internet access. Mr. Speaker, the iBox is currently deployed in 240 senior high schools across the country, located in rural areas, reaching over 120,000 students. Each participant school is equipped with an iBox system, a smart screen, and an access point AP. Mr. Speaker, although iBox is traditionally designed for senior high schools with support from UNESCO, the scope of iBox has been expanded with the introduction of the Technology-Enabled Open System, TEOS, the TEOS project to reach basic school level. The TEOS initiative aims to ensure the continuity of both home-based and school-based learning, especially in the face of disruptions such as pandemics. The project leverages both the iBox and Huawei Smart Screen to facilitate uninterrupted learning. Mr. Speaker, the iCampus Ghana is an online counterpart to the iBox, offering the same features and functionalities. The key difference between the two is that while the iBox operates offline, the iCampus Ghana requires an internet connection to function. Mr. Speaker, these interventions reflect the government committed to bridging the digital divide in education provision, ensuring all students, regardless of their location, have the opportunity to access quality learning resources. In addition, Mr. Speaker, to the iBox and the iCampus, the Ministry will continue to engage with other MDAs and development partners to design and roll out other systems to bridge the digital divide in rural schools. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Do you have the mandate to ask supplementary questions?
Mr. Speaker, I don't think supplementary question is for me to have the mandate. It's by right, but I don't have any.
Well. If there's no supplementary question, you turn to question 30. I could see the owner of the question. So, Honorable Dr. Freche Asamoah, member for Finson North, you may ask your question. Page 3, item 30, question 30.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Education, when the boys and girls dormitory, multi-purpose dining hall, teachers' quarters, and two-story classroom block will be completed in the Akumadan Applied Technology Institute.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. The Akumadan Applied Technology Institute is located in the Ofinsu North District of the Ashanti region. The institute was established in 2024. The institute has a total student population of 44, 27 male and 17 females. There are 6 teachers and a principal, of which 6 are male and 1 is a female. Mr. Speaker, the projects were designed and been executed to meet the needs of the students and staff. These projects were awarded by the Ashanti Regional Coordinating Council and funded by the Ghana Education Trust Fund, the GET Fund. Mr. Speaker, the construction of the boys and girls dormitories two-story dormitory block was awarded to Messrs. Josal Construction Limited on 13 September 2024 at a contract sum of 7.1 million. The project is being supervised by MS Amalgamated Group. The status of completion of the project is at the substructure level. At the end of January 2025, the certified valuation passed at the GET Fund for payment was 760,392.32 cedis. Mr. Speaker, the construction of the multipurpose dining hall was awarded to Messrs. Josal Construction Limited at a contract sum of 8.1 million on 13 September 2024. The project is being supervised by MS Amalgamated Group. The status of completion of the project is at a stage where concrete for the roof beams have been cast. At the end of November 2024, the certified valuation passed at the GET Fund for payment was 2.5 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the construction of the 12-unit classroom block and a 3-story 6-unit 2-bedroom staff flat was awarded to Messrs. Josal Construction at a contract sum of 9.2 million Ghana cedis, 13 September 2024. The project is being supervised by Messrs. Amalgamated Group. The status of completion of the project as of January 2025 shows that both structures are at the substructure level. At the end of November 2024, the certified valuations passed at the GET Fund for payment stood at 406,000 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education remains committed to the timely completion of these projects to improve infrastructure and enhance learning outcomes in the Akomadan Applied Technology Institute. The Ministry will continue to monitor progress and ensure that the projects are completed to serve its intended purposes. Mr. Speaker, it's my prayer that with the uncapping of the GET Fund, more resources will be freed for us to continue to complete some of those projects that were initiated. Regrettably, a number of the GET Fund projects, even dating back to 2014 and 2015, were abandoned, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Honorable Minister for his response and commitment to complete this project. Mr. Speaker, the MPP government conceived this idea of having a training center that can be used to stimulate learning and bring real industry training to the close to the learners. Mr. Speaker, this training center, the Applied Training Center, we have 4 of them that have been completed. We have Akomadan, Enyinem, Asinjakai, and Pechi number 2. Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to know that for the first time in Ghana, we have a food processing unit in a training center, and this food processing unit has a capacity
Honorable question.
Yeah, but that I'm have to put the background for the next question. In line with that, it is the same training center. So the food processing center has a capacity, Mr. Speaker, to process 100 kilos of products within an hour.
Honorable Member,
that means
the question.
Mr. Speaker,
you are supposed to ask questions.
This institution, the food processing unit, is to help also to generate revenue and also help the student trade. So I would like to ask the Honorable Minister whether he will be willing to bring the private sector on board to help operationalize this school so as to continue to give more capacity to the learners and also generate resources to support the operationalization of the institution.
Respectfully, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I understand that 4 of these applied technology institutions were commissioned for purpose of construction. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to inform the honorable member that government intends to scale this up, and accordingly this year 6 additional new applied technology institutes will be constructed at various locations in Accra, one in Wenchi and the other one in the Oti region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question was to get clarification whether the industry or private sector will be brought on board, because such investment has been done in the past. And this is the first time we are having a food processing unit. So that question needs to be cleared. Then, Mr. Speaker, so much investment that has been done as far as this applied technology institution is concerned. As we are talking, the school has just a principal and 6 other facilitators. More are supposed to be sent to the school, but unfortunately, due to the termination issues that are going around, I'm not sure whether the Honorable Minister will confirm that he's going to send more staff to this school, both teaching and non-teaching staff, because as I'm talking right now, the school doesn't have security men that can safeguard this investment. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering how you can invite the private sector to participate and partner in an institution which construction is not completed. So ideally, we will invite the private sector to come in, but given the various level of completion of the projects, it's only prudent that we allow for work to continue. When they are completed, we would invite in the private sector to participate in the work of the Applied Technology Institute. But the concept and idea, Mr. Speaker, notably as a country, we need to deal with employability. How do we equip our young people with employable skills? I think that part of this initiative was to give exposure to our young people to have access to technical and vocational skills. And as I indicated, this year, 6 of those centers will be constructed at various locations in Ghana. Wenchi and Tetiman in Buem will benefit from the 6 facilities. The locations for the other 4 is now being discussed by the Commission for Tertiary and Vocational Education, where my colleague had his previous life and did some interventions in improving employability skills in the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, let's turn to question 65. 65. And the question stands in the name of a member for Upper Denchira West, Honorable Ridolph Amwako Jamra. Honorable, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Education the immediate plans of the ministry to complete the Diasu Senior High School, girls and boys dormitory, teachers' quarters, headmasters' bungalow, and other facilities the previous government started, which is about 20% completed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. The Diasu Senior High School is a mixed-sex school located at Diasu in the Upper Denchira West District of the Central Region. The school has a student enrollment of 1,383, which consists of 646 boys, 737 girls. Out of this, 583 are male boarders, while 685 are female boarders. Diasu Senior High School has a staff strength of 77, consisting of 47 teaching staff and 30 non-teaching staff. Mr. Speaker, the construction of the girls and boys dormitory, teachers and headmasters bungalow, and other facilities are being executed as part of composite project being funded by the Ghana Education Trust Fund, GET Fund. 2 contractors are working at the school, Measures Sabet Investment Limited and Measures Winjet Ghana Limited. The contract for the construction of the boys' dormitory, girls' dormitory administration block was awarded to Measures Sabet Investment Limited in December 2019. at a contract sum of 18.9 million, which was revised to 21.4 million as of May 2024. The status of completion of the boys' dormitory is 74% complete, girls' dormitory is 50%, and administration block 98%. The overall status of suburbs project stands at an average of 60, and total payments to the contractor so far amounts to 15.1 million. Mr. Speaker, the contract for the construction of Headmasters Bungalow, Asana Headmasters Bungalow, 3-story teachers flat, assembly hall and dining hall with kitchen, was awarded to Messrs. Winjet Ghana Limited in December 2019 at a contract sum of 13.4 million, revised to 22.4 million to include price fluctuation and external works. The status of works are as follows: Headmasters Bungalow, 91%, assistant headmasters bungalow 91%, 3-story flat is 85%, assembly hall is 85%, dining hall with kitchen is 89% complete. Mr. Speaker, the contractor is yet to commence the external works. The overall progress is 88%. Total payment to the contractor stands at 13.2 million. The contractor has outstanding interim payment certificate at the GET Fund, which is yet to be honored. So, Mr. Speaker, as observed earlier, let me assure my honorable colleague that with the progress of work at 88%, the projects will be completed as soon as this House adopts the GET Fund formula. Some resources will be made available for the completion of the project. Mr. Speaker, as I noted, the regrettable thing is that under the Constitution and the directive principles, succeeding governments have a responsibility to continue with projects that they inherit. We've had a sad spectacle in the country where projects are abandoned, contractors working on it are abandoned and not paid because of the transition or change in government. That is not appropriate for the development of a country. But I assure that, Mr. Speaker, when we uncap the GET Fund, more resources will be made available. We have about 62 uncompleted GET Fund projects across the country. If we are to succeed in ending the double track system, we necessarily will have to find completion to those uncompleted GET Fund projects. Mr. Speaker, they remain the priority of this government, and we will fix it. I thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Mwakun Jamra, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for giving me this update. And like you said, looking at the percentage of work done, I think that, like you rightfully said, we cannot leave this project to a stall. But then when you go to my constituency, which is Diaso Senior High School, and you see the kids or the school children on motorbikes walking, it's scary. It's very, very scary to the parent and to myself. So I'll rightfully ask the minister if he can tell us when exactly, at what point, is he going to re-award the one that they canceled, the contract of Sabbath? If he is going to re-award it to the new contractor, and when is he going to do that for us so that we can get this work done?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, as soon as this House, as you have noted, these are funded by the GET Fund. Parliament is yet to approve the GET Fund formula. The procurement plan of the ministry is yet to be finalized and concluded. Consistent with Ghana's procurement law, the contract will be re-awarded. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to note that our member may even benefit from a new initiative. One, we are rolling out a robust ICT infrastructure in senior high schools, and therefore we will commence the construction of some ICT centers and infrastructure in a number of educational schools. We probably may consider DRSO for it, including Holy Child Senior High School in the Central Region, Aburi Girls Senior High School in the Eastern Region, Tamale Girls Senior Senior School, Paana in the Northern Region, St. Francis Girls Senior High School, Jirapa in the Upper West Region, and one in the Upper East Region will benefit from those modernized ICT labs that will support the digital training of our young people. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable. You still have?
No, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank
I
you,
the
Honorable
Minister
Member,
for giving me this update. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister for Education, on behalf of the House, let me extend our gratitude to you for attending upon the House to respond to your own colleagues. We are grateful and we are hereby discharged. You wanted to ask a question? Yes, Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if we can do question 7, page 3, question 7, Lands and Natural Resources Minister.
You said page 3, question 7.
Question number 53, 54, and 53 and 54.
The same person, so you start with the urgent questions.
Mr. Speaker.
He's answering urgent questions. Then afterwards, we will continue with the normal questions. Is that not the case?
Yes. Okay. No problem. So let's deal with the urgent question. So, Mr. Speaker, that means we are starting with 6C, no, 6D, D and E on page 2. Page 2, 6D, and page 3, 6E.
Yes, so leave it for me to announce
No, not to you. I'm not directing the chair.
Yes.
I'm just helping her in respect of the application she made earlier.
So, honorable members, let's turn to urgent questions. We are starting with D. And the question stands in the name of a member for Efutu, who happens to be the minority leader, Osahin Alexander Kwamina Afenyo-Markins. Honorable Leader, the minister is now available. You may ask your question.
Speaker, with respect, thank you for the opportunity to proceed to ask my question. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources the measures taken to address Galamsey, including steps to address reported attempts by some political actors to frustrate the task force in Dunkwan Ofin. Thank you.
Respectfully, let me invite the minister to respond.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Speaker, illegal mining has caused widespread land degradation and loss of forest cover, pollution of water bodies, with their ecological and public health implications. In order to address this menace, the government, through the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, has developed a four-pronged approach in addressing this menace. 1, improve law enforcement and regulatory regime, engagement and education of key stakeholders, mining communities, traditional authorities, civil society, media, to obtain their buy-in in the fight against illegal mining, alternative livelihood and job creation, reclamation, and revegetation of mined-out areas. Mr. Speaker, since assuming office in February, I have constituted 2 high-level committees to ascertain the current status of the small-scale mining activities and its impact on the environment. The committees are working on the working committees are working on illegal activity in forest reserves and on water bodies. The task of this committee is to review the prevailing activities of small-scale mining vis-à-vis past interventions and propose workable approaches to halt mining in water bodies and forest reserves. They are also to make recommendations for the development of a comprehensive strategy to address mining. The second committee, which is the Ministry Advisory Group on Illegal Mining, made up of senior military officials and other security experts, were tasked to study the current small-scale mining terrain across the country and to conduct a reconnaissance tour to get first-hand knowledge of the happenings on the ground to enable government to come up with workable actions to fight the illegal mining scourge. These committees have submitted interim reports that have informed government action and other policy decisions. Mr. Speaker, with respect to law enforcement, my ministry has engaged the Ministry of Defense and a joint military and forestry commission field operations has been carried out in 3 regions. Through these joint operations, a number of seizures of mining equipment and arrests of illegal miners have been effected in previously hotspots areas in the country. Seizures so far made include 25 Shamfan equipment, 56 excavators, 2 payloaders, 3 bulldozers, 3 pickup trucks, 7 pumping machines, 4 pump action rifles, among others. In addition, a total of 18 persons have so far been arrested and handed over to the police for prosecution. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has also undertaken engagement with key stakeholders, including members of parliament, chiefs and traditional authorities, civil society, key voices, to seek their views and support in tackling this menace. As part of His Excellency President Mahamad's 120-day social contract with the people of Ghana, my ministry has worked closely with the Attorney General and the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology to amend LI 2462 to ban further mining in forest reserves. And I'm sure the Minister of Environment, Science and Technology is already taking steps in this direction. Mr. Speaker, our river bodies have suffered severe pollution due to unregulated mining activities. Data from the Water Resource Commission puts the current average turbidity levels as very high and far beyond the permissible levels of 500 NTU. My ministry has launched the Blue Water Initiative to turn our water bodies blue and bring life back to these rivers. Mr. Speaker, I'm also happy to announce that on Friday, the 21st of March, 2025, which is the International Day of the Forest, the Global Day of the Forest, the President of the Republic will launch a very important initiative, the Tree for Life Restoration Initiative in Nkawia in the Ashanti region. This initiative is aimed at reclaiming and reforesting degraded and mined-out areas around the country, while providing green jobs for the youth within these mining communities. I take this opportunity to invite the Honorable House to join in this tree planting exercise. Mr. Speaker, it's also important to note that just this morning, in collaboration with the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology, I announced a technical mining license review committee tasked to ensure sanity in the issuance of small-scale mining licenses. Mr. Speaker, these are the bold measures taken to address the Galamsey menace since assuming office barely 2 months ago. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Speaker, with respect, The second leg, my question was specifically to ask the minister the steps taken to address the reported attempt by some political actors to frustrate the task force in Duko. Mr. Speaker, he was very general in saying that there have been some arrests. May I know from the minister whether these arrests made so far, include those political thugs who frustrated the task force, and it was all over in the media in Dunkonofin?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this fight to rid our country of illegality in the mining sector must know no political color. Those people who are engaged in destroying our water bodies and our forest reserves are determined to kill all of us and to destroy our country. And that is why the position taken by government is very, very clear and a strong one, that it does not matter the political polarization of any individual who engage in galamsey. The law enforcement agencies have been tasked to arrest them and bring them to book. And so far, all the people who have been arrested are indeed arrested because they've broken the law. And the issue of the public reportage or political tasks that confronted the task force was widely reported in the media. And I also picked that information publicly. I can assure the member that the committee who were sent out are yet to bring their final report. But indeed, I've been assured that those individuals that confronted and challenged them were arrested and handed over to the police. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the minister has spoken on record that indeed these political thugs have been arrested. I'm sure he would follow up later to find out whether they have been prosecuted or not. That said, the minister in his main answer also indicated that steps are being taken to ensure sanity in the issuance of small-scale mining. Honorable Minister, the issuance of licenses for small-scale mining is what often leads to this very cancer we are trying to cure. May I know from you what specific measures you are taking to address this issue of sanity in the issuance of the small-scale mining licenses? If you say you are sanitizing, what should we expect from you in the statement you've just made?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In my answer, I stated long list of steps that has been taken, including engaging broad section of Ghanaians and key stakeholders. I've also talked about some steps being taken to make sure that we can revoke, we can ban the mining, further mining in forest reserves by the LI 2162. But Mr. Speaker, the other important thing is that we also know that the licensing regime is fraught with a lot of challenges, especially because one of the reports, the early interim reports that we have from the task force, they visited almost all the communities where small-scale mining takes place. They engage communities where the community mining schemes took place. And the report generally was that there were communities were not involved in these so-called community mining schemes. It was more private companies that basically use community mining. This morning, we have announced far-reaching steps in this process of licensing. Number one, we have announced the decentralized process of issuance of licenses. We've announced that there's going to be a process of decentralization of licensing, and the whole licensing of small-scale mining will begin at the district levels. And we've made proposals on how it starts. And so the whole mining scheme is going to change. We have also laid out a technical review, licensing review committee that is going to review all small-scale mining licenses that has been issued. We've also effective this morning, based on the report we have, revoked all licenses that were issued after December 7th. Because it is very, very clear that those licenses did not follow due process. And so, right on, Speaker, we are taking a lot of steps. We are taking a lot of steps to really sanitize the mining sector, especially the small-scale mining sector, and ensure that small-scale mining activities will be done legally in a way that protects our lands, protect our environment, protect our forests, and protect our river bodies.
Mr. Speaker, I know sometimes our colleagues get a bit concerned that we try to get partisan with them, but when they introduce it, it becomes difficult for us to also pull back. I would want to encourage the minister to veer off from that part, because we've started well this morning. If you are now saying after December 7, irregular licenses, then you are pushing minority leader into that political turf. And we don't want a pound for pound this morning. So please, stay away from temptation. Mr. Speaker, I am a bit curious about the sanitization process. It's as if placing a scorpion on a shivling. If the minister says that as part of they sanitizing the licensing regime for small-scale miners, they are rather going to decentralize it. That makes me very curious. That makes me curious, because in your answer, you were saying that as part of the processes, you want to rather decentralize the process. And I am curious, but I'll leave that to the jury. Let me proceed with my other supplementary question. Honorable Minister, you indicated in your main answer that indeed some equipment have been seized. You went ahead to list those equipment. May we know from you where these equipment are, and upon seizure, what the ministry intends to do with these equipment?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as we speak, the equipments are in the custody of the police where these equipments, where these arrests were effected. And the reason is because the cases connected with these seizures are still being prosecuted. And some of these equipments will be used in evidence. And so We believe that it is important that they should be in the custody of the police and the security services to ensure that the prosecution is completed. Once it is completed and it is very, very clear that those equipments indeed were part of the equipment that were used in illegal activities, government will now take steps to put the equipment to good use. I thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Leader, are you going to the sequence of...
No, my last supplementary, respectfully.
See,
No,
honorable members, I'm not on minority leader.
Check the rules. I've not exhausted my supplementary questions, and I'm happy the leader of the House is drawing attention of those who are behind him and are not reading the rules, attempting to intimidate me. I'm not done.
I was going to also draw your attention to Standing Order 77-2, that all of us will be guided, that we have 1 hour for question time. So if I'm coming with more or less regarding to the time. But you, as a leader, you may have, so you may go on.
Mr. Speaker, I have heard the minister making a very profound statement to the effect that they want prosecution to be done, and when indeed it is found that these equipment were involved in Galamsey, then the state will take a decision. But I'm sure the minister is equally aware that, yes, I'm saying that I hope the minister is equally aware that sometimes there are challenges. I pray that he is able to put pressure on the system to run smoothly and faster, to give assurances to the people that these equipment will not find their way back into the forest. Again, that is a matter for the jury to determine. Mr. Speaker, I want to know from the Honorable Minister, these 18 persons who have been arrested by the police, may we know from him whether he's aware of their prosecution? Because it's not enough to say they've been arrested. Whether, because it's been weeks, may we know whether they have currently been charged before court?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Honorable Speaker, one of the important steps I took when these arrests were effected was my engagement with the Attorney General's office to work with the police and the Attorney General's office to ensure that government would properly defend our positions, to ensure that those who have been arrested were prosecuted. I know that the processes are ongoing. I know that, but I don't have the final outcomes of these prosecutions. I am sure that if the honorable member will want more details, that information, a substantive question can be asked, and we can now work with the Ministry of Interior to basically get proper updated, or the Ministry of the Attorney General's office to get update on where we are with those prosecutions. I thank you.
Speaker, finally, that's my very last. Mr. Speaker, the minister tells us that an initial report has been submitted to the ministry, and that report has informed the shaping of government policy in this regard. Well, this is a house of records. This is the people's representatives, and this is their chamber of debate. Can the minister share with us this report so that as the people's representatives, we can also collectively help in this fight.
Yes, Minister, if you are minded to respond to that particular question.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, as the Minister of State, once I've gone through the processes in Parliament, I was empowered to make decisions on behalf of the state with the support of officers, with the permission of the President. But I felt it was important as a minister to be guided by facts and evidence before certain decisions were made. That is what guided the setup of some of these committees. So that committee's work is not complete. As I was speaking, I said that I have interim reports. But those interim reports were sufficient to guide me as a minister to make certain decisions. One of the main decisions that has been made, for example, is that there is the need to review and make sure we validate the small-scale mining licenses all over the place. Because the report, for example, had talked about individuals who have had 20, 25 licenses, some of them having been renewed, some of them having worked, some of them having paid fees of renewal, and all sorts of processes. I thought it was important that we simply don't just do a fiat and say we are completely cancelled, but we should give people opportunity to take a second look at that whole licensing regime. And that is why my very competent and hardworking deputy minister this morning has been tasked to chair Honorable Yusuf Suleiman, the MP for Bole Bamboy, to chair this technical committee to oversee a review and validation of all the small-scale mining licenses currently in existence. And we are going to be fair and make sure the right things are done so that we are sure that people who are operating and using small-scale licenses are operating within the law and they are abiding by all the environmental guidelines. Let me say that I did this in collaboration with the Minister of Environment, Science and Technology. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, yes. I'm done on this, but again, I want to urge the minister. If he wants to praise his deputy minister, he can choose another platform. We have asked for reports. If you are praising him so he doesn't take your job, that is fine. This is not the platform for you to now say your minister is competent, deputy minister is competent, and we all know Yusuf. We all know his competencies. He's a presidential material.
Now you are sitting down.
We know, Mr. Speaker, we know that this is a one-term government because President Mahama has one term. So who knows? Maybe when President Mahama is exiting, he may want to take a bite for the presidential, so that it won't be Asedu Katia Bakon, Julia Zabra Bakon. Now we have Yusuf Bakon.
Leader, thank you very much. Leader, let's turn to question Yi.
Yes.
Yi.
Yes.
Yi.
Yes.
Honorable member for Bamboy, take it lightly. This is part of the game, please. Leader, I will take it kindly. Take it kindly. Take it. Question Yi, page 3.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, on this rising, I humbly ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, the Ministry's intervention to address the takeover of forest reserves by illegal miners, particularly considering the lack of resources available to forest guards and the Forestry Commission.
Very well, Honorable Minister, before I will invite you to respond to the question. Kindly indulge me to acknowledge our children at the public gallery. They've come from near and far to witness what goes on here. The first school is Jadlock Preparatory School. They are being led by Bresendera Adabra, who is a teacher, and the school is located at Okankwe South Constituency. Okankwe South Constituency. Do you have the member here? Very well. Thank you. You may resume your seat. The second school is Ola Senior High School. Ola Senior High School. They are being led by Benedicta A.M. Abezudo, who is also a teacher, and the school is located at Ho Central Constituency. Ho Central Constituency, do you have the member here? Oh. Ho Central is also not here. Very well. Very well. You are welcome. I believe you are monitoring what is going on here to urge you to study hard so that tomorrow you may take over from us. So go and study hard. I believe your members will meet you. So you are welcome once again. You may resume your seat now. Yes, Honorable Minister, let's respond to the question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, indeed, immediately on assumption of office, after a briefing of officials from the Forestry Commission, I was alarmed at the levels of devastation of our forest reserves. That prompted me to make a statement on this floor of Parliament on the state of our forest reserves and water bodies, and a call on the people of Ghana, including the members of Parliament, to join in this fight to reclaim our forest reserves. At the time, I had stated that 9 of these forest reserves, where armed thugs had taken over and are considered to be no-go areas, included Jimera and Jimera Extension, Diziri, Afao Hills, Tana Ahwea, Ofin Shelter Belt, Ahwasu East, Ahweasu South, Subri River, Asenanyo River. Mr. Speaker, I am very happy to announce that with the support of the military working closely with the Forestry Commission, we have been able to flush out the tax from 7 out of the 9 forest reserves. We are on course to reclaim the last 2 as well as we speak. This notwithstanding, surveillance is being kept at all these 7 reclaimed forest reserves to ensure that they are not re-invaded. Mr. Speaker, currently, through collaboration with the military over the last 3 weeks, we have, as I stated earlier in my other question, seized a lot of equipment, and I won't be repetitious here. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the above, my ministry is working closely with the Forestry Commission to source for support to procure key logistics, such as 4x4 vehicles, motorbikes to improve mobility of officers. Similarly, plans are far underway to undertake refresher training for the Forestry Commission's rapid response teams. Mr. Speaker, through effective collaboration with the Ministry of Defense, we are developing a system where the military will be readily deployed to provide backup support, especially in hotspots areas or in situations where rapid response teams of the Forestry Commission are unable to enforce law and order. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has also engaged the Attorney General to explore the possibility of setting up specialized courts to facilitate the expeditious prosecution of these illegal miners. Mr. Speaker, the fight against illegal mining is a fight for all, and I invite my colleagues to join in this fight. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Leader, any supplementary question?
Honorable Minister, may I know from you whether in the 2025 budget you have secured sufficient budgetary allocation to sustain the interventions you have outlined thus far, Mr. Speaker, because all these interventions will require state resources. We saw you in a passing out parade. We're proud of you. These men and women are to be paid. You form a committee here, a committee there. The committee members, you serve them tea, coffee. All these involve state resources. So may I know from you whether you have secured sufficient funding in the 2025 budget to enable you execute this mandate?
Yes, Leader. Yes.
Honourable Speaker, the respected minority leader knows that this question is, well, who have been asked in a very substantive manner, but I can answer, so I will. Honourable Speaker, of course, some allocation has been made for this fight, but Honourable Speaker, obviously with other ministries, this is woefully inadequate. And so it's obvious that with the passion that has been exhibited by the minority leader, I am sure that before the appropriation bill is passed, they will help and find a way to increase those allocations. We are also working on other sources of funding to support and to sustain this effort. I thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, in diplomacy, I will attempt not to make a mistake, but I think my colleague would get the import of what I want to say. They say a diplomat makes an attempt to say something and says nothing. Diplomacy is an attempt to say something and say nothing. Mr. Speaker, my question is very clear. The Honorable Minister has outlined plans, interventions. These are interventions that require funding to demonstrate the seriousness of the government. Mr. Speaker, we are not doing this politics of optics, the politics of lamentation or paying lip service and saying that, oh, we'll do it, we'll do it. I have asked a very specific question. Now you are saying that you would encourage, because of my passion, you are expecting me to help you to get more allocation. I should help you. You are part of cabinet and you do not have funding for this project. Are you serious about Galamsey? Are you serious about
Leader,
preserving our forest reserves?
Honorable Leader,
Mr. Speaker,
please.
No, Mr. Speaker.
No, please. This is a supplementary question. So straight away,
Mr.
kind
Speaker,
of
very well.
very
well.
Yeah,
Mr.
Leader.
Speaker, so what he is saying is that what he's saying is very ambitious.
Leader, hold on. Let me give your
very
colleague.
Well, that's okay. Majority leader can.
Please, let's, like I said, we have so many questions to deal with today, so many. So let's be straightforward with the questions, leader.
Mr. Speaker, you see, in the 2025 budget, to support this, his effort, he has just explained to us. How much?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, because this is an interministerial effort, it will be difficult for me. For example, how can I even talk about how much the military is going to devote on this fight? How much the police service will be devoting on this fight? How much the Forestry Commission? What I know is that the Ministry of Finance, having made a presentation to them, has made very reasonable budget allocation to my ministry. It's a lot of money. The budget in front of you, 150 million Ghana cedi.
Honorable members.
Yes. Yes. Well, but there are different facets of it. If you look, the 50 million is the direct fight. There is also alternative livelihood, 30 million, check. All together, if you put, I won't pay anything. Okay. So what I know is that a reasonable allocation has been made. Obviously. So,
Honorable
Speaker,
members, please, let's, Honorable members, please, as I said earlier on, we have as many as 15 questions. Honorable member, I have the floor, I'm speaking, and you are. Honorable members, I once want to urge you to please restrict ourselves to straightaway questions. The minister should also do well to just respond to the questions so that we can move on. Please. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, this is a house of records. There's one thing the minister saying a reasonable amount, where the reasonable amount can be very subjective by way of his own understanding. But to the extent that the minister provides a figure, he says in the 2025 budget, an amount of 150 million has been provided. Mr. Speaker, I have in my hand the 2025 budget of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, which budget was presented to the House by the Finance Minister. If you go to page 140, the item number 15, where his ministry is mentioned, Ministry for Land and Natural Resources, the amount there is not 150 million. The amount there, if you look at goods and services, it's here. The item is here. It's here. Goods and
Honorable
services,
leader,
40 million.
Please, question.
Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is that the total amount is 50 million. That is what is in the records. Would the minister be minded to check on the accuracy of the information he's giving to this House? He says 150 million. It tells the country your seriousness in addressing this Galamsey menace. You say you are going to preserve our forest, and you say 150 million when the records
Honorable member,
state otherwise.
Honorable member, please, if he has given him the opportunity, he has said probably there are other sources of revenue. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I hate to do this,
I hate to do this, but when a senior member of this house consistently flouts the rules on questions, basic rules on questions. Questions shouldn't be argumentative. Every morning you are argumentative. Questions shouldn't express opinions. Every morning you are expressing opinions. You've asked a question. Let him answer it. Why do you go on this part every morning? Why? If it was that easy to deal with Galamsey, why didn't you deal with it when you were in office? Why did you lose an election because of Galamsey? If it was that easy, you ask a question, ask your questions. Please. Basic rules. If you ask questions this way, how do you teach the first timers how to ask questions? How do you teach them?
Just come and within 3 months we have recovered 7.
Minister, please just be straightforward and respond to the questions. Yes. No.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think I've given a number. The minority leader has given a 13 number. We are here in this August House. The minister will have the opportunity to come. We at the ministry have been given an allocation specifically on different aspects of this fight. And so I'm sure there will be opportunity to reconcile. So I leave that. But what I know is that this government is committed to this fight, and we are going to get all the support we need with His Excellency the President, who has directed the Minister of Finance to give us all the support to make sure we can win this fight. I thank
Mr. Speaker, the majority leader is my senior brother. Per our tradition, when your senior brother attacks you, you are not supposed to respond. I won't respond. He's my senior brother. I won't respond. When he's my senior brother, I won't respond. I will not. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Leader, can I restrict you? Because we have so many questions, and we have 3 other questions to ask from other ministers. I think the minister has indicated, West and House Minister. We've already gone beyond almost 2 hours now, and so you may go on.
Mr. Speaker, when you go into our rules book, the orders are clear. It will be out of order to misinform this House. And if you have a Minister of State telling the country that there have been 150 million allocation, and can I finish? Yeah, can I finish? No, but can I finish?
Honourable Speaker, I'm a man of complete integrity. And so when I say something, I check. And when I said that an allocation of 150 has been allocated to the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, I meant it. Honourable Speaker, I take you to page 140 of the budget statement. You will see that an allocation, I don't wear any spectacles. You will see that an allocation of anti-Galamsey operation of 50 million. You will see an allocation of Make Ghana Green project, which is 70 million. You will see alternative livelihood project, which is 30 million. These are all the fight. And the Honourable Speaker, Make Ghana Green project is an effort, and you can call it T4L project. This is the whole project focusing on all the degraded lands in our forest reserve, turning them green. That is an anti-Galamsey fight. That's 70 million. Then, Honorable Speaker, alternative livelihood program, moving away from the Galamsey and making sure that is 30 million. So, right on, Speaker, the Honorable Minority Leader, I know he's not good with mathematics, but you can add the numbers. It's 150 plus. I thank you.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, true. I am not good in mathematics, but my basic maths, I will do the maths here. Mr. Speaker, first, we are dealing with an item. This budget isn't mine. Let's go back to the same page 140, where the anti-Galamsey, Mr. Speaker, the government are anti-Galamsey. You said anti-Galamsey. The capex is just 10 million. Goods and services, 40,360,000. Why are you mixing and missing the point? You are mixing and missing the point. Mr. Speaker, I will leave it here for the jury to determine. I rest my case.
Yes, Honorable Collins Dauda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
are you asking supplementary question?
I want to find out from the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources whether he has been briefed on when the forests that have been taken over by illegal operators took place. When? Yes. When the forest reserves under question were taken over in this country.
Honorable, I wouldn't admit the question. Honorable Collins Dauda, please file a substantive question. File a substantive question. Honorable members, I think we will, since the minister is here, we will jump to normal questions in relation to that question. Yes, let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, in the answer of the minister, he did tell this House that out of the 9 forest reserves that were invaded, within the last 2 months of his assumption of office, he has reclaimed total control over 7 out of the 9. Out of the 9, 7 out of the 9. I want to ask the minister, how did he do this?
Yes, Honorable Minister, you may answer this question.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, indeed, these forest reserves were taken over since 2022, according to the Forestry Commission. Sadly, as I provided during my last brief to this House, the military were ordered not to act for all this period. So, Right Honourable Speaker, as I stated, this challenge and the reason we've been able to take over this forest has everything to do with leadership and political will. And we've been able to achieve this with the kind cooperation of the Ministry of Defense and the military. And we are very grateful. I thank you.
Member, I'm not admitting any supplementary question again. No. I'm not admitting any supplementary question again. Leader, please, let's move on. I'm still being guided by my 1 hour. I've done 2 hours and yeah. Oh, you want to talk?
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. The Minister in his response indicated that 150 million cedis thereabout has been allocated to his sector for fighting Galamsey in response to a question that elicited information about how much resources is government committing to fighting Galamsey. I want to find out from the Minister, are you aware that the Defense Ministry, the Interior Ministry, the Judiciary, and other organs of state working with you to fight Galamsey have also received substantial allocations?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Indeed, in my answer, I stated that the quantum of funds goes across my sector to other ministries, and I'm aware that the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of Interior, the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology, the Ministry of Water Resources, Works and Housing, all these agencies have been allocated funds to help protect our water bodies, our forests, and our lands. And so, yes, indeed, if you put them together, there's a lot of money that has been allocated in this fight. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member for...
Mr. Speaker, I am asking this question from the answer the Minister said. Mr. Speaker, I am the immediate past Minister for Defense. That's the reason why you have television in your office. Mr. Speaker, I am the immediate past Minister for Defense. I want to ask you a question. At no point did I or the Commander-in-Chief ever write, speak, indicate, or tell any military commander that they have been banned from or they have been stopped from going to the forest. I want you to state when the military was asked not to fight Galamsey. Because even in November, we told the military to fight Galamsey. So when? Where is the evidence?
Honorable Minister may answer the question.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. The former Minister of Defense, I have a lot of respect for, I'm sure has a lot of information. That this briefing that I got from the Forestry Commission was what I stated. And one of the briefing and one of the directive from the head of the Forestry Commission was there was no action taken directly by the military between 2022 until January when there was a change in government. And so I was just restating that. In fact, there were public reports, Joy FM reports that stated that anti-Galamsey groups that had gone to some of the forests were indeed prevented from going in. But, Minister, I got my information. I am not going to argue with you. You are probably, but I got my briefing from the head of the Forestry Commission.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, you are supposed to answer question normal question 53 and 54, but I'm told you are saying you don't have the written answers. So on that note, you will have to come back here to respond to the member. So,
Mr. Speaker, with respect, the practice that we all know is that if a minister has a reason, there's a way. Same is communicated. That said, we know him as a former leader of this House. Let's give him the benefit of doubt.
So on that note, let me thank you for attending upon the House, but please, in no time, come and respond to Honorable Member for Dotobri's question.
He has to commit to timelines. If it's not today, is he coming tomorrow or Friday?
So Minister, can you give us when...
We can allow you for today. Majority Leader, this is your interventionist strategy. You better cool it down, because if you want to be responding to the social media attacks on you to now be doing pound for pound, allow the opposition to do its work. These are just for your whips. This demand is there, and then you are on everything. You are getting up because you now want to do this or that. Please, he should commit to time. When is he coming?
Mr. Speaker, I just got to know that all these days that he's been doing what he's doing is for social media. I just got to know. So all that you've been doing in this chamber is for social media. Now understand. Now understand. Look, I will not respond again to you. Because I now know your objective. That you are only doing this for social media. Mr. Speaker, the business committee will schedule the minister.
Well. So, Honorable Member for Dotobri, please, even though the questions were advertised, the minister is not here with the answers. So, please, let's understand that. So, on that note, Honorable Minister, you are hereby discharged. Minister, you are hereby discharged. We thank you once again. So let me invite Honorable Minister for Works and Housing to take the appropriate seat. So, honorable members, I will invite you to urgent question C. Urgent question C. And the question once again stands in the name of a member for Fitu, Honorable Osahin Alexander Kwamena Afenyo Markin. Honorable, we may ask question C.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I beg to ask the Minister for Works, Housing and Water Resources the interventions that the ministry has undertaken to address the persistent water shortages and lack of potable water in several communities, including Ho, Barekese, Ohim, Amanfrom, Offenso, Cape Coast, Elmina, Sibi, Adabraka, Asylum Down, Bubuashi, Dansuman, Ashaiman, Spintex, Pong, and Adaklu.
Respectfully, Mr. Minister, you may take the podium.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to commend our minority leader, the the Honorable Osahini Alexander Kwamina Afenyo Markin, MP for Afutu, for asking this question. Water is indeed life, and the reliable supply of water services to all Ghanaians is of importance to this government and my ministry. Mr. Speaker, it is the objective and desire of the ministry to ensure the provision of safe water for all by the year 2030, in line with the Sustainable Development Goals. However, such as every other sector, there are inherent challenges that often do not impede our progress and plans. Aging infrastructure coupled with population growth, increasing rate of urbanization, pollution, and inadequate funding are some of the critical challenges that the water sector is grappling with. But I want to indicate that I will use all the resources available to ensure the sustainable delivery of water supply services to all our communities in Ghana. And I do know I will have the topmost support of Parliament in the discharge of my duties. To this end, Mr. Speaker, I will proceed to answer the questions. Mr. Speaker, Ho and surrounding communities currently receive their water supply from the Peve water treatment plant, which has an installed capacity of 18,000 cubic meters per day. The water treatment plant originally had 3 low-lift pumps installed in 1993, with 1 on duty and 2 on standby. One of the aged pump sets was replaced in 2016 after it became defective and was beyond repair. Mr. Speaker, on 19th December 2024, the shaft of the pump on duty broke down and was immediately dispatched to the Ghana Water Limited Central Workshop for repairs. Despite this challenge, water production was sustained using the standard pipe pumps in accordance with GWL's operational procedure. On 1st January 2025, the standby pumps on duty also broke down, which affected water supply to Ho and surrounding communities. Mr. Speaker, in addition to these operational challenges, the significant rise in population growth and rapid urbanization have contributed to the widening of water supply demand gap, leading to water rationing within the Ghana Water Limited supply areas at Ho and surrounding communities. Mr. Speaker, to address the water supply challenges within the aforementioned supply areas, GWL intends to implement in the short, medium to long term the following interventions. Short-term intervention. One of the pumps has been repaired and reinstated, which has restored water supply to the affected areas. A standby pump was successfully installed in February 2025. Arrangements are underway to get a second standby pump set installed by the end of March 2025 to ensure reliability in service. Medium-term intervention. GWL has initiated procurement process to procure 3 new pumps using its internally generated funds to replace the existing pumps by the end of June 2025. Long-term interventions. Mr. Speaker, to construct a new 58,000 cubic meters per day water treatment plant at Peve as part of the whole water supply expansion project. In addition, about 36 kilometers of transmission pipeline, as well as storage reservoirs, and 160 kilometers of distribution pipelines of varying sizes will also be constructed at an estimated cost of 149 million USD to increase water production to meet water demand up to the year 2040. Ghana Water Limited, through the Ministry of Works and Housing and Water Resources, is currently engaging some investors who have expressed interest in developing the project with funding from donor partners, among others. Mr. Speaker, I move on to that of Spintex. Mr. Speaker, Ghana Water Limited customers in Spintex and surrounding communities currently receive water supply from the Nungua Sea Water Desalination Plant and the Pong Water Treatment Plant. Currently, the worst areas receive water from the Seawater Desalination Plant operated by Befesa Desalination Development Ghana. Mr. Speaker, on 21st February 2025, the operator of Nungua Seawater Desalination Plant informed Ghana Water Limited that due to a technical problem encountered with respect to the final delivery pumps at their treatment plant, the output of the desalination plant has been reduced to half the maximum capacity of the plant. Current production is about 6.6 million gallons of water per day. This has therefore affected water supply to Spintex and surrounding areas. The operator has currently procured spare parts to replace the defective parts of the pumps. The operator is presently awaiting clearance by GRA Customs Division at Kotoka Airport to take delivery of these spare parts to enable the execution of the repair works. The repair works are expected to be completed within 5 days after clearance of the items. Mr. Speaker, to address the water supply challenges in Spintex, GWL is providing the operator with all the necessary assistance to secure the custom clearance for the spare parts. Also, as a stopgap measure, an arrangement has been put in place to serve the affected areas from the Pong Water Treatment Plant on Thursdays. This intervention has improved the water supply to the affected areas, although not fully restored. Mr. Speaker, in the long term, the implementation of the Pong Water Supply Expansion Project Phase 2 and the Aveime Water Supply Project will improve the water supply to Spintex and surrounding areas. The completion of these projects will increase water supply to meet demand up to the year 2040. GWL, through the ministry, is currently engaging some investors who have expressed interest in developing these projects, with funding from donor partners, among others. Mr. Speaker, I'm going on to Barikesi, Ohwim, Amanfrom, and Offenso. Mr. Speaker, lack of potable water supply to GWL customers in Barikesi, Ohwim, Amanfrom, and Offenso is as a result of damaged sections of water distribution pipelines that serve these communities. The distribution pipelines have been damaged due to the construction of the Offenso to Ohwim Road project being undertaken by Messrs. M.M. Lovely. Mr. Speaker, per PURC regulations and GWL policy, the cost of repair works for damaged pipes caused by a third party shall be borne by the third party. In line with this policy, GWL issued a bill to the contractor in June 2024 in respect of the damaged sections of the pipelines. However, the contractor has failed to honor the bill. GWL subsequently reported the matter to PURC for a resolution to be reached. A consensus was reached wherein the contractor agreed to supply the materials required for the repair works, while GWL executes the works. Mr. Speaker, since the agreement, the contractor has not supplied the required materials, nor provided the funds for the repair of the damaged pipelines. Mr. Speaker, to address the water supply challenges, GWL is currently replacing, in some cases, repairing the damaged sections of these water distribution pipelines to restore water supply to the affected areas. The works are being executed using GWL's IGF and are expected to be completed by the end of March 2025. GWL, through PURC, will continue to engage the contractor to ensure compliance with the consensus reached. Mr. Speaker, if the contractor fails to pay for the repairs executed by GWL to restore supply, legal action will be instituted by GWL to recover all costs, including damages. Adabraka and Asylum Dam. Mr. Speaker, customers in Adabraka and Asylum Dam are supplied with potable water on Thursdays and Sundays per GWL Water Demand Management Plan. However, the significant rise in population growth and rapid urbanization makes it difficult to adequately supply most of the areas within the enclave due to their higher altitude. Mr. Speaker, in the short-medium term, GWL will review its water management protocols to improve the water supply to Adabraka and Asylum Dam. For the long term, the implementation of the Pond Water Supply Extension Project, Phase 2, will improve water supply to Adabraka and Asylum Dam. The completion of the project will increase water production to meet water demand up to the year 2040. GWL, through the ministry, is currently engaging some investors who have expressed interest in developing the project, with funding from donor partners, among others. Cape Coast and Elmina. Mr. Speaker, GWL customers in Cape Coast and Elmina are supplied with potable water from the Brimso and Sechehiman water treatment plants in the central region. In January 2025, the water source for Sechehiman water treatment plant experienced high turbidity and low river levels. This resulted in the reduction of water abstraction for production from an average of 14,700 cubic meters per day as of December 2024 to 9,800 cubic meters per day in January 2025. The situation affected the water supply to Cape Coast and its environs. The situation has since improved, and the current average water production in Sechehiman water treatment plant is 15,000 cubic meters per day, assuming operations at full capacity. Mr. Speaker, frequent breakdown of pumps at the Brimso water treatment plant in December 2024 affected supply of water to Cape Coast and Elmina. The pumps have since been repaired, and adequate stock of spare parts are being procured to ensure timely repair of the pumps henceforth. Water supply to the affected areas have been restored to normalcy. Mr. Speaker, in the long term, GWL intends to replace the pumps with new ones. Bubuashi and Dansoman. Mr. Speaker, GWL customers in Bubuashi and Dansoman are supplied with potable water mainly from the Weja water treatment plant. To improve water supply to the western part of Accra, GWL in December 2021 undertook critical works at the plant. The works included the replacement of the existing 4 low-lift intake pumps using GWL's IGF. Currently, 3 of the pumps have been replaced and in full operation. This has significantly improved water supply to supply areas including Bubuashi and Dansoman. The works on the replacement of the 4th pump expected to be completed by the end of April 2025. Mr. Speaker, for the long term, the implementation of the Weja expansion and rehabilitation project will improve water supply to the western part of Accra including Bubuashi and Dansuman. The completion of the project will increase water production by 100,000 cubic meters per day to meet water demand up to the year 2040. GWL, through the ministry, is currently engaging some investors who have expressed interest in developing the project with funding from donor partners, among others. Ashaman and Pong. GWL customers in Pong and Ashaman are supplied with potable water 4 days every fortnight as a result of water supply demand gap within Greater Accra metropolitan area. Mr. Speaker, in the short-medium term, GWL is currently reviewing its water management protocols to improve water supply to Pong and Ashaman. In the long term, the implementation of the Pong Water Supply Expansion Project Phase 2 and the Abeime Water Supply Project will improve water supply to Tema and surrounding areas. The completion of these projects will increase water production to meet demand up to the year 2040. GWL, through the ministry, is currently engaging some investors who have expressed interest in developing the project with funding from donor partners, among others. Sibi. Mr. Speaker, Sibi is a farming community located in the Nkwanta North District of the Oti region. It is one of the main beneficiary communities of the Damanko Pasa water supply system that is being managed by Community Water and Sanitation Agency. Community Water and Sanitation Agency took over the management of the water system in 2018 and has since carried out some interventions such as replacement of the 200 kVA transformers, replacement of weak sections of the transmission pipelines, payment of over 400,000 electricity bills accrued by the SWAL Water Management Board, and the repairing of low and high lift pumps on the water system. Mr. Speaker, currently, the water system runs only one high lift, one low lift pumps, which is woefully inadequate to supply water to beneficiary communities such as Sibi and Pasa. Mr. Speaker, Community Water and Sanitation Agency, in its quest to enhance production and supply, earmarked the rehabilitation and expansion of the Damanko Pasa water system under the Rural Community and Small Town Water Supply Project. Unfortunately, the project had some challenges and could not be implemented. Mr. Speaker, in the interim, CWSA is undertaking the procurement of pumps to increase supply to the beneficiary communities. In the medium term, CWSA has added the full rehabilitation of the water system to its planned project, subject to the availability of financial resources. Adaklo. Mr. Speaker, the Adaklo communities are served by Adaklo Mountains, Adaklo Wire, and Mafi Kumase management units of Community Water and Sanitation in the Volta region. The Adaklo Mountains Management Unit supplies water to the following communities: Adaklo Heliki, Adaklo Sikama, Adaklo Abwedi, Adaklo Toko, and others. The Adaklo Wire Management Unit supplies water to Adaklo Wire, Adaklo Patovi, Adaklo Sofa, and others. The Mafi Kumasi Management Unit also supplies water to the following communities: Adaklo Plehu, Adaklo Aveji, and others. Mr. Speaker, Adaklo Mountains Management Unit was rehabilitated under the Ghana-Spain debt swap project. The project undertook the construction of a surface water treatment plant at Weah that has increased water supply to the beneficiary communities. In the medium term, CWSA intends to extend water to unserved communities along Adaklo, a quieter stretch of communities under its planned project portfolio, subject to the availability of financial resources. Mr. Speaker, Adaklo, Wayi, and Mafi Kumas management units were constructed under the Phase 3 of the Strabag AG project, which was completed in 2023. In the medium to long term, CWSA intends to extend water to unserved communities as part of the works to be undertaken under Phase 5 of the Strabag AG project when financial closure is attained. Mr. Speaker, I bring my submission to a close as I earlier stated. The Ministry of Works and Housing and Water Resources will continue to enhance the delivery of water supply services in the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for a detailed response. Yes, Honorable Minority Leader. Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with respect, the Minister, in addressing the Barakese offensive situation, indicated that there was a damage to a section of the water distribution pipeline by a third party. And by the rule, this third party has a responsibility to fix. The failure to do it has caused so much suffering to the people, whilst Ghana Water wants to follow the law. He gives us a further background to this story, this matter, by saying that indeed there was even an agreement, but this agreement has been breached by the third party. May I know from the Minister, in view of this, the IGF that the water company is relying on to fix the problem, would it be enough to enable regular supply of water? And if not, what measures would he undertake by way of getting the finance ministry to release funds to complete this distribution pipeline project as soon as practicable?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm actually doing the assessment with the directors at the ministry, and if we're trying to look at other sources of funding to ensure that we assist the people of Barakese.
Thank you.
The water distribution pipeline was broken some few weeks ago the issue before us, the Barakesi issue, some few weeks ago, I left Ghana Water many years ago. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Cheweti, he's been quiet for some time.
Honorable Leader, may you address me?
Mr. Speaker, the Chief Whip of the Majority Caucus, when he sees his members heckling, he doesn't stop them. Okay. Mr. Speaker, the minister tells us about the situation on this desalination plant. The reason why Sprinters is not getting regular supply of water. But I find it very curious when he says that the delay in the maintenance is as a result of some spare parts that are stuck at the Kotoka International Airport, and the Ghana Water needs to intervene on behalf of the operators to enable them clear the spare parts. He goes further to say that it will take only 5 days for the repairs to be done. Mr. Speaker, can the minister assure this House that he will intervene in ensuring that whatever bureaucracies are there at the Customs Division of GRA, this would be surmounted to enable these spare parts cleared? Because the people, if you go to Sprinters Road, that whole area, there's a huge population. And since they shut down on the 21st of February, the situation has gotten worse and the people are suffering. It cannot be that the repair that will take just 5 days because of bureaucracies at customs. And this is a state-to-state matter. So, Mr. Speaker, question to the minister. Can you assure us with timelines that this matter will be solved without further delay? We've already lost time.
Minister, can you give us timelines?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've actually started with an intervention, and I wouldn't be able to be specific, as in within a week or two, but hopefully within the shortest possible time, it will be handled.
Mr. Speaker, I can't push the minister more. I can't push him more. But just to let him know that this is water for a huge population of over 300,000. And if, as he said, it's only about clearing duty at customs, and it is taking a long time, I believe that a ministerial intervention can deal with it, especially so, as he promises, he tells us that it will take only 5 days. But I leave that to him, but to be mindful of the suffering masses out there. Mr. Speaker, the minister also tells us that the pumps at the whole intake point have become ineffective. And since February, when these came to the attention of Ghana Water, steps have been taken to initiate a procurement process. Can the minister bring clarity to this matter. When he says the procurement process has begun, we know that there is no board at Ghana Water. We know that the PPA has no board. These pumps are huge pumps. These are huge transactions. May we know from the minister which form of procurement process? Is it the case that they have sought authorization from the chief of staff to do the procurement, or what? We need clarity on exactly the form of procurement process that have been initiated. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From what I know is some documentations are being made for the necessary boards and statutory authorities to be inaugurated before the final signings will be done. But there are some that was done before me assuming office that I'm looking into. Thank you.
Thank you. Leader, come again. Yes, let me hear you. Leader, let me hear the Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to draw your attention to Speaker Order 89.
Order
89, Rule 1. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, it is to the effect that as soon as a question is answered, any member, beginning with the member who asks the question, may without notice ask a supplementary question for further clarification of any matter of fact on the answer, but a supplementary question shall not introduce a matter not included in the original question. Speaker, if you read 89.3, it says any other member may be allowed to ask not more than 2 supplementary questions, except that the majority and minority leaders or co-leaders may each ask no more than 5 supplementary questions on the substantive question. Speaker, since asking the substantive question, the minority leader has asked 5 more supplementary questions. Mr. Speaker, I have noted them down. The first one was in respect of the third party who was contracted to effect some repair that had not been done. And the minister went back to clarify. The second was in respect of some machines that are supposedly stuck at the airport awaiting clearance. And the minister went back to clarify. The third, Mr. Speaker, was in respect of Adaklu. You did. Mr. Speaker, he asked a question in respect of Adaklu. Then, Mr. Speaker, he asked a question about Offenso and Barikesi. And then lastly, he asked about the procurement processes. I've noted all of them down, being supplementary. So if he's permitted to ask further supplementary questions, he's exceeding his powers. Is exceeding the latitude granted him.
Honorable, as far as I'm concerned, the supplementary question he has asked for, as far as I am concerned, the main question was so elaborate.
Mr. Speaker,
so many things. So let me give him the opportunity to ask.
5 supplementary.
No, I have also noticed 4.
Very well. He has the last chance.
Leader, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, when a member rises to intervene,
Leader, just address me and ask the question.
Mr. Speaker, if you won't give me the right, I will resume my seat.
No, it's not a question of...
No, I need to respond to an issue he has raised.
No, you don't need to respond. Just ask the question.
Mr. Speaker,
Leader.
with respect, I need your lead. He says that I've asked a question on Adoklu. Your response was that, as far as you are concerned, I have asked 4.
Yes.
But that did not answer the matter that has gone into the record. He says I have asked a question on other clue. Let the records, I'm interested in the records of this house. I've not asked the minister a question on other clue. Let the records reflect. And he should not mislead this house into believing that I have offended Order 89 because I have the Order 89. So I've not asked a question on other clue. He says I've asked 5 questions already, and then I've asked a question on other clue. The minister is here. I have not asked a question on other clue.
Leader, just address me.
Yes,
Just
I'm addressing you, but he spoke for the record.
Are done on Thursdays and Fridays, and that they are reviewing the water management situation in that area. Mr. Speaker, we've become aware of the Greater Accra Water Supply Project. It's been going on for some time. May I know from the minister whether in that major intervention, the Adabraka Asylum Down enclave was not part? And if it was not, the funding that he's looking for, to what extent is that funding arrangement going to deal with this matter once and for all? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Adabraka is part of the Greater Accra Water Project that we are embarking on. Adabraka and its environs.
Honorable Minister for Works and Housing.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. May I ask the Minister responsible for Works and Housing if he can confirm that I've had a series of discussions with him on the water situation in Ho and Adaklu, and he's given me very favorable answers as to the plans he's making to address the situation.
Minister, if you are minded to respond to the question, you may do so.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I've been having a lot of discussions with the Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways. And I've been assuring him that we will do our best for his constituency. Thank you.
And it took the Osahene to ask the question. Why? You see, you cannot say the question was needless. He saw the need for Honorable Kwame Abuja, that he took the Yes, Honorable Vincent.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me commend the Minister for the eloquent way you have answered the questions. I want to ask, Barakese, the last time we had major refurbishment of that system was between 2015 and 2016. I want to find out from the Minister that the past 8 years, if the ministry did not do any major work on Barakese Dam. Thank you very much, Minister.
Yes, Honorable Minister. Vincent, may you repeat the question, please?
I would like to find out. I said the last time major work was done on Barakese was between 2015 and 2016, when Chebi, Konongo, and then the 3 cases were all commissioned. Those projects were commissioned under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. I want to find out, for the past 8 years, the Minister, I want to find out whether no work was done for the past 8 years on Barakese.
Honorable Vincent filed a substantive question. Filed a substantive question.
I want to find out whether there will be any work
Yes,
for the past 8
Honorable
years.
Jerry.
What?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Water is not flowing. That is what we need to know.
Honorable Speaker.
What is it?
Honorable Speaker, in the presentation of the Honorable Minister, he indicated that the Wager Expansion and Rehabilitation Project will be completed. I just want to find out indication of time as to when same will be completed.
Well, Minister, you may answer this question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the wager supply issue, something is very urgent to the ministry, and the honorable member of parliament for wager actually has spoken to me about it. We've been having discussions on it, and it's very key to the ministry, something we are working on. With the timelines, it will be communicated later.
Yes, Sanja Nanja.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Looking at the question, I can count 10 communities. This implies that the water problem in Ghana is enormous and facing many other communities. And in the minister's response to the question, he mentioned that SDG 6. I want to know from the minister, how prepared is Ghana to meet the SDG 6 by the 2030?
Honourable Member, I could read from the minister's face that I should ask you to file a substantive question. Yes, Honourable Comfort.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minority leader, Honourable Afenyo Markins, lists a lot of communities which have a water problem. I want to tell him it's the whole Ghana that have water problem. Adan, Sege, Nungo Pamplam, Accra, Dansoma, everywhere. This is what your government left for us. So just look at how best you can judge with the minister so that they solve the whole Ghana problem water. The water problem is everywhere. And you left Adan. Adan to have a problem.
Honourable Comfordoyo, I don't know where you are coming from.
He left Adan. He didn't mention Adan. He didn't mention Sege. He didn't mention.
But you are here. Find your own
question. And he
question.
mentioned some communities. We all have water problem.
Honourable Comfordoyo.
No, he is asking general question for so many constituencies. Add Adan, add Sege, add Nungo Pampla, add Dansoma, add everywhere. That's water problem is everywhere. Kintampo, so many places, everywhere. So, a minority leader,
Honourable Comfordoyo,
you have done discrimination to
Honourable
rest of the
Comfordoyo,
communities.
I believe you can engage.
No, he
as a consultant.
Question, so you should cover everywhere. Everywhere has water problem, and you are discriminated as for some few communities. We don't have water in Ghana now. No water everywhere.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The first deputy whip, majority whip, has actually indicated the enormous problems we are having as a country. What I am surprised at is that we have brought the minister over here to ensure that we'll find solutions to the problem that we are having as a nation. So please, allow us to ask the right questions that will lead him to solve the problem. I'm happy you have mentioned that the problem exists everywhere. Please, let us find a solution to it. So please don't aid the minister unnecessarily. Allow him to appreciate the problem and solve the problem appropriately. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, I think the minister has done justice to the questions, and Osahini, I think don't respond to anti-comfort.
Please. Mr. Speaker, I pay attention to records. Some things may be said lightly. She said there is discrimination in the question asked.
Oh.
Yes, but you are the MP for your constituency. Your duty is to bring the problems of your constituency to the floor of the House and not to offload them to me. That I should have asked a question for and on behalf of your constituents. But so now you acknowledge that the minority does the work for you. Now you realize that we are the mouthpiece of the country, that you couldn't even ask a question for your own people.
Yes.
This is a problem.
Mr. Speaker, where is Minority Leader living? He's going to drink water. No, I thought that his previous life as chairman of the Ghana Water Company Board would have been helpful here. But he's left, so let's leave the matter there. I think that the minister has answered all the questions.
Well. So, Honorable Minister, on behalf of the House, let me thank you for attending upon the House to respond to members. You've done well. You've well composed. You responded to us. We thank you once again. You are hereby discharged. But honorable members, I think Honorable Comfordoyo has brought something to the fore. Every member here can bring any minister to come and address issues relating to his constituency. It appears that since we came to this chamber on the 9th Parliament, my good people from the right are not answering, filing questions. So we all have problems. We all have problems. So please file questions. We all have problems. So please file questions. That is my observation. That is my observation. Please file questions. Some of you may engage the ministers privately. That is fine. But for your own good and the good of your constituents, to also see that you are doing the bidding of your constituents, please file questions. I know where I'm coming from. Yes.
Speaker, please. I said that because he was a board member for Ghana Water when they were in power. And those problems have been there when they were in power. So he knows the problems. So it's not a problem created by this new government, but a problem that have not been solved before we came. So he should just judge so that we solve it for the whole Ghana. And the government is ready to solve it. So we will solve it.
Honourable members, I think the minister for gender is not around, and the Attorney General is also not around. So we'll bring question time to a close. Tourism is here, yes. Yes, tourism is here. So Minister for Tourism may take his rightful place. Yes, let me hear you.
Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, let the record reflect that this side, we also file questions. In fact, we do file even urgent questions. And ministers come to respond to urgent questions filed by our members. So, Speaker, with all due difference to you, the impression that we don't file questions, even though we have problems, will reverberate in our constituencies with adverse consequences. So I want the record to reflect that as much as practicable, our members file questions regarding matters pertaining to their constituencies or topical national matters. It is only that wrong impression that I want corrected. That this side, 187 of us, we do file questions. The minority leader was here for 8 years. I was here. We were avant-gardes of questions. He's now become a master of filing questions. It's all right. It's all right. But he doesn't file more questions than us. Don't let that impression be created.
Very well, well noted.
Speaker, thank you for the...
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I need to respond to Honorable Comfort Doyo. Mr. Speaker, it is true that I served as chair of Ghana Water from September 2017 to January 2021. That is a fact. However, if the Minister, Honorable Doyo, paid due regard to my questions. One, on the Spintex Road situation, the shutdown was on 21st February 2025. So it isn't a problem that existed in 8 years. It started on the 21st February. Same applies to the damage to sections of the water distribution pipeline. It was in January. It's not an old problem when I was chair. On the Cape Coast situation, the minister himself pointed out that it was as a result of high turbidity of the water levels, and it is very recent. I have a research team.
Leader,
Mr. Speaker,
I may not cut you short, but I think this is an issue the minister have already responded.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, but she said, Mr. Speaker,
please address me, not
well,
what
Speaker,
he
very
said.
Well,
We've already spent a lot of time on questions. We still have some ministers. Please, I beg of you, let me ask the member to ask the question so that we have debates to also go on. You go on.
Mr. Speaker, the honorable member has spoken for the records that the issues I raised pre-existed. And I'm saying that I was very specific. And the minister, in his answer, was very clear with the dates. These are matters for records. So for him to raise new issues as though this tertiary desalination thing, the shutdown was long before the government assumed office. I'm not being partisan here. I raise issues for consideration. So I don't want this, anything you raise is being reduced into a partisan argument. That is not here. If you have an Adan situation, raise it. I have not filed a question on Adan. If there's an Adan water situation, you are in that area.
Thank you,
raise
Leader.
it as an MP for that area.
Leader, thank you so much. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let's get back to the question. To ask the Minister for Works, Housing and Water Resources the interventions the ministry has undertaken to address persistent, I'm saying the persistent. I have not seen since January in the question. I have not seen since January in the question. Persistent. You said persistent. How long it has persisted?
Thank you, Leader.
Please, Speaker, it's important. How long it has persisted is not indicated. Number two, Mr. Speaker, it will be a dangerous practice dangerous practice for us to begin to allow people to start asking questions about activities in other people's constituencies. Very dangerous practice. Very, very dangerous practice. It will be undermining the MPs. Because as the minister has indicated, the MPs have been coming to him to discuss their problems. So when you sit and you are not from that constituency, you haven't asked the MP whether or not he has taken any steps in relation to that matter. And you come and you want to pander to the public and ask questions in relation to other people's constituencies to undermine them just to score cheap political points. Mr. Speaker, why will we allow this? Where are people going? Seeking popularity for what? For what? Why would you ask questions about somebody's constituency when the MP is sitting here and there's no evidence that you have consulted the MP to find out what the MP is doing about that problem in his constituency? Why? Mr. Speaker, this is not right. It's not fair. And so you, the speakers who admit the questions, if anybody comes and asks questions about other people's constituencies, I urge you to consult the MP to find out if the MP has knowledge of the matter or not, and what steps the MP has taken, and inform the person asking the question. If it is your constituency, we will not be concerned about whether or not you have taken steps or not. It's up to you to decide if you want to deal with the issue by asking a question or by just walking to the minister to discuss the matter. So please, I think that the leader minority has to be cautioned not to be undermining other MPs. If you are asking on behalf of your side, I can understand. But you can't sit here and be asking questions about what is happening in Ho without consulting the MP for Ho. It will be unfair to the MP for Ho.
Thank you, Leader. I think all of us should take note of it. Since the standing orders is not specific on these matters, I will urge members to be very clear that we shouldn't do anything that will undermine other members. So, Leader, I think your consensus is well placed. So let me invite Honorable Member for Bosome Freho, Nana Asafwaje Aye, to ask his question number 5. Question 5. Honorable members, these questions are specific for within the constituencies, so we will not extend the supplementary question to any other person. Honorable Aye, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts the plans the ministry has to develop the following waterfalls in the Bosome Freho constituency. One is the Bakote, so I will beg Hansard to correct that. Bakote, not Bate, Bakote. Awam waterfalls, Bobiem waterfalls, Abrewa waterfalls, Dane waterfalls, Amomoso waterfalls, Tebri waterfalls, and the other one, not Tebeso, but you cancel Tebeso, even the Subri, so you cancel the so, it's a Subri waterfalls. So I would rise to ask the minister, plans the ministry has in addressing this one. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Akpa, so wait, thank you for the opportunity to answer this question. The Bosome Freho district is located in the central part of the Ashanti region and shares boundaries with the Bekwai municipal to the west, Bosomtwe and Ejuso Dwabeng districts to the north, Adanse south, and Achimansa districts to the south, and Asante Achim south to the northeast. It is estimated to have a land area of about 630 square kilometers. Major settlements in the districts are Esiwa, Esase, Dompa, Enyanso, Freso. I've done the rehearsal and I still can't pronounce it right. I apologize. Abu Samso, Inswayim, Tebeso, 1 and 2, and Yinasi and Insuta. The district lies within latitude 6 to the north and 6.26 to the north, etc. The district is endowed with a number of waterfalls with immense potential to become a major eco-tourist destination. The Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts is committed to the development and promotion of nature-based tourism, as has been done with the Kintampo waterfalls, with the aim of preserving Ghana's natural resources and creating economic benefits. The named waterfalls, currently underdeveloped, requires infrastructure and other investments to make them must-visit destinations. The Ministry, in collaboration with relevant stakeholders, will look for investors to create infrastructure such as receptive facilities, tourism information centers, washrooms, eco-friendly accommodation, hiking trails, restaurants, adventure activities, and more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable, I need supplementary question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and grateful to the Minister. The Speaker, I have in my hands the fourth reports of the Appointment Committee. That report sought to approve the Minister. The Minister made some very profound response to some questions that were asked. Mr. Speaker, I make reference to paragraph 4.8. The subheading is Development of Tourist Sites.
Immediately after the question.
And I read with your leave. The Minister, she expressed her commitment to collaborating with district assemblies to revitalize efforts aimed at establishing numerous centers for national culture across the country. According to the nominee, these centers will be ideal platform for youth, talented and creative Ghanaians to showcase their skills and earn living, promoting cultural heritage and fostering economic growth within the area. I want to ask the Minister again, is she still committed to working in collaboration with the district assemblies to develop these very important cultural or tourist centers? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the simple answer will be yes, but to elaborate on it, I can assure the member who asked the question that I have engaged the Minister for Local Government, that we work together to ensure that MMDAs, when they are appointed and have taken office, we would work together with them to identify what their strengths are and find ways in which we can assist them to do this. Yes, it is my desire, and it's still my wish, that we are able to do as I indicated during my vetting. I thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I still would rely on the report again. The Minister at the vetting was asked about the poor state of roads leading to these tourist sites. Here again, she responded. The nominee acknowledged the negative impact. What is your point? The Minister acknowledged the negative impact of deteriorated road network on tourism in the country. She expressed her commitment in collaborating with the Ministry of Roads and Highway to prioritize the construction and rehabilitation of key road networks.
Roads leading to our tourist sites, the budget that they present should be considered, because it will help my ministry to do what we are mandated to. I think that we all know the potential that the tourism sector has, and when the roads are done, half the problem will be solved. Thank you.
The Speaker, this is a response of the Minister to Parliament, and I want to make reference to a point. The Ministry, in collaboration with relevant stakeholders, will look for investors to create infrastructure such as receptive facilities, tourist information centers, washrooms, eco-friendly accommodation, hike trails, restaurant, adventure activities. I want to plead with the Minister that in looking for or partnering with stakeholders to develop some of these ones, particularly with the Bosome-Frehun constituency, we have some Bosome-Frehun indigenes who are in the diaspora, willing and ready to also contribute to some development in these areas. I would beg the Minister to also invite us and our stakeholders into the table when this consideration is being done. With that said, I want to thank the Minister for availing herself and responding to my question. Thank you very much.
Let's turn to question 6. Question 6, and the question stands in the name of Kwabri East, Honorable Akwasi Jemfi Onyine Champon. Honorable, we may ask your question now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to respectfully ask...
May you speak up?
I rise to respectfully ask the Minister for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts what the ministry intends to do to create market access for kente weavers in Adamumase, Asonomaso, Ntonso, and Ebira in the Kwabri East constituency to the global fashion houses. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Oyuwaladon, to which I thank you. Ghana's traditional woven textile, kata in my Eva language and kente in the Aka language, was recently inscribed onto the UNESCO representative list of intangible cultural heritage of humanity under the 2003 Convention for the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage. Known globally for its exotic and calm colors, intricate patterns, and profound symbolic meanings, kente embodies the creativity, heritage, and identity of the Ghanaian people. The Ministry of Tourism will use the Fashion and Textile Month under the Black Star Experience, Ghana's flagship culture, arts, and tourism brand, to promote the market for kata nationally and internationally in collaboration with Ghana Export Promotion Authority and to court partnership between kata weavers and national and international fashion brands. And I'm happy to mention what Christy Brown and Yvonne X are doing with kata in their chosen fields, and we plan to do more when we have the opportunity. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Onyina, any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the Honorable Minister's response, she mentioned that she will use the Black Star experience to create market and demand for kente. I would like to ask her how. In what way? Is she going to invite the weavers to showcase their work during the fair? Or if that is not the case, may I respectfully suggest that she does that so that weavers from various sites can come around and show.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I donned my alpakata today. In my constituency, Katu South, we have weavers in Aflawu, Agbozuma, and Kliko. And we have weavers in Agotima Ziopi, and of course, your constituency. All of these people will have opportunity to exhibit their wares at all the programs that we have in the various regions. They may also take advantage of whatever programs the ministry has to also engage with us, and we'll give them the platform to exhibit their wares. We are poised to make our culture and our creative arts hub the driving force behind our tourism. So any opportunity we have, we will share with them. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, a follow-up to that, would the Honorable Minister consider fashion houses, notable fashion houses like Anita Dongre, Yafeke Designs, even Patagonia, who rely on native fabrics, hand-woven fabrics, from India and Ethiopia? Will you consider bringing them also on board in Ghana so that they can adopt kete or kente, as one of their fabrics?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if my colleague will recall, during my vetting, I did say that I was going to work with all the MMDAs, each region of in the country, the 16 regions. Everyone has something that's unique. We are willing and ready to engage with all who are practicing our trade in Ghana and outside of this country for the total development of our sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, we bring question time to a close. We thank all of you. The Minister, haven't discharged you. Anyway, we thank you for attending upon the House. To respond to your own colleagues, we are very grateful to you. You are hereby discharged. So, honorable members, we bring question time to a close. We will turn to item 8. Item 8, statements. Leader, any guidance, any?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, based on consultations that I've had with you and under the relevant standing orders that permit me to make a statement on a matter of urgent public importance relating to my constituency, Mr. Speaker, 2 days ago, an unknown gunman shot and killed a soldier who was not in uniform, and yesterday in the evening, the military detachment in Boku and its environs, there's also a detachment in Binduri, undertook an exercise of ransacking almost every house that they came across, beating up everybody, men, women, children, old men, old women who could not flee, injuring some, destroying the properties of others, smashing television sets, fridges, and everything that came their way. Mr. Speaker, I made several calls, tried to urge them to stop. They did not. And this morning, they continued. And as we speak, the military, the soldiers are still carrying on the operation of beating up everybody that they come across in the town. So, Speaker, let me express my most sincere condolences to the family of the soldier who was killed. I will never condone the killing of anyone, especially a soldier who has left his family and has come to help us establish law and order in the Boku area. So I express my sincere condolences to the family. And I've urged the law enforcement agencies, the military, the police, to work with the community leaders to try and investigate and identify the person behind this unwarranted, gruesome exercise of killing a soldier who has come to help us maintain peace in the place. But Mr. Speaker, it is equally not right for the soldiers since last night to invade homes, meeting places, market, where market women are going about their daily chores and beating up everybody, assaulting, injuring women, old men, children, anybody who hasn't run away and is still in the town is being beaten up by the soldiers. So, Speaker, I condemn in no uncertain terms the conduct of the military detachment there. I want to bring the full weight of this House behind a plea to them to stop what they are doing immediately and withdraw back into their barracks, because beating up everybody in the town, destroying television sets and fridges, destroying bicycles and cooking implements and etc., will not bring back to life the young man that we have unfortunately lost. But then it also will dent the image of the military as an organization that is supposed to be used to protect citizens. It is not your duty to be the source of assaulting, beating, maiming innocent citizens. Obviously, the person who perpetrated that act will not be anywhere near for the military to be able to beat or, assault or do whatever they want to do to that person. All those who are being beaten are innocent citizens going about their normal daily chores. So I condemn the conduct of the military, and I urge the military high command to rein in their men and officers to stop the brutality that is currently ongoing in the Boku Township. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, I know this is a sensitive area, and I will urge the few people I will ask them to comment to be very circumspect. Yes. Honourable member for Pusuga. But please, let's be circumspect. I beg of you.
Pardon me?
Mr. Let's be circumspect with whatever we say.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the statement ably made by the leader of the House and then Member of Parliament for Boko Central. Mr. Speaker, yesterday evening, I was on my way when I got a message at about 8 p.m. on the brutalities that were being meted out to some people in a community about 5 to 6 kilometers from my constituency. Mr. Speaker, I tried as much as I could to talk to somebody, but there was no way out. Eventually, some pictures were sent to me. But well, I knew it would end at some point. This morning, the beatings and maltreatment continued. Yesterday evening, as I was saying, Mr. Speaker, they went almost into the Pusga district capital, went even into a house, beat an old man, and broke his leg. some of these things, much as we empathize with the army, and let me say my condolences to the bereaved family, it doesn't warrant these things that are being done by the rest that may be fighting for justice or for some kind of empathy for their colleague who has passed. We need to know that, at least, if for anything at all, there are so many ways by which we can get the perpetrators, if possible. But going into people's houses, removing people from their bedrooms, beating them, and even the elderly and women, is not fair at all. Mr. Speaker, as I stand here right now, I have just received a whole lot of pictures, and currently they are in the market where women are selling and buying, beating anybody who comes to sight. I want to add my voice to my colleague, pleading with them that much as we are not happy, we don't condone the killing of the army officer, but we are also so unhappy about what is happening. Imagine the poor woman in the market. Without even knowledge, some of them have even come to the market without knowing that something had happened. You go them, you are brutalizing them. Everybody is running around. So I want to add my voice that we are pleading with them, they should stop what they are doing and let us see how best we can solve the problem rather than continuing in that manner. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to add my voice on the happenings of Baku and its environs. Mr. Speaker,
okay, okay, let me finish. Binduli, please put off your mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the call made by the majority leader regarding the brutalities that took place in Baku yesterday and today. We lost a young man who was very innocent, was not even at the scene when issues happened, having two little babies with the wife, struggling for themselves. An old man's leg was broken, and up till now, we are still managing the old man. I think the military were trained really to neutralize. And anytime anything happened, they try to pay back. But they have a lot of questions to answer when it comes to how this military man died, which I'm not going to draw so much into it, because to go and stay in a danger zone, a no man's zone, not in uniform, not in military vehicle, you stand a risk.
Honourable Member, let's be circumspect, please.
Yes, I'm trying. Mr. Speaker, I'm trying. Yes. The issue is that you go to one area, a military man is killed there, then you move 20, 30 kilometers away from that place to go and brutalize people. That is what we are looking at. If the revenge was done at the area that the killing was done, one would understand that, yes, they are trying to pay back, even though they are not right to pay back. But to take it outside where it happened, to be attacking people, even in Garu. Garu is very far from Baku. But people are being attacked. So we are trying to appeal to the military high command to call the attention of its officers to desist from what they are doing. They are abusing their rights.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lastly, let me give you to Honorable Susu. Honorable, may you put off your mic?
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this statement ably made by the leader of the House. Mr. Speaker, it's important that we'll remind the Ghana Armed Forces, particularly the military, that they are not at war with citizens of Ghana. And they must also understand that the reasons why the military is called a discipline is because their work requires certain level of integrity and caution. Mr. Speaker, it is completely wrong, completely unconstitutional, completely absurd for the military to turn their strength.
My intention originally was to make a full statement on the Black Stars and status of football in Ghana, but considering the time constraints that we have, so I will return to the House to talk about the football generally in the House, based on the concerns raised by this august House. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to present an important update on the state of Ghana's football and preparation for the 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifiers and the strategic measures that have been put in place to reposition our domestic league. The statement is a key part of government's football reset agenda, which seeks to restore discipline, structure, and excellence in our national football ecosystem, while leveraging on sports as a tool for economic growth and national development. Mr. Speaker, football is more than just a sport in Ghana. It is the heartbeat of our people and a symbol of national pride. However, in recent years, challenges such as hooliganism, declining infrastructure, inconsistent player development, and financial instability have hindered our progress. To address these challenges, the Ministry of Sports and Recreation, in collaboration with the Ghana Football Association and other key stakeholders, has prepared a multifaceted reform strategy aimed at strengthening the match day security, improving sports infrastructure, ensuring the Black Stars' full preparedness, and reviving the Ghana Premier League and increasing private investment in sports. Mr. Speaker, the journey to the 2026 FIFA World Cup is not just about qualification. It is about national resurgence. Football has the power to unite us, inspire our youth, and drive economic growth. But to succeed, we must reset our approach, embrace accountability, and work together as a nation. Today, I stand in this august house to rally the nation behind this mission. A mission to restore Ghana's footballing glory, create a thriving sports industry, and elevate our national teams to the heights they once commanded. Let me commend especially the support my ministry has enjoyed from the majority leader, Honorable Mahama Ayariga, and the Minister of Education, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, and Honorable Sami Awuku, MP for Ekwapim North. Mr. Speaker, Ghana currently shares the top position in Group I of the CAF 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifiers, tied with Comoros on 9 points from 4 matches. They, however, are ahead of us in terms of goal advantage. However, our campaign remains highly competitive, and the next 2 matches will be crucial in securing qualification. On the 21st of March, 2025, Ghana will play host to Chad at the Accra Sports Stadium. And on Monday, 24th, Madagascar will be hosting Ghana, but in Morocco. Mr. Speaker, The Black Stars technical team has assured my ministry that all necessary preparations have been made and that the players are in high spirit, ready to give their all for the nation. This commitment is evident in the call-up squad released by the head coach. Beyond the tactics and selection, the technical team is tasked with instilling a winning mentality in our players. We must restore pride in the Black Stars jersey and ensure that our national team once again becomes a force to be reckoned with in African and global football. Their success, however, will require continuous investment, national support, and a shared vision for Ghana football. Mr. Speaker, as part of our preparation for the World Cup qualifier against Chad on March 21, 2025, the ministry has undertaken significant infrastructure enhancement at Accra Sports Stadium to meet the required standards. Key renovation areas include the dressing rooms, mixed zones, safe zones, pitch area, infotainment system, scoreboard, sanitary facilities, floodlights, and the press area and media center. Mr. Speaker, recognizing the urgency of these upgrades, my ministry directly engaged the presidency for immediate action, ensuring that the major concerns were expedited and addressed. I have personally conducted regular inspections at the stadium to oversee these improvements and ensure full readiness for the match. Mr. Speaker, in 2010, under the previous NDC government, Ghana stood on the brink of history, one kick away from becoming the first African nation to reach a FIFA World Cup semi-final. That spirit, determination, and excellence must be restored. Ghana football has always been a source of national pride and unity, and we must work collectively to reclaim our rightful place on the global stage. Mr. Speaker, I call on all Ghanaians to rally behind our national teams. Let us fill our stadium, support our players, and rekindle the passion that once made Ghana football a powerhouse. Football is not just a game, it is a unifying force, an economic driver, and a platform for national progress. In this regard, I commend the Ghana Supporters Union led by Hajj Polo for the electrifying atmosphere they have generated around our games. Beyond public support, corporate Ghana must always step forward. Our national teams need strategic partnerships, sponsorship, and financial backing to thrive. Football is a powerful marketing and brand building tool, and businesses that invest in our sport will not only support national development, but also gain valuable visibility and engagement with millions of passionate fans. I urge corporate bodies, both public and private, to actively support Ghanaian football through sponsorship, infrastructure investments, innovative collaborations that can drive the growth of the sport. Mr. Speaker, this is a national mission, and it requires the support of everyone, including this august House. I extend a special invitation to all members of Parliament to join us in the stance as we support the Black Stars in their upcoming World Cup qualifier against Chad on Friday, 21st March 2025 at 7 p.m. at the Accra Sports Stadium. Let us lead by example, show that when it comes to national football, we are united in purpose, passion, and patriotism. Ghana's football must rise again, and rise it will. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, I'm told I should leave the comment to only leadership. So just 1-1. Yes, Honorable Patrick Boama. Then I'll take one here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me commend the Minister for making this statement. Mr. Speaker, the Minister and the government knows the interest of Ghanaians when it comes to football. And for some time now, Ghanaians have been bleeding with the performance of the Black Stars, given the amount of money we've been spending on our national team and the kind of results they produce, Mr. Speaker. This should be a turning point in the life of the national team, the Black Stars. I've seen the list from the coach. I've seen the arrival of some of the key players into the national team, who are playing Madagascar on Friday. Madagascar. Chad, Friday, and Chad on Monday. We expect the team to deliver all 6 points to give the nation some hope that they are serious with regards to the investment and the emotions Ghanaians attach to the national team. Parliament will give the national team the due support, and I entreat the Minister to support members to come to the stadium with some complimentary. We are not asking for VIP. Me, I love the popular stand. Where I can speak my mind on top there. Popular stand. So we wish the national team the very best, and we ask the technical team, the management team, and the executive committee of the National Football Association to put in everything that is required of them to ensure that we garner all the 6 points needed to cushion us enough. It's not reasonable. It doesn't sit well with us for a team like Comoros to be beating us back to back. I don't understand. Honorable Haruna Idrisu's steadfast team in Tamale can beat Comoros. Why not our national team? So they need to be serious with the kind of players. And look at this game time they have in Europe. Bournemouth, Semenyo, Sulemana in Southampton, Partey is a regular at Arsenal, and Jordan Ayew at Leicester, Kudus at West Ham. They are all top-class players, but when they come here, we don't see the commitment from them, and that is what hurts a lot of Ghanaians. So when you go to the dressing room and to give them some pep talk, talk to them. That if we invested so much in them, and since 1992, we haven't won any medal, apart from the bronze we got from Barcelona. So we wish them well, but we'll criticize them when they poorly perform. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Majority leadership. Yes. Can I give that to the Minister for Education?
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity and thank the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports for calling on the country to cheer up, and support the Black Stars. We need nothing but a win. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, it's disappointing that the Black Stars couldn't qualify for the 2025 AFCON. And the Black Stars, Mr. Speaker, have failed to win in their last 6 matches. That is not the Black Stars of Ghana. But there is something fundamentally wrong, and Minister, interference with the association football, there will be limitations. But you have to be firm. You have to be very, very firm in your dealings with it. At the local level, Mr. Speaker, officiating is poor, not the best at all. And the pitches, Mr. Speaker, let me share this with the Minister. Currently, I use Tamale Sports Stadium, Aliu Muhammad Sports Stadium as a venue for Karela. Even the field, it is not the state, not the National Sports Authority. We've had to fix it for our purposes in order to meet the minimum requirement of the GFA in order to use the pitch for purpose of our competitive football. So that's why I say that you have to have a lot of interest. The GFA, where are they spending their money on? You must raise those questions for every tournament.
Mr. Speaker, even just participating, you will marvel how much money Ghana will make from participating in a World Cup. The players even have personal benefits. In fact, the players who went to Qatar, a player who appeared only once went home with not less than $90,000 as his participating reward or benefit. Not to talk of how much the country got. If you fared better and you got to semi-finals and finals, the bigger the reward. So, Minister, we have no excuse against Chad. Our reputation in football have waned over the years because of the indiscipline. I'm happy you have shared with me that you want to activate school sports and school competitive football. That is where talents are. And Mr. Speaker, today, if you are sending players to Europe, they are now looking for 14, 15, 18 years. In fact, even for Premier League, one may want to advise that, is that where you belong? Because you get these age players at that level, but the value is in 15, 16, 17. Look at the academies and how much right to play is making. And we need, as Minister said, partnership. And you must get the private sector. I think that corporate entities, as part of their corporate social responsibility, must support football. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, it is a very profitable undertaking if you are successful even with just one player. One player. Mr. Speaker, one player. It's good to fight a December election today. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, we will bring the curtains down on statements. We will continue on item 8, which is still statement on the budget statement of and economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2025. So we continue with the comment, whether it is comment or debate. We are going to continue. And today we are going to take 10-10 as we did yesterday. 10-10 as we did yesterday, and we have the selected members here. So without much ado, let me invite Honorable Dominic Nitiu, who is the chairman, to take the floor. Honorable, you have 15 minutes. As a chairman, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for graciously giving me 15 minutes. And I would make good use of the 15 minutes. Mr. Speaker, let me say that this government will be in office for the next 4 years. And so it is in our interest as a state or as people, it's in our interest as people to make sure that they give the people of Ghana a good life. Because if they rule badly, we will all suffer. If they succeed, we all enjoy that success. So when people from this side talk, we are not chasing you. We are not criticizing you for the sake of criticism. But I do it for good intentions and nothing more, nothing less. If there's anybody chasing you, they are your promises you made to the people of Ghana. So don't turn your back and be looking at MPP. When you turn your back, you look at the promises you made to the people of Ghana. But Mr. Speaker, I want us to turn to page 144. That's where I'm going to begin from. Appendix 4A. Your expenditure allocations. That's where I want to look at. Yes, 144. Mr. Speaker, I worry about what I see there. When I do the general government services, then I'll come to the other allocations. Mr. Speaker, how will the government explain to the people of Ghana that on page 142, the Ministry of Labor, Jobs and Employment do not have any capital expenditure, what we call CAPEX allocation. It's zero. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, let me invite the first deputy speaker to assist me. So he will take the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will start again when he comes.
No, go on.
Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Sports and Recreation, that the minister came here to talk about how he would build stadia, how he would rehabilitate stadia. Mr. Speaker, and that is also captured on page, in fact, paragraph 664. And he says to promote sports development, the ministry will undertake the rehabilitation of the following stadia: Baba Yahar Sports Stadium Phase 2, Accra Sports Stadium, Esipon Sports Stadium Phase 1 and 2, and complete the Ebrim Sports Stadium Phase 3. But Mr. Speaker, on the same page 142, the Ministry of Sports and Recreation, they have no capex. They have no capex. They have no money. They have not been allocated money to do what they themselves said they were going to do in the budget. So who is the minister deceiving? So the sports facility must know that the government has not giving the minister any money to do any capex. All they do go and sit in the office and do goods and service. That's all. And the goods and service is just 17 million cedis. That's all. All the numerous stadia, all the numerous sports facility, they have not been allocated any budget, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, what worries the people of Ghana is on page 144. On page 144.
Honorable former minister, I recognize the majority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, when you read the budget, you have to read it holistically. You read it holistically. You don't take one piece and leave the other pieces. There is a 13 billion Ghana cedi allocation for big push. What is the big push for? The big push is for infrastructure. And infrastructure traverses sports, healthcare, industry, roads, education, and etc. So don't keep looking at the various budgets in isolation and forget that there is a huge allocation for infrastructure under the title of Big Push.
Mr. Speaker, that is the more reason why the Minister of Finance or the Deputy should have been here.
Floor.
Thank you. The Minister of Finance and the Deputy should have been here during the debate. Where are they? Where are they? But Mr. Speaker, all the major infrastructure ministries have capex. Even with what you are saying, they still have capex. So why is the Ministry of Sports Development and Recreation not having capex? Why is the Ministry of Labor, Jobs and Employment not having any capex? Why is the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment not having any capex? They will sit down, trust me, they will have nothing to do. They will just go and sit in the offices and take their... They will sit in the offices and take nothing else but salaries. But Mr. Speaker, we have not ended it. The worst part, Mr. Speaker, as I said, is on page 144. On page 144, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance and the government as a whole has allocated 3.7 billion Ghana cedi to what we call general government services. None of this, not a single project has been listed apart from what I'm going to read out into what we call general government services. If you really know what Ghana government services is, that is under the control of the Minister for Finance. It's really under his discretion. It's chopped up. So this is a budget that is padded to chop, nothing more, nothing less. Why will you starve the Minister of Youth and Sports or the Minister of Sports and Recreation and come and put, Mr. Speaker, judgment debt 661 million Ghana cedi with capex. Judgment debt will have capex. I've never seen a budget where judgment debt too will have capex. Judgment debt with capex. What are you going to build under judgment debt? Capex of 201 million Ghana cedi. Go to page 144. Mr. Majority Leader, where's the Minister for Finance? How can judgment debt have capex? What are you going to build? It's chop budget. Mr. Speaker, I remember I debated a similar budget in 2009. Here. I was then sitting at the back here as a backbencher debating. It's a similar thing that happened. The government then padded. This president was the vice president. They padded the judgment debt. And before we realized, we had Oyomi on our hands. I believe and I hope that this will not repeat itself again. Why are you padding the judgment debt? Why are you starving ministries and padding judgment debt? Why are you doing that? Mr. Speaker, land compensation. 200 million Ghana cedi for land compensation capex. Where did you find that from? Capex for land compensation to pay court, pay for land compensation. You are using capex. What are you going to build? Majority Leader, go back to cabinet and let them take out this 400 million out of it and send it to places where people will build. Today, you have not made any allocation for Agenda 111, but you are making allocation for capex on judgment debt, capex on land compensation. Why are you doing that? Why is the budget doing this? What sort of budget is this? Capex for land compensation, capex for judgment debt. Why are you doing this to Ghana? Parliament budget is 80 million compensation, but you have 200 million to put for judgment debt compensation. I'm not talking of judgment debt goods and service. I'm talking of compensation. I'm talking of capex for judgment debt. It's never happened in our budget before.
I recognize the majority leader.
Thank you.
Again. Majority Leader, you have the floor. Majority Leader, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, the government of Ghana has a ruling against it in relation to GPGC. And so we have decided that we will purchase the plant and pay them off. So we have to make provision in the judgment. It's capex. It's capex. It's capex. It's capital expenditure. It is capital expenditure. We are purchasing it. We are purchasing the plant. So it is capex. He doesn't understand. Now let's get to land. Mr. Speaker, the budget and economic policy has an ambitious program for agricultural expansion. An ambitious program for agricultural expansion. We import $2 billion of food. $2 billion worth of food, Mr. Speaker. So if we want to have large land banks for agriculture, we have to compensate, and that's capex. We have to acquire the land. How do you engage in large-scale commercial agriculture without large land holdings, without large land banks? So just so that you are well informed.
Mr. Speaker, nowhere in this budget has the state said that the state itself was going to engage in commercial farming. Nowhere in this budget. In fact, nowhere in the statement of Mr. President did the president ever say, neither did the agriculture minister ever say that the state itself was going to buy land and engage in commercial farming. Which company or who is going to handle that? What you said, Mr. Speaker, what you said was that you are going to assist farmers. You were going to assist smallholder farmers, but you are not going to buy the land yourself. This is, you have been caught. Go back to cabinet, reallocate the money, or Parliament has the power to reallocate these 200 million cedis somewhere that is useful. In fact, the Ministry of Health needs this money to complete Agenda 11 hospitals. La Hospital, that they allocated some 60 million, which cannot even pay the certificates. The La General Hospital cannot even pay the certificates that the contractor has raised. Add these 200 million to complete that hospital, so that when you and me, when we are sick, we can rush there. Mr. Speaker, Parliament itself, that is an arm of government, 80 million cedis compensation, capex. Are you happy? Majority leader, are you happy? That the entire arm of government, the other government services is taking 3.7 billion. That will be under the control of the Minister for Finance. If you know how budget works, and you know how the Minister of Finance works with that money, you will fight against it. You will not be happy that 3.7 billion is going to that. What are they going to use it for? Let them come and list to this house. Last year, you insisted that the other government services, they should come to this house and state point by point what they will use the money for. I want you to do same this year. I want you to be able to call the Minister for Finance, if you really care about Ghana, to come and state point by point what this 3.7 billion will be used for. Otherwise, please, let us all together put the budget aside until he does that. Otherwise, it's for chop-chop. Yes. Mr. Speaker, he keeps rising. I don't know why he's doing that.
Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the content of speeches is regulated in our standing orders. When you say that a budget is for chop-chop, and you are on national television, so are you saying all these years the MPP was in power, that this provision was being made in the national budget? It was for you to be chopping. Was that what you were doing? Is that what you were doing for the past 8 years? Then let's probe into the matter. Please, you can say that you don't think that it is a fair allocation, but don't criminalize anybody by saying it's for chop-chop, because you have no basis for that.
Mr. Speaker, I said that the Minister for Finance was tasked, and he provided to this Parliament item by item. He itemized what the money will be used for. And I said, if the minister does not do it, I'll conclude that's for chop-chop. That's what I said. The minister did it. So it couldn't have been chop-chop. And you are in charge. If you think it's chop-chop, go and audit it and bring the findings.
Honorable Native Wool, what is chop-chop?
Mr. Speaker, the sort of language that Ghanaians use, chop-chop is for create. In fact, it has been defined by a Supreme Court judge to create, loot, and share. That is chop-chop. You create it, you loot small, and then you chop what is there. That is chop-chop. But Mr. Speaker, I want to say that why does the majority leader keep interjecting me? He asked a question and I answered it, or you want to answer for me?
This is a house of records. When a former Minister for Defense and a former leader of this house makes such grave statements, and when he uses the expression chop-chop, and then you are asked to explain, then you make reference to a Supreme Court decision regarding the definition of criminality. Indirectly, you are telling the Ghanaian public that that budgetary allocation has been set aside for criminal purposes. And that's why I'm saying that this is not something that a leader of the House or a former leader should be saying. It's just not right. Please, you have to withdraw that. Because the Speaker has asked you to explain what chop-chop means. Because it's not an ordinary word that we are used to. But your explanation clearly criminalizes the minister who has brought the budget proposal. And I think you should withdraw because you have no basis for that. Otherwise, you are inviting this House. Otherwise, you are inviting this House to go and audit all the 8 years during which you were in office and such allocations were being made.
Honorable Niti will be guided by Standing Order 1, 2, 3, content of a speech, particularly the 2A.
To have understood what I said by himself, he's not even listening to me. I did say, let me repeat for the emphasis, let me repeat. I did say that this particular allocation, last year, for example, and the years before, you can ask Honorable Koko Kwatin. He insisted, when he was chairman for Finance Committee, that the minister should itemize item by item. Otherwise, the appropriation will not be passed. And the minister did. All I say to you is that the Minister of Finance should do same to the 3.7 billion. A few of the items have been itemized, but the majority not. That's all I said to you. Otherwise, this is what people will say. And that's what I will also say. But Mr. Speaker, I move to the next thing I want to talk about. I think one of the grievous problems facing this nation today is insecurity. The government inherited the second most peaceful nation in Africa. Yes. And insecurity is eating up the people of Ghana. Everywhere. Armed robbery is going up. And worst of all, Galamsey has created serious insecurity into this country. In fact, my brother Abu Jinapon made a comment yesterday, and I want to repeat, that most of our forest belts, unlike, unfortunately, the minister came to tell us something that I don't believe is true, has been taken over by illegal miners who are even threatening. I did hear an illegal miner threaten the minister that if they are bringing forest guards, is it marine blue guards or is it marine water guards? They'll be waiting for them because they know, is it blue what? Blue ocean. Blue ocean or something. Some blue ocean or is it blue Pacific or Atlantic or something. But,
Honorable Minister, conclude.
But Mr. Speaker, I want to just caution the minister that be careful what you send. Because the questions are, will those boys be armed or not? If they are not armed, how are you going to tackle them who are going to face illegal miners who are armed? He should be careful what he's doing. Otherwise, we may be having a bigger problem down the line on our arms. But Mr. Speaker, just to conclude and to thank you, to say that this House has the right and has the duty to look at this budget critically. And areas, we cannot increase any allocation, but we can vary allocations. I think, and let me repeat, the allocation on CAPEX for land compensation
Minister, the indication is that your time is up.
Land compensation and judgment that we should reallocate it to ministries
Honorable
to help
Minister,
you and me in our constituencies.
your time
allocate
is
it to the
up.
road minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I proceed to give the floor to Honorable Felix Kwachi Ofosu.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me this opportunity to contribute to the budget debate. Mr. Speaker, the budget delivered by the minister responsible for finance proved beyond reasonable doubt that for 8 years, our friends on the other side committed economic atrocities against the people of Ghana. Among these was a flagrant waste of scarce resources belonging to the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, among the signs of waste was the incurring of needless judgment debts, which now compel the government of Ghana to set aside monies to resolve, lest our properties be attached in various places around the globe. So I am surprised that after incurring needless judgment debts, our opponents will purport to lament about judgment days. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kwachi Ofosu. I recognize Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, the minister responsible for government communication, he uses certain words, needless, wasteful. He's inviting us to debate and needless and economic atrocities. He's inviting us to debate, and what he's saying, Mr. Speaker, he should be guided by 125. Mr. Speaker, he cannot say that, Mr. Speaker, he can't. So, Mr. Speaker, he should be guided. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether because his ministry have been given 78 million and Parliament have been given 80, that is why he's behaving that way. Please, the whole institution Parliament have been given 80. You have been given 78. Is that the reason why you are behaving that way? So stop using certain words.
Honorable Ofosu, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I need to remind my colleagues on the other side that this is a debate. So the deputy, I have been called to debate. I have been asked to make a statement, to comment on the statement. Mr. Speaker, I'm commenting on the budget statement.
Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, order. Honorable members, Honorable Afriye, order.
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Whip was pleading with you yesterday and pleading with all the speakers who presided to allow us to debate. He was pleading and said that the rules should be relaxed so that even as we comment, we can actually engage in debate. Mr. Speaker, nobody opposed. And I think that you have indulged us by allowing us to run commentaries that sound like debates.
Honorable Felix Ofosu Kwachi, you have
Thank
the
you
floor.
very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the finance minister provided compelling evidence of the mismanagement of the Ghanaian economy. He put out indices that show that we inherited an economy in total disarray. So saying so does not elicit any controversy. Mr. Speaker, because our colleagues on the other side know that the finance minister has provided evidence of mismanagement of the economy in the 8 years that they were in power, they have begun to wage a campaign of disinformation with a view to demonizing this budget. Mr. Speaker, many speakers on their side have made claims that are untrue about allocations in this budget made to the Office of the President and Office of Government Machinery. Mr. Speaker, I happen to speak for that office, and therefore I am in a position to correct all the distortions and misinformation that they put out. Mr. Speaker, 3 claims have been made. They have said that 2.7 billion Ghana cedis has been allocated to the Office of the President, and that this is far more than what was allocated to the same office in 2024. Because of that, there is some wrongdoing. They have also claimed that 78 million Ghana cedis has been allocated to my office. And finally, they have also claimed that 50 million Ghana cedis has been allocated to the Office of the President for research. Mr. Speaker, none of these claims are true, and I will provide evidence. When we speak about the Office of the President, it is made up of 6 units. It is made up of the General Administration, the Office of the Chief of Staff, the Vice President Secretariat, Cabinet Secretariat, Press Secretariat, Policy Coordination and Delivery Units. In addition to this, Mr. Speaker, there are 24 different agencies that add up to these 6 to make up 30 different agencies, which constitute what we call the Office of Government Machinery. They have claimed that under them there were only 8 agencies. Mr. Speaker, that is not true. There were 23. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the budget on page 151, an amount of 2.711 billion Ghana cedis has been allocated for compensation. Mr. Speaker, compensation simply means wages and salaries paid to government workers. Mr. Speaker, when they were in power, the 23 agencies under the Office of Government Machinery had a total of 1,200 workers. 336 of these were political appointees. Mr. Speaker, since January 2025, President Mahama, through an executive instrument, has collapsed 7 ministries. 2 of these collapsed ministries have had a total of 7 agencies moved to the Office of Government Machinery. Mr. Speaker, these agencies alone have contributed 11,657 civil servants who are going to be paid through the Comptroller and Accountant General. So it is not true that President Mahama has been given 2.7 billion Ghana cedis to squander. Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, the budget of the Office of the President or Office of Government Machinery, when you look at goods and services and capital expenditure, has been cut by 419 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, the Office of Government Machinery, which had 1,200 employees, was allocated 1.536 billion Ghana cedis for goods and services and capital expenditure. Now, the same entity has 11,657 civil servants and has been allocated only 1.17 billion Ghana cedis for goods and services and capital expenditure, which is a cut of 419 million Ghana cedis. So it is not true that more has been given to the Office of the President. Mr. Speaker, it is also false for anybody to say, and this is a house of records, so I wish to place it on record, that my office has not been given 78 million Ghana cedis. There are 3 agencies that I superintend, namely the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, the Information Service Department, and the Ghana News Agency. These 3 agencies alone have 2,537 civil servants. And it is these civil servants who have been allocated 78 million Ghana cedis in both goods and services. Mr. Speaker, it is woefully inadequate for them because the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation alone needs 36 million Ghana cedis to establish a presence in the 6 regions that they created. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation alone needs 37 million Ghana cedis to establish a presence in the 6 regions that they created. And yet, all 3 agencies are sharing 78 million Ghana cedis. So it is a complete untruth for anybody to say that I have been allocated 78 million Ghana cedis. It is also untrue that when they were in power, the Ministry of Information was given 10 million. The Ministry of Information in 2024, if you look at the Appendix A of the 2024 budget, was given 262 million Ghana cedis. Not 10 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you, when you come to government information management machinery, when they were in power, there was a whole ministry that had a minister, a deputy, and 76 directors and employees to manage government information. Mr. Speaker, in addition to this, when you came to the presidency under the Akufo-Addo Bawumia government, they had a total of 28 people managing the presidency's communications. As I speak to you, there are only 7 of us managing the presidency's communications and the entire government communications. Mr. Speaker, when they were in power, they had, at the presidency alone, they had 4 directors of communications. They had 5 deputy directors of communications. They had 2 communication specialists. They had 3 communication officers. They had 5 technical communications assistants. They had a media aide. They had a multimedia manager. They had an assistant media liaison officer. They had a communications consultant. They had a presidential advisor on media who herself had a technical advisor to the presidential advisor. Mr. Speaker, in addition to this, they had a spokesperson on infrastructure. They had a spokesperson on governance and security. They had a spokesperson on the economy. So 28 people managed communications.
Let me recognize.
Now,
are you rising?
Yeah.
Are you rising under order 122?
Mr. Speaker, shall we put in context that what we are doing here now is debating principles. We are not debating estimates. For the sake of the first timers, we are not debating estimates. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Afriye.
It's only a caution.
Honorable.
And may we set a precedent.
Honorable
that
Afriye.
will conflict us.
Honorable Afriye, are you?
Thank you.
I think you are out of order. Yes, Honorable Habib.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister responsible for government communication is misleading the House. Parliament is a house of record. The number of presidential staffers he referred to was tabled before Parliament on the previous administration. The one he's referring to at the moment, on what basis is he? Is there any document before Parliament that he has to refer to into the number of presidential staffers?
Habib.
There is none.
Honorable
Speaker,
Habib.
they have more.
Honorable Habib.
And if he doesn't have...
Honorable Leader, he mentioned a figure. What is the correct figure?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Parliament have not received any formal communication from the presidency on the number of presidential staffers. In fact, you are still appointing more presidential staffers. So you cannot conclude to tell us that the number you are giving is the conclusion until there is a formal communication from the presidency informing Parliament on the number of presidential staffers.
What is the correct figure?
So why is you are saying you are misleading us?
What is the correct number? If it's misleading the House, what is the correct number?
Mr. Speaker, I'm referring to something very important, even though you are asking me this question. And I'm saying that at any given time, the presidency provides to Parliament the number of staffers. This government have not. And for that matter, there's no official record on that. And you cannot sit here and mislead us unless he has a copy to show that this is the number of presidential staffers. Or else he must withdraw. He must withdraw that.
Honorable Leader, I think the principle is that we start from the known to prove the unknown. So once you do not have the figure, I don't see the basis of your point of order. Honorable Felix Oposu-Kwakye, continue.
Mr. Speaker, the law requires the presidency to submit a list of people working at the office of the president. It is made up of only 6 units, and that will come in due course. I have given you the reason why the compensation budget is what it is in the budget. It is you who went out there to misinform people in order to seek false equivalence. On this floor, you have put out figures that are false. I have put out accurate figures so that it goes on the record. Mr. Speaker, I was making the point that President Mahama is making savings. And one of the ways that he thinks he can do it is by cutting down the numbers. The entire government communication machinery, as we speak, led by myself, is made up of 7 people. In their time, they had 106 people. 78 of them at the Information Ministry, and 28 of them at the Presidency. Mr. Speaker, it is trite knowledge that if in the past you had 106 people, and today you have 7 people, you will make savings. Mr. Speaker, let me also place on record Let me also place on record that President Mahama has not appointed 100 staffers. President Mahama has appointed 27 staffers and 3 directors. When they were in power, there were 336 political appointees at the office of the president. Therefore, as we speak, it is a reduction of 306. President Mahama has said that at some point we will recruit supporting staff, but it will come nowhere near the legion of people that they appointed. So when anybody gets up on this floor and attempts to score political points by saying that we have given 51 million Ghana cedis for the National Women's Development Bank and giving 78 million cedis to my office, it is a palpable falsehood. Mr. Speaker, I invite you to my office anytime you are at the Flagstaff House, and you will see that I do not need 70 million Ghana cedis for any capital expenditure. I don't need 8 million for goods and services. Those monies, the monies are for the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, the Ghana News Agency, and the Information Service Department, made up of 2,537 civil servants. Mr. Speaker, I must also stress that this is a government that cares about the people of Ghana. For that reason, a total of 44 billion Ghana cedis has been allocated to various programs contained in the 120-day social contract that President Mahama signed with the people of Ghana. 13.85 billion Ghana cedis has been allocated for Big Push. 499.8 million has been allocated for the no academic fee policy. 292.4 million is going to the distribution of free sanitary towels. 242.5 million is going to the victims of the Akosomo Dam disaster. 200 million Ghana cedis will go to victims of the recent tidal wave disaster in the Volta region. 3.5 billion Ghana cedis, which is the single largest allocation, is being given to the free SHS program. 564.6 million Ghana cedis has been allocated to the provision of free curricular-based textbooks.
Hold it.
So, Mr. Speaker, let it be known that,
Honorable, okay. I recognize Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, with respect to you, Mr. Speaker, when the former Minister for Defense was speaking, the front bench, when they had issues under Order 122, you give them the audience and guide them under Order 125. Mr. Speaker, the minister responsible for government communication, he said that if anybody is on this floor saying or have said that 51 million has been allocated to, no, not to him, for Women's Bank, and then 78 million has been allocated to him, then that is wrong. Mr. Speaker, it is in the budget that the minister presented it here and said 51 million for the Women's Bank and 78 million to your ministry. So don't mislead us. So when you say that nobody should say that, it is wrong. So you cannot mislead us. You cannot mislead us by saying that the minister, no. Mr. Speaker, it is on record that the minister who is here, responsible for finance, said that 51 million have been allocated for the Women's Bank and 78 million have been allocated to your ministry. It's in the budget. It's in the budget. But you see, when the finance minister is justifying that the institution, parliament you belong to, Mr. Finance Minister, you have allocated only 80 million. There's no goods and services for parliament. And yet you have given 78 million to him.
So, Honorable Habib, what then is the point of order? Understanding Order 122.
Mr. Speaker, my point of order is that the minister shouldn't say that nobody should say 51 million was allocated for women's development, Women's Bank, and 78 allocated to him. And he was trying to justify it by saying GBC and rest. The most important thing is that it's allocated to your ministry. So it is a statement of fact.
Honorable Habib, Honorable Habib, what he said, is it a factual statement?
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Felix
Mr. Speaker, members of the
you have
minority,
floor.
yesterday, precisely Honorable Kojo Opon Kroma and Honorable Gideon Boakon have gone on several platforms to attempt to create hate for my person by deliberately misleading the Ghanaian public and misinforming them that 78 million Ghana cedis has been allocated to me. In fact, in some instances, they add my deputy Shamima. Mr. Speaker, I have to put it on record in this house that that information is false. It is true. It is true that 51 million Ghana cedis has gone to the Women's Development Bank as seed money. But 78 million Ghana cedis has not been allocated to me. It has been allocated to 3 agencies who I should pretend as Minister for Government Communications. That is what it is. And therefore, they should admit that they deliberately sought to mislead the Ghanaian public and they have been exposed. Mr. Speaker, it is mere propaganda which I have exposed.
Conclude.
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I want the people of Ghana to appreciate that President Mahama has done more to save money for this country than his predecessor. Mr. Speaker, only 2 weeks ago,
up.
Mr. Speaker, final point.
Your time is up.
Final point. In conclusion, let them not seek false equivalence. They committed economic atrocities against the people of Ghana. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, it's now. Honourable members, the 15 minutes is up. I have a timekeeper who is taking into consideration the interjections. So once I am informed that you have 1 minute more, I base it on that time to advise you to conclude. So, honourable members, that is the situation regarding the time. I take inspiration from the table office. Honourable members, it's now the turn of Honourable Dr. Afriye. Ranking member, you have 15 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much. And I'll make my comments, but I still stand by the position that the principles is principles. And debate on estimates gives opportunity for you to have the state agencies to bring records and interrogate them. If we mix estimates with principles, here comes the position of standing of others. Somebody will say 51, somebody will say 40, somebody will say 30. It is when you are coming before the committee that you come with your agencies to justify your positions on your allocation, and all documents are needed. But if we jump ahead and bring estimates debates here, there will always be a house like this misleading the public and don't have agencies to even justify. You'll be surprised. The 51 million or the 78 million allocated to you, come with your agencies, they will justify themselves and nobody will have a reason to come and debate this year. Why are we debating estimates ahead of principles? Why are we debating estimates ahead of principles? Are we teaching? Are we sending the right signal, Mr. Speaker? Please, table office, take note of the time. Table office, may you take note of the time. I'm only trying to put on records so that the first timers would get to know and we don't confuse you. When we are debating principles, we must stay within the rank of principles. And Mr. Speaker, as I speak, I come on page 71. And I'll keep speaking. I come on 71.
Majority Leader, are you up under order 122?
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, the order is very, very clear. The order says that you should not compare NITU to first-timers. Don't compare NITU to first-timers.
And in instances, they bring additional documents. We are here talking about additional documents when we don't have opportunity to meet these agencies. And I stand by this position. And I want this Hazard department to capture my position clearly. And my arguments, I stand by it. Mr. Speaker, on page 71 of the budget, the Minister of Finance stated that he's going to bring the Realignment Act to amend it. And for that matter, all allocations to get fund will be given it. Now, inconsistently, the Minister of Finance also comes to item 384 and states that, Mr. Speaker, we have uncapped. Now, the language in 377 is, consequently, the Capital and Realignment Act will be amended to uncap Ghana Education Trust Fund and amend the Get Fund Act to provide full funding. Now, inconsistently, on item 384, Mr. Speaker, paragraph 384, Mr. Speaker, we have uncapped the NHIA levy. An amount of 9.3 billion has been programmed. Mr. Speaker, we are not aware of any amendment in this House that is uncapping this. So you cannot, until an amendment is made, you cannot state here that it has been uncapped. Mr. Speaker, he did a writing on 377 to say that he's going to seek an amendment. And over here, he said he has uncapped. Mr. Speaker, I stand to say that the language here, 9.93 billion, is not the uncapped amount. In fact, we anticipated 11 billion. And until an amendment is made that involves the NHIA fund, there is no way the promise of the NDC government, as in fully making funds available by uncapping, would make any meaning or any sense as far as this figure is concerned. We are waiting for that amendment, and that amount of money must be fully made available for us to understand, because the linguists vary. Mr. Speaker, as I move on and doubt the allocation of funds from the head fund to the NHIA, what I also bring on board is the politicization of healthcare. Any patient who comes to me in the hospital cares not about my political color. Never did I ask my patients where you come from. Any staff who work with me, regardless of your political standing, you don't even care about them. Just do your work and go. Mr. Speaker, if you are going to call a medical trust fund Mahamake, this is dead on arrival. Mr. Speaker, may you take a cue from the US. You use Obamacare, Trump come, and he took it apart. And that was it. So, if you want to have a policy to stay, come clean on the policy. And now may I go into the policy? Mr. Speaker, you're talking about Ghana Medical Care Trust. And then when you go to pages 110, it says that the Medical Trust Fund will go into taking non-communicable diseases and the rest of them. Mr. Speaker, I'm here to see the kind of stakeholder sessions they will do to guide them. Yes, I have thought that President Mahama is a moderate person, and we would be in the context of health. Without politics, we are here as a mighty minority to support you, to succeed. But Mr. Speaker, you cannot have a medical trust fund that is going to duplicate the existing institutional structures, their roles, and their allocation. We have departments of non-communicable diseases. So if you are going to say, this is going to take care of lymphomas, it's going to take care of cancers, kidney, and all those things on non-communicable diseases, Mr. Speaker, it is not realistic. We have programs over there, we have directorates over there, we have units over there, and they are responsible for them. If you fully uncap the NHIF like the way the MPP also promised, and you have done, we don't have a reason to say because we did not come to power, we'll pull you down. We are going to support you. Just make the funds available to the institutions, and they will run it very well. You don't need a trust If this goes on, you will duplicate, there will be fraud. Somebody will do it for the order, and somebody will go and take the money for the order. What I propose to them, free for a successful trust, because I'm a Ghanaian, and I'm there to make sure we all succeed, is there must be a trust. If there is a trust, the trust should look at financing. It must look at financing. Mr. Speaker, if you talk about financing, the USAID is going, Gavi is leaving. You are going to be, by the next 3 years, fully responsible for your vaccines. So a certain trust can look into the future, looking at funds to take care of this. Now, infrastructure, maintenance, Agenda 111, ABFA allocation. But if you are coming with the trust, where you are defining the trust here in your language, you limit the trust to, Mr. Speaker, the ministry will prioritize the establishment of the Ghana Medical Trust to support the cost of treatment of cervical, breast, prostate, childhood cancers, hypertension. Mr. Speaker, my class. This is indicated already in the NHIA benefit package. It is in this house that we approved 57 million, and that was an overall estimated cost of care for kidney-related cases. Not only even for those people in renal failure, chronic renal failure, kidney-related cases. So if you come and put that budget here in January for us to deal with it, and you come 3 months down the line, and you are asking us that a certain trust will take care of this, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that you are diagnosing a situation and prescribing wrongly. This is a wrong prescription. And if the trust will look at subspecialty, who says that a trust by NDC for us to support us Ghanaians is bad? It is innovation. Government is continuous. So if NDC has seen a vacuum and see that indeed we need to have a trust that will finance vaccines, take care of donors pulling out, take care of subspecialty training, which of course we don't have funds, take care of certain areas which is not there, health infrastructure, we must support them. But taking care of things that are already indicated in the NHIA, we cannot support this. We cannot support this. And it is not good for us to go that tangent. Mr. Speaker, in the same vein, I come to ambulances. You come to paragraph 676. Mr. Speaker, 294 ambulances stations were fully functional, and 16 regional dispatch centers were established nationwide, enabling swift allocation. Mr. Speaker, there was this contentious issues during the elections that ambulance spare parts had gone to the former president's relative and co. Mr. Speaker, we took the opportunity after elections for me to go into it because I couldn't speak about it. I always shy away from the media because I didn't understand it. Mr. Speaker, the ambulance service had made it clear that they have written to the Ministry of Health that the vendor has supplied everything and has brought all the parts and must be paid. The fact that a vendor employs somebody who had a child 18 years ago with the former president's daughter, how does it affect the role of a businessman to do his job? When he has delivered, you are moving on a slippery slope, on the path of judgment death, and you may have to learn. You may have to learn. Yes, you will say family and friends. If somebody had a child with your family person 18 years ago and you have nothing to do with the person, a businessman have a right to employ that person. You need to be educated. That was politics. That was politics. But over here now, Mr. Speaker, ambulances, we are expecting a socialist inclined government like yours to add more ambulances to take care of parts. Mr. Speaker, you are telling us that they are running very well and they are running on parts. And all this have been maintained, yet the vendor is not being taken care of for the sake of politics. Mr. Speaker, you must learn something that if you always see things in politics, it does not work. Mr. Speaker, may I also go in one tangent? Look at this budget. It says over here, Formina is completed. Kumewu completed. These were NDC projects that were continued. The beauty of MPP's thinking, we always continue projects that NDC leaves. Whenever NDC comes, they are unable to continue. They abandon them. Mr. Speaker, they abandon them and have a reason to say so. They did so to Irojet projects. The Irojet projects in Wa, it was left until Akufo-Addo came. They did so also to Afari Military Hospital. It was supposed to be in Kumasi. They tried to move it to Accra. They tried to take it to the north. Eventually, after 3-4 years, it came back to Kumasi. And you are supposed to commission it because very soon they need power over there. And when the power goes to the site, it's fully well. You are supposed to see to it. That's the beauty of it. Continue it. The people of Ghana don't care about your MPP, NDC. All they care about is their healthcare and their lifestyle. Must change. So continue it. Over politicization is not good. It's dangerous for healthcare. Mr. Speaker, they left Dodowa, UGMC, Rich. We gave them full budget. We operationalized it. It was under NDC. We continued it. Have you seen over here? You have stated that in the Upper East, the commissioning of the original hospitals. Mr. Speaker, they have acknowledged that in Upper East, there was commissioning of the construction of the Upper East Regional Hospital.
Honourable Member,
MPP
conclude.
does not do things in strongholds. We don't do. In fact, in the Upper East, we lost all the seats. But look at a current government, which made allocation for a hospital there. We don't have to do health care in the spectacle of politics, and that is dangerous. Mr. Speaker, I would want to also say that the enrollment of the NHIA has been good. In 2016, there were 7.5 million people. As of last year, it was 18.6 million. And that is very good. We look forward for the new regime to continue to add the vulnerable and add more people to the bracket and make a lot of funds available for them for their health care. And that will be good for us. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I end by saying primary health care is already free. So stating in the budget that free primary health care is not acceptable. Mr. Speaker, I want the minister to take note.
Honourable Afriye.
In sitting down, in conclusion.
Honourable.
All right, go ahead.
Ntoso.
I want to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of correction. The Honourable said we didn't continue with the Afari project. I want to tell you that by the time we left office in 2017, the project was 65 to 70% complete. The defense minister is here. He appeared before the Committee of Defense and Interior Committee a number of times promising that the project will be completed and operationalized. For 8 good years, he couldn't complete the project. So if you're saying that NDC didn't continue with the project, that is not true.
Thank you. Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, at no point in my 8 years as Minister for Defense
Honourable Member, you know the rule.
It's misleading
the first thing is for you to catch the eye of the Speaker.
Oh, Mr. Speaker.
Then you can be given the floor to speak. I never did. Honourable Afriye, you have the floor.
May I reiterate to Reverend, my friend on the other side. I said the project was supposed to be in Kumasi. You wanted to send it to Accra. Then later to the north, eventually came to Kumasi. 3 years. That's what I said. Check your records. Check your records. Check your records.
Mr. Speaker, your time is up.
In conclusion, I said that Act 852, Section 25, says that the minister would have to report the NHIA funds inflow. What we are ending up is that if you tell a lie, it will be exposed. We are expecting the minister that this year, they will bring the report and we'll get to know what actually came in the fund.
Honourable Member, it's now the turn of Honourable John Jinapo.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, as Member of Parliament for the Yape Kosogo constituency, I know for sure that the Eurojet hospital projects, President Mahama played a significant role, got parliamentary approval, the land and everything was secured under President Mahama. And so please, this narrative that the NDC abandoned that Eurojet project is completely false and untrue. Facts are facts, facts are sacrosanct. It's as simple as that. Secondly, Honorable Nitiwul, you talked about CAPEX and judgment debt. And probably that's why some people said you should wait and listen to the details. There's a GPGC contract judgment debt that your administration incurred because the then minister unilaterally decided to abrogate that contract without following due process. That contract went to the International Court of Arbitration and Ghana government lost. We are to incur a judgment debt of $170 million US. This government, being rational as it is, has decided to engage GPGC so that we can buy the plant off and pay them, so that that plant becomes the property of the Republic of Ghana. And so when you are paying a judgment debt and you want to buy the plant is multi-year, and CAPEX has to do with expenditure that gives you a benefit of more than 1 year. Goods and services are consumed within 1 year. And so when you are buying a plant and a judgment debt that has a lifespan of 25 years, you only capture that as CAPEX. You only capture that as CAPEX. So please, don't misunderstand what you see there and assume that because you see judgment debt under CAPEX, it simply means that you just be paying for the judgment. We want to buy the plant, own the plant, run it, and inject power into the national grid. So this is as simple as that. This is as simple as that. Mr. Speaker, this administration has inherited an economy that is on a downward spiral.
Honorable John Jinapo, let me recognize Honorable Nitiwul.
Mr. Speaker, the honorable member has misled the House on 2 occasions, and it will not be good for me not to point out to you and the House. First of all, the 9 Eurojet projects, all the parliamentary procedures and parliamentary approvals were done in 2008 under President Kufuor. Not under President Mahama, neither under President Mills. Mr. Speaker, the project got stalled for 6 years. Absolutely. In 2014, before they started, especially the military one. So 6 years, we kept the project down for 6 years because they were changing sites. They changed from Kumasi to Tamale, back to 37, back to Sofo Line, and back to Afari. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member is correcting and giving us information, which he's right, to say that they are going to pay for the plant. That's the decision of the government. It's a good thing, and I don't think that we should argue with it. But to say that capital expenditure is because it's multi-year, no, that is not it. To say that it is captured under capital expenditure because it's multi-year, capital expenditure is capital expenditure. I can award a contract today and finish it before December. It's still capital expenditure. If I'm going to build a house, no. If you are going to do multi-year, then you will need what we call commencement certificate from the Minister of Finance, because you are going to spend a budget that has not yet been awarded to you. All you need to explain is what you have done in the first part. So we'll leave it at that. We are waiting for the estimates to come, and then we'll deal with the rest of the matters. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I think my good friend is completely misunderstanding the issues. When we say capital expenditure, it doesn't mean that you spend the money more than 1 year. No. I said the economic benefit, the benefit is more than 1 year. With goods and services, you consume it in 1 year. Those were the words I used. I said consumption. So if you buy paper, the normal trend is that you consume the paper in 1 year. So it is termed as goods and services. But when you buy a car, you build a house, even if you finish paying in 1 year, because you would consume it in terms of its economic benefit, because it is multi-year, it is termed as what? Capital expenditure. Simple. Simple. Mr. Speaker, if you read the budget and you go to page 96, it tells you the true state of the Ghanaian economy. Interest rates, if you look at what this government targeted, they wanted a budget deficit of 3% or below. By the end of the year, the budget deficit had shot up to 5.2%. Inflation, their target was 5%. By the time they left office, inflation did not even achieve a single digit. It was about 23%. Exchange rate, they wanted plus or minus 10%. By the time they left office, it had reached 19.2%. Mr. Speaker, the good news, however, is that in just 3 months, under the able leadership of the venerable finance minister, the Honorable Kasiel Atufosin, Doctor, PhD, who has demonstrated tenacity, intelligence, vigor, a sense of responsibility, the interest rates have started coming down in an astronomical manner. Mr. Speaker, the cedi has regained resilience. And today, the cedi is looking into the dollar, eyeball to eyeball, shoulder to shoulder, and even attempting to shoulder off the dollar as I speak. Mr. Speaker, inflation is coming down as we speak. Mr. Speaker, in fact, in simple parlance, inflation has taken a nosedive. It's on a downward decline. Mr. Speaker, business confidence is at an all-time high. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Jinapo. Strictly under Order 122.
Mr. Speaker, the minister responsible for energy is misleading the House when he says that the dollar to the cedi is now shoulder to shoulder. Mr. Speaker, the $1 to the cedi is 15.50. Is that 15.50? Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether that is shoulder to shoulder. And if what the minister is saying is not true, for that matter, you should withdraw that. The dollar to the cedi is not shoulder to shoulder. So withdraw that.
Honorable Minister, continue.
Mr. Speaker, the facts speak for themselves. But clearly, under this administration, the economy is rebounding. The exchange rate is showing resilience and strength because you left an exchange rate at 19.2%. It's in the budget. Please. Exchange rate, 19.2%. 19.2% depreciation. I'm speaking economics. I said the exchange rate in terms of depreciation, 19. But even if you say 19, what currency? I haven't even mentioned any currency. So what is the issue? I didn't mention dollar. I didn't mention euro. So where is the debate? And I'm talking percentage. Don't run away.
Please address the chair.
Mr. Speaker, there's been some debate going on, and I heard the finance minister himself make this statement. Mr. Speaker, I want to put the records here. Mr. Speaker, they said that they kept the lights on and there was no load shedding. Mr. Speaker, I'll tender this in. This is official record from Gridco, dated, Mr. Speaker, March 18th, 2025. 2024 daily coincidence of load shedding. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, January, load shedding went as far as 389 megawatts. February, 478 megawatts. March, 734 megawatts. April, 354 megawatts. May, 516 megawatts. June, 334 megawatts. August, 257 megawatts. September, 480 megawatts. October, 400 megawatts. November, 507 megawatts. December, their very last month, December, 720 megawatts. This is what you handed to us. But Mr. Speaker, I will table this and tender it in as evidence, as part of the records, and I would wish that the Hansard Department will capture
Minister,
this in detail and in total.
Honourable Minister, please do.
With your permission, I bow and I tender the evidence. But Mr. Speaker, having tendered this in, I have printed 275 copies of this. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, every PG hole shall be sufficiently served. Mr. Speaker, as if that is not enough, I have another document that I intend to, Mr. Speaker, all of us witnessed load shedding. If there was no load shedding, the minister wouldn't tell us to go and publish our own timetable. If there was no load shedding, your minister will not tell us that we should go and publish our own timetable. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that this economy is back on track. It is obvious that we are doing the right things. Mr. Speaker, I was in Kumasi just 2 days ago. For months, the people of Kumasi had erratic power supply. Mr. Speaker, I was in Kumasi under the instruction of His Excellency President Mahama to commission a 145 MVA bulk supply point, which replaces the old transformer, which is a 66 MVA transformer. And so the people of Kumasi have good news for you. Your power will be stable, the supply will be adequate, and we are determined to hold the system and ensure that we deliver on our mandate. Mr. Speaker, in this quarter alone, fuel prices have gone down by 3 times. Not once, not twice, 3 consecutive times. Mr. Speaker, it is true that crude Mr. Speaker, the heckling is just too much. Mr. Speaker, I think you should come to my aid. Mr. Speaker, like the saying goes, truth hurts. And so I can see my good friend trying to bolt away. But whether you bolt away or you abscond, the truth will be said and it will be stated on this floor. Mr. Speaker, crude oil production has declined by 32%. The major oil companies are leaving. And so we are working around the clock to turn the petroleum sector and increase production. When we assumed office, WAPCO had put some constraint on the pipeline, and we could only evacuate 55 SCF. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to announce that by the kind courtesy of the Minister of Finance, we've paid WAPCO $10 million and the pipeline has been opened. And so we can push through 90 SCF of gas to the east. Mr. Speaker, I also note that NGAS had threatened to shut down completely the supply of gas. Also by kind courtesy, the Minister of Finance, we've paid $35 million and now they are supplying 100 SCF of gas for power consumption. When it comes to universal access to electricity, during our last 8 years, we increased access by 30%. This government, in their 8 years, increased access by less than 8%. So we did 30, they have done less than 8. We are determined to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that we achieve universal access to electricity by the year 2030, and we are determined to do that. Mr. Speaker, we are talking of the Renewable Energy and Investment Fund. The drive now is to move into what you call the energy transition. And Mr. Speaker, in about 10 years, whether we like it or not, we are going to see a lot of electric vehicles in this country. because we depend on so much second-hand cars. But our European counterparts, our American counterparts, they are moving towards EV vehicles. And so we want to be ahead of the curve. And so, Mr. Speaker, what we are going to do is to convert most of our filling stations and take some space and put in place charging stations. And today, with technology, in just 5 minutes to 10 minutes, you can charge your car and continue to move. We are also going to deploy, you don't know, BYD, the Chinese company, has come up with a new technology. That new technology, in 5 minutes, your car is fully charged. I am the Minister of Energy and Green Transition. And so when I speak on authority. I'm not a businessman. I'm the minister. So please listen to me. Mr. Speaker, we are also going to deploy solar street lights. What we want to do is to take most of the street lights off the grid. When we succeed in doing that, it deals with our peak demand, because the peak demand is always in the night. It also deals with capacity charge. And for me, that will really, really help us as far as this country's energy drive is concerned. We are working with the Ministry of Energy to put a lot of institutions in the education sector, such as schools, on solar panels. Most of these schools, what they require is lighting and maybe fan. So if we can do a lot of the rooftops, what it means is that we'll be taking them off the grid
Honorable
and
Minister,
we'll reduce
conclude.
the burden. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, what I can say is that this economy is back in the safe hands. I can say that under President Mahama, this economy would go from positive to positive. And Mr. Speaker, like Honorable Nitiwo said, we are in March and we have 4 years. So I'm convinced that 4 years from today, which will be the year after the next election, this very government will be in government and will be on this side of the House. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honourable members, I direct that the document tabled entitled 2024 Daily Coincidence Load Shedding on the letterhead of Gridco dated March 18, 2025 should form part of the record. Honourable members, it's now the turn of Honourable Sami Awuku.
Right Honourable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to comment, contribute, and forcefully make a point on President Mahama's budget statement and economic policy. Mr. Speaker, I would like to turn my attention more to page 9, where I realize the Honourable Minister for Energy and Green Transition
10 minutes.
Selectively cited figures that favors his government. But one thing that will be clear at the end of the day is that we are comparing records and also looking forward to an approach that will enhance our democracy and give our people hope. The criteria set by the ECOWAS community to enable the ECOWAS community come to a firm conclusion and realization of launching a common currency. That's what they call the convergence criteria. It's what I believe that my colleague also tried citing and selecting some of the information from it. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that when the NDC left office in 2017 January, they left a budget deficit of 9.0 on a cash basis in 2016, that's the year ending 2016. It is true that the NPP also left our budget deficit, as he cited, at 5.2. But in fact, the target set by ECOWAS, and for which he was eloquently speaking on, was 3%. But I do not need a teacher to also refer me to the fact that 5.2% is closer to 3% than 9.0 in their own words. Again, it is clear that comparing these two, we obviously left a stronger economy than what the NDC led for the NPP in 2017 January. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of inflation that he spoke about, that the NPP administration left it at 23.8%. We inherited inflation at 15.4% year ending 2016. That's correct. But again, the Akufo-Addo administration brought down inflation to its lowest for the first time in 28 years to 7.6%. And this was in 2019, if you want to refer. Unfortunately for us, we faced our own tragedies, and that with the COVID and the Ukrainian war. Mr. Speaker, not just Ghana. Germany, for the first time, experienced inflation for the first time in 70 years, the highest inflation that they also had to face. The United States, for the first time in 40 years. So Ghana cannot be an exception to the rule in the face of that global economic situation. So if you are citing the fact that we left 23.8%, you should also be modest to admit that before the pandemic and before the Russian-Ukrainian war, we took it down to the lowest for the first time in 28 years, and this is a matter of record. And since it's a house of record, it's important that we also state this. And it's also true, Mr. Speaker, that the benchmark set by ECOWAS during that period, and in fact, as one of the convergence criteria, also did put it at 5%. In any case, it is clear that both parties, even on that score, did not achieve that. You also mentioned the issue of the gross external reserves. If you look at also, that's page 9 and table 4 of President Mohammed's budget statement and economic policy. In their own words, the NPP left 4 months import cover, 4 months. Mr. Speaker, if I take you back to what the NDC also left us, NDC left us with 2.8 months. That's $6.1 billion of import cover. We left them with $8.98 billion of import cover. So if you come to make selective application of what you have also put to your own budget, this is not a budget presented or prepared by the NPP Communications Directorate or NPP Minority. It was prepared by the NDC side and in their own words. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to also speak to one interesting matter, which for me set my heart at peace and at ease. The same benchmark and convergence criteria set by ECOWAS, they obviously put that criteria when it comes to the public debt to GDP ratio not exceeding 70%. The NDC left us with 73.1% in 2016. The NPP left them with 61.8%. So if in your own words, the health of an economy can only be measured by these macroeconomic indicators. So if your own words, we left this health for you, you cannot accuse that same government of 1, being reckless in the management of the economy, 2, in the words of Felix Kwachofosu, my colleague, Honorable MP, economic atrocities, 3, mismanagement of the economy for 8 years. When in your own words, the benchmark set by ECOWAS, out of the 6, NPP met 3. NDC's period for 8 years, out of the 6, they only met 2. Right Honorable Speaker, let me also turn your attention, and with your leave, page 84 of the same budget statement. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I read, that's point 478. In 2025, government will implement the following measures to keep the wage bill within sustainable levels. 1, and in capital letters, fully implement the net freeze on employment. Fully implement the net freeze on employment by immediately putting on hold all recruitment, replacement into the public service. Mr. Speaker, this is a party and government that campaigned on the back of creating more jobs for the people. This is a party and government that campaigned on the back of creating more economic opportunities for the young people of Ghana. And if we can put in black and white, then that means you are obviously shutting the door to every young Ghanaian who more or less toyed with the idea and the adventure of voting for the NDC, and now you're telling them that they cannot find space within the public sector of our country. For this, I believe it's not just unfair, it's a stab in the back, but it's also another rude awakening that clearly elections have consequences. What we will advise government to do, instead of closing the door to the many young people who desire to work, and also as part of their constitutional right to work and to be gainfully employed, is not to close this door, but to create more avenues within one, the public and the private sector, so that we can absorb the teeming youth that we continue on daily basis, train, and also get them involved in contributing to nation building. I believe that this is also a slap in the face of our colleagues.
Honorable Uku, let me recognize the minister.
Mr. Speaker, this house is a house of records, and I'm happy the Honorable Patrick Boama is here. The Honorable Samia Oku says that in 2016, we left a debt to GDP of 72%. That is completely false, Mr. Speaker. I refer to the 2019 Annual Public Debt Report, page 3, table 2, recent macroeconomic performance 2015 to 2019. 2016, Bank of Ghana is public record here in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, gross public debt as a percentage of GDP, 2016, 56.8%. This is public knowledge. And it's here in this chamber. So where from your 72%? This is official record here in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, I think we should learn to say what is right and what is proper. Simple, Mr. Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm sure my colleague is referring to the rebasing when it was done. But then, let's also be factual. In the budget statement prepared in 2017, it is trite knowledge and for matter of public record that the NDC left our public debt at an astronomical height of 73% plus. That's fact. That's fact. That's fact. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, conclude.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Conclude.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Again, I'm also surprised that my colleague also did not come back on the essential point that we also raised in the same convergence criteria. What? Can you allow him to Honorable Speaker, my colleague was allowed, in fact, uninterrupted, to also express it. Oh, uninterrupted. Honorable Minister, please. One thing that you also did acknowledge was that facts and truth are sacred. And what I want to put on record, that if today, Mr. Speaker, rebasing is done, it will not change what President Akufo-Addo did for as a matter of record. The figures might change, but what was presented to this House as at March 2025 is a matter of public record. So rebasing is a different topic we can come to. And Honorable Minister, I'll be willing to engage you in that debate. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
It's now the turn of Honorable Vincent Opon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to commend the Minister for Finance for the delivery, the State of Nation, the budget statement that was delivered to the House. Mr. Speaker, I recollect when we were kids, during the days of Professor Dr. Kwesi Botwe. In those days, anytime there was a budget statement, the whole nation stood still. And we also witnessed the same thing when the budgets were delivered by the finance minister. We all know what happened during the elections. The campaign promises from the other side and from our side. So Ghanaians were full of expectation. So those at even lorry parks, cars were not moving, and those who were even moving at times stopped to listen to the budget statement. And I must be frank with you, he did not disappoint. The fact of the matter is that, Mr. Speaker, just coming to Parliament to read a budget statement and the end of it not delivering on the budget is what we have experienced for a while. Let me say this on record. Previously, we've had budget statements where a lot of promises were made in the budget statements. I remember very well a statement was made that Accra was going to be the cleanest city in Africa. As a member of the Committee of Works and Housing, I've been the ranking member of this committee. And after those statements were made, we were very, very happy that we were going to see the cleanest city in Africa, and even gave timelines that after 100 days, we are going to see the cleanest city in Africa. Today, you go there, go to Circle, the Odo River, go around, and that is the record that the SWA administration bequeathed to Ghanaians. So budget is a very important statement because I believe that during Rawlings era, the PNDC era, we didn't have parliament. So those who were born in the after the Rawlings era, we didn't have parliament. But anytime we were about to listen to budgets, because budgets were so important that it was either going to improve our lot or go to worsen our lot. And I believe that those who were living in villages, the important issues that we concern ourselves with was, are we going to increase the price of fuel, especially kerosene, those in rural areas? It was so critical. And in those days, prices of petrol and diesel was so critical in the sense that if you come to Bono and most of the regions, apart from Kumasi, we were not hooked to the national grid. We were using generators, even Sunya in the regional capital. So we will always be glued to our radio sets to listen to the price of fuel because that was going to have a lot of impact on our lives. So budgets are very, very important. And Kesa Atuforsen, the finance minister, did not disappoint Ghanaians on that day because there were a lot of promises that we're going to repeal a lot of taxes, and Ghanaians were there. They were full of expectation. What did they hear? They repealed the taxes, and Ghanaians were so happy. And let me tell you, I'm so confident, I have so much confidence in this budget statement that a lot of things are going to happen, and are going to experience a lot of changes in the lives of Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, going into the budget.
Honorable Vincent Opon, I recognize.
Right, Mr. Speaker. Stand order 1 to Mr. Speaker. Honorable Kesel Atuforsen has not repealed any taxes. Point of information, he hasn't repealed any taxes. There are tax repeal proposals before Parliament. for which the Speaker has referred to the Finance Committee. Please. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the proposals...
Honorable, take note and continue.
Yes, the proposals were contained in the budget that he read. And let me tell you, my brother, you nearly lost your seat because of some of the things that your government did. You know that 2019, my brother, you know something? 2019, $250 million was approved for garage project. And your constituency was supposed to benefit from a lot of drain projects. The garage projects were supposed to cover most of the constituencies. A very good MP who was a friend also lost as a result of the government not delivering on your promises in the budget. 250
Honorable
the garage project.
The member is up again on his feet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry to be engaging in this invitation. My seat was a seat that you attempted to steal, but we were vigilant. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, my constituency was not part of the garage project.
Honorable member, you know the implication of using the word stealing, so do the needful.
I withdraw, Mr. Speaker, but there was an attempt to usurp it. And my constituency was not part of the garage project. It was rather Okankwe North. My place is Okankwe Central. Thank you. But Honorable Vincent, please take note and continue.
Thank you very well, Mr. Speaker. I was talking about garage. You know, the Odo River. We're going to reconstruct Odo River. And if you could remember, there was a big fanfare around that area when Anado went to Castle, where they're going to redevelop the
Honorable,
Odo
he's
River.
not disputing that fact. What he's disputing is that is not his constituency.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. But it was going to benefit most of the constituencies around Odo. And I remember we went to those areas, and it was a big campaign promise by New Patriotic Party. Unfortunately, 250 million have been spent, but you go to that side, there's absolutely nothing to show. Mr. Speaker, there have been provision in this budget to ensure that we are able to secure most of our coastal communities, especially in Volta region. We know we have Adan and other communities that have been threatened by the tidal waves. And I believe that those areas, if you look at the budget allocation that is supposed to help to secure these communities, I'm so happy. The previous government did their bit. But looking at some of the figures, look at previous budgets that we have had in this parliament, almost every year a mention is made of some of these coastal projects. Unfortunately, looking at the figures, it was almost a repeated figures. That should tell you over the 4 years, not much activity went on to protect most of these coastal communities. And I believe that looking at the provisions that have been made in this budget, communities like Adan and then my brother's constituency in Volta region, those places are going to be protected. And those who were affected seriously by the spillage, the Volta spillage, I believe that with this government and the provision that they have made in this budget, I'm very sure that most of them are going to get accommodation. We are going to resettle most of them. And then the phase 2 of the project that we had in some of these communities are going to continue, and we will to secure most of this environment. Mr. Speaker, another issue that I want to talk about, the provision of water. This morning, I wanted to chip in a question, but I was stopped. Before 2016, there were these major water projects that were commissioned by NDC administration, especially the one in Chebi, we have the one in Kumau, we have the one at Konongo, and then the Barakese ones. We injected a lot of resources into these projects. I wonder why, after 8 years, we are still talking about this problem. We have a lot of the reservoir, the intake point was developed. So we have a lot of volumes of water in Barakese. What is left is to put money in expanding just the pipes to pipe water to needy communities. And this is exactly what the previous administration failed to do. And we are talking about water problems here. In Greater Accra, we have the tertiary desalination plant that was constructed by NDC administration. And I believe that if MPP in 8 years have put in a lot of resources, we will not be talking about shortage of water in Greater Accra. And I must admit that 2016, the very first time water passed through the taps of communities such as Adenta and its environs was in 2016. So what has happened? We need to inject a lot more capital so that we can secure some of these communities. Water should not be a problem for residents in Greater Accra and the areas where the minority leader listed this morning. Mr. Speaker, I should also admit that if you go through the budget, we have communities like Damango, Wenchi, Sunyani, Tamale, and a lot of other places. And for the past 8 years, the previous administration spoke about it. It is in the budget everywhere. But they kept on repeating the same projects and nothing was done about these projects. And I believe that the current administration in this budget, this project is going to get a budget line and then we'll commence and complete this project so that this perennial problem in Tamale and Damango and other communities are going to be the thing of the past. Mr. Speaker, I must admit that there's a lot of hope in this budget. And I believe that Ghanaians will have to support the government to deliver on its mandate because all the figures that have been listed in this budget indicate clearly that the government is on the right path to ensure that we'll be able to deliver on the mandate that have been given to us. Greater Accra, the flooding situation in Accra hasn't stopped. But I am so happy that even before the rain set in, we have not even approved the budget, but I've seen some action by the government that the Minister for Works and Housing and then the Minister for Local Government are even collaborating with the military to ensure that all the drains in Accra are dredged so that in case of there's any serious, we can reduce the incidence of flooding in Greater Accra. And I'm very, very happy that that initiative has taken off. Even that, the interest that the president has even shown in at least alleviating the plight of the residents in Accra, so far as this flooding situation is concerned, is something that we all have to commend the president. I know the deputy chief of staff is very much involved to ensure that Accra will not suffer the fate that it has been previously. And I believe that we are on the right course. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to make some few words, comments on the 2025 budget. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It's now the turn of Honorable. Very well. Honorable Members, the indication is that we suspend for 30 minutes. Is that the sense of the House, or we should continue? Honorable Members, it's now the turn of Honorable Asensu Boachi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today as the ranking member for the Committee of Local Government and also a member of the Roads and Transport Committee to make a few remarks.
Honorable, that is why you have 15 minutes.
Make some few remarks regarding the budget, to debate on the budget of President John. Unprecedented investments were made in coastal protection under President Nana Addo Dankwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have before me projects, the level of completion. You know we have not completed this project. If you talk about this court will start. It is not true. Order. I'm standing order 122. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, why are you on your feet? You are not the speaker. Why are you on the speak?
Honorable member, address the chair.
Mr. Speaker, we have this COP. This project was started in 2015. As I speak with you, the level of completion is 42%. Are you proud of this? For 8 years. Minister, are you proud of this? You are talking about Ningo Pram Pram. You did not start Ningo Pram Pram. The level of completion is 80%, 8 years. Are you happy with this, Mr. Minister? You did not start Anumabo. Most of the projects, you did not start them. And you are not even completed. And you are saying that your record is unprecedented. Mr. Speaker, that is your record. It is here. You can have a paragraph 5A7. You can go there and read it. That is your record. You don't have any good record, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry.
Honorable Patricia Apiaje.
Right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thought honorable member was coming under a point of order, but he started speaking and debating. Please, I'd like to appeal to you with all respect.
Honorable member, honestly, I allowed him to make his point because when the former Minister for Roads was making his submission, he said the former president has done the following roads. And then his point of order is that the following sea defense. And his point of order is that what you say has been done is at a level of 42%. So for the purposes of the record, I think this is good.
Honorable Speaker, I think we needed to find out exactly what order he's coming under. Because if it is a point of information, then we know he can't just butt in and then start speaking. What I could gather from the intervention.
Thank you very much for the guidance, and I'm going to go strictly by that.
Right, thank you, Mr.
Honourable member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I still maintain the point that under the Akufo-Addo administration, unprecedented investments were made in the area of coastal protection, more than any other government in the history of Ghana. And for my colleague to say that a project has achieved 42% completion rate, so it's not worth talking about, that's quite unfortunate. The people of Discord appreciate what Nana Akufo-Addo and his administration did, and the project is still under construction. It is the duty of the current government to provide resources and complete it. Mr. Speaker, I would like to concentrate my intervention on 4 critical areas of national importance. 1, the completion of the Accra-Kumasi Highway Dualization Project. 2, the completion of the 13 ongoing interchanges in the major cities in the country. Enforcement of strict land use planning regulations to prevent planning, and also the strengthening of fiscal decentralization and properly funded decentralization process, the MMDAs. Mr. Speaker, we all can understand that we are going through fiscal constraints. If you are not even going through fiscal constraints, Ghana as a developing country does not have the adequate funds to finance all its development programs. But Mr. Speaker, when it's like that, even in economics, the basic economics tells us that resources are scarce. And when resources are scarce, you will draw scale of preference and you will deal with the most important project first. And there are certain projects that even in era of austerity, you don't delay those projects, because when you delay, its repercussion in the future will be too much to bear in the country. Mr. Speaker, one of such projects is the Accra-Kumasi dualization project. Mr. Speaker, this road is the most important economic corridor in the country. 10 million Ghanaians depend on this road for trade, for commerce, and daily life. Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to know that 10 million Ghanaians is equivalent to a third of the Ghanaian population. The importance of this road can therefore not be overstated. In fact, in 2001, there was a study that indicated that if we fail to dualize this very important road corridor, the economy is going to suffer hugely. And as a result, President Kufuor and his administration embarked on major intervention on this road. That is when we saw the bypasses of the Nkoko Township, the bypasses of the Nsawam Township, and the bypasses of the Chebi Township. This intervention by President Kufuor and his administration reduced travel time from Accra to Kumasi from 6 to 7 hours to 2.5 hours. Mr. Speaker, it also reduced congestion drastically and boosted economic growth. Economic growth. But Mr. Speaker, when the subsequent administration assumed office, that is the President Mills and President Mahama, not much was done as far as the dualization of the Accra-Kumasi road. Not a single kilometer was done. Yet, everybody acknowledged that is the most important road. This is the road, Mr. Speaker, that connects the nation's capital to the second biggest city in Ghana. It provides the gateway to northern part of the country, to the Sehu areas, western north, and also the Bono and the Hafu areas. So it is very important. It's a very important road. Yet, during the time of President Mills and President Mahama, between 2009 and 2016, not a single kilometer of dualization was added to the project. And as a result, travel time increased back to 5 hours, 5.5 hours, from 2.5 hours to 5.5 hours, all because of population increase, because of the neglect and the congestion and what have you. When President Akufo-Addo assumed office, 4 major bypasses to continue with the dualization project was made. One is the Osino bypass. The second is the Nyinam bypass. The third is the Inyiresi bypass. And the fourth is the Konago bypass. All put together is 46 kilometers. They are ongoing. They are still ongoing. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, 100 kilometers of the 245 kilometers of the Accra-Kumasi road has been dualized. 46 kilometers is currently under construction, and we have 94 kilometers yet to be dualized. Mr. Speaker, I am calling on the government to continue with the implementation of the dualization project as a matter of urgency. This is the most important transportation project in the country, and the government must find resources to complete that. Not only that, the government must also find resources to dualize the 100 kilometers of the parts that are not dualized. I believe that once this is done, it's going to enhance the economic development of the country. Another project that is also worth considering, that I'm urging the government to continue, is the Accra Cape Coast Takrady Road. We know the economic potential of this road. In fact, Cape Coast, Amina, Takrady, Azum is becoming the tourism centers of the country. Nana Akufo-Addo has started a big one, the dualization of Kaswa-Winneba Road. The idea was to extend it to Takrady. It is important that the government prioritizes this road and extend it to Takrady and to Azim to increase tourism potential and the revenue that will come from it. Mr. Speaker, as the country grows, population increases, there's urbanization. The ultimate effect is congestion in our urban spaces. As we speak today, in Accra, Kumasi, Tamale, Takrady, there are lots of congestion, people close from work, and it takes time to get to their various homes. It is as a result of this urban menace that the Nana Akufo-Addo administration completed 9 interchanges in Ghana. 9 interchanges. This stands in stark contrast of 5 interchanges by the Mills Mahama administration. But Mr. Speaker, as we speak, there are about 13 more interchanges going on. Swami interchange, Pond Barrier interchange, Pond Barrier interchange, and many others. Dawenya and all that. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we prioritize these interchanges and find money to complete them, because this is going to increase productivity, this is going to reduce travel costs, this is going to enhance mobility, and that is what we need to accelerate the economic development of our country. So I'm urging the government to find money to complete these interchanges. Mr. Speaker, as a planner, a couple of people have spoken today, and they have talked about the perennial flooding that we experience in this country. I don't think there's anybody who would not want this government to take the necessary action. I'm aware of this task force that has been set up, chaired by the Deputy Chief of Staff at the Office of the President, basically to embark on excavations and desilting and all that. But that is not the kind of intervention we want for a lasting solution. This is happening because of haphazard development. And as a ranking member of local government, I'm very much concerned of how the district assemblies have been issuing permits haphazardly. It is important that we find some resources in the budget to build the capacities of these MMDAs so that they can perform their functions and make sure that they issue permits where they should and enforce strictly land use planning regulations to avoid haphazard development and to mitigate the perennial flooding that we experience in our country. Mr. Speaker, another important point as ranking for local government, I need to talk about...
Honourable Member, conclude.
15 minutes. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to local government, the finance minister said he is proposing 80% of all resources to go to the district assemblies. For me, that doesn't lie with the finance minister. We know how these allocations are made, and it's by a formula. It is supposed to come from the registrar of the common fund. He is supposed to come, the administrator of the common fund. He's the one who is supposed to come and before Parliament, and Parliament will endorse it. So it doesn't lie with the finance minister. But one thing that I want to correct, the finance minister said, under President Nana Akufo-Addo, the percentage that goes to the district assemblies were below 50%. That is not correct. It has never gone below 50%. In 2024, for instance, it was 54%. In 2023, for instance, it was 64%. But Mr. Speaker, as a student of decentralization, I will support any move to make sure that there are more resources to the assembly so that they can perform their duties. Mr. Speaker, when many years ago this country decided to embark on the path of decentralization, I have said this before, especially when I was Minister for Western Housing.
Member
We
for once
probably
conclude.
did not have the idea of the enormous responsibility we were placing in the hands of these local officials. They have so much to do, and if they don't have the resources, they will not be implement what they are supposed to do to enhance the economic development of our country. Mr. Speaker, since you have already timed me out, I want to thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Honourable members, it's now the turn of Honourable Hajia Ladi Ayamba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the budget statement. Mr. Speaker, I have been in this House and have witnessed so many budget statements, and I can assure you this is the best, most acceptable, factual, the budget that resonates with Ghanaians, especially women out there and the children. Mr. Speaker, I cannot be much happier than the day I was listening to the Minister for Finance making his statement. Mr. Speaker, I will take you straight to the issue of chieftaincy. Mr. Speaker, as a ranking member on the Committee for Chieftaincy, I was very worried when I was told I was a ranking member on chieftaincy. I said, hey, this chieftaincy, now the ministry has gone under Ministry for Local Government. What will we be doing there? When I opened the budget statement, Mr. Speaker, I was more than happy when I saw that there was going to be a Royal Academy for chiefs and traditional authorities, and it's going to be a place of excellence. I was very, very overwhelmed. These are the very first people who are the leaders of democracy in our country, because they are actually on the ground, and they are those that most of our constituents resonate with. But all along, even though we had the Ministry of Chieftaincy, we never thought of giving them an academy which would support them in the need for their activities. Here we are today. This budget and the wisdom of the NDC has given them a budget for an academy. Thanks to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for this initiative, and I hope and pray that the over 36 million Ghana cedis that has been allocated to the chieftaincy ministry, the chieftaincy outfit, under the Ministry of Local Government for that matter, would go a long way to enhance their activities. Mr. Speaker, there has always been this issue of the Gulf of Guinea Northern Region's Social Cohesion Project, popularly known as SOCO. I was always asking myself, what is this SOCO about? What actually are we getting from it? Mr. Speaker, this budget told me everything. And I realized that an amount of 350 million Ghana cedis has been allocated for SOCO activities, and these monies will be disbursed to 6 regional coordinating councils, 48 MMDAs for various sub-project implementation. Mr. Speaker, some of the implementations or the projects are 618 social and economic infrastructures. And I can say this is just the beginning. 618. I know at least, if for nothing at all, every constituency would have a bite of this. Mr. Speaker, there are going to be 60 markets. From SOCO, there will be 60 markets. And I will not hesitate to follow and ensure that at least my Pusga market will be catered for. It's today that we can confidently talk and see in the budget that such allocations are made, and whatever the monies will be used for are properly spelled out. Mr. Speaker, under SOCO still, there will be 1,500 producer groups to benefit 45,000 individuals with financial and technical support. Mr. Speaker, if we have up to 45,000 only under one project, I believe it's going to go a long way to support the youth. Mr. Speaker, we had been discussing the issues of how to manage for the youth to get employment. And on page 71, paragraph 372, Mr. Speaker, there is an allocation to the Gold Board of 275 million USD, an equivalent to Ghana cedis, for the purchase of gold. Why am I saying that it's going to go a long way to support the youth? The Galamseyers, and now that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has stated that taxes on raw gold should be taken off, this money will go a long way to support for the purchase of gold. And the suffering of all those who go to work with these small or minimum persons who deal in gold would benefit from it. Mr. Speaker, on paragraph 373 of the same page 71, we have 13.85 billion Ghana cedis for the big push. The big push is not
going to be something that we think people can just sit down and enjoy for themselves. It's actually going to be a big push, and I know it would push and support the women and children out there. It will surely push us, and we would forge ahead. Mr. Speaker, this is a budget. This is a budget that has thought it wise to help us in the right direction. Mr. Speaker, on the same page, paragraph 374, we have 499.8 million Ghana cedis allocated for the no academic fee user policy. There were so many questions everywhere. How monies will be gotten for these payments? Here we are. The facts are here. It is in the budget statement. And at least for those who have the knowledge, especially but cannot pay, they know that they will be going into our tertiary institutions and they will not have that hue and cry of how to pay their fees. Mr. Speaker, what will we want more than this for these youth that are going into institutions and do not have money to pay? I think it's a very big achievement, and we need to continue to laud His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for this excellent thought. Mr. Speaker, uncapping of the GET fund. We all know what happened when the previous administration capped the GET fund. It became a very big problem. They even went to the extent of using the GET fund to take a loan. Contractors were not being paid. All projects came to a standstill. And sometimes you just wonder. Most schools, you could see school projects not no more going on, and children sitting under trees. Mr. Speaker, the uncapping will go a long way to help pay all these contractors, and also the school feeding. I overheard some people talking that why will they uncap GET fund and use it to pay or for the senior high school feeding? What are we really talking about? Why? Is it not part of education? Is it not for the projection? Is it not for the enhancements of education? If the money is under GET fund and part of it can be used for school feeding, what is wrong with that? I asked myself severally. Well, that is the thinking of another person who maybe doesn't think well about the goodness of our students. Mr. Speaker, let me thank His Excellency John Dramani Mahama once more for ensuring that he nominated a woman as a running mate. And eventually, today as we speak, we have a woman as the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. He hasn't ended there. He hasn't ended there, Mr. Speaker. All along the 8 years, we had been talking about sanitary pads for girls both in primary and JHS, because we saw girls selling eggs in order to buy sanitary pads. Some of them stopped schooling. A lot of absenteeism. Nobody paid heed to us. Today, provision has been made for the purchase and distribution of sanitary pads to our schools. For the girl child
Honourable member, conclude.
Mr. Speaker, to help in claim payment, essential medicines, vaccines, payments, bridging that gap of what has been taken off, and free primary health care. Mr. Speaker, this budget is what we women of Ghana should carry shoulder high and know that at least our backs are being kept safe because of the support the NDC government is giving us and the recognition that has been given to we women. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I wish that we all support this budget statement and go along with it because it is the best that we can ever have. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Hajalade. It's now the turn of Hassan Tampuli. Deputy Ranking, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make some few remarks about the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana for the 2025 financial year. Mr. Speaker, I have just a while ago described this budget as a Kosciuszko budget that is dealing with supposedly lean government but a very big stomach. Mr. Speaker, the president promised us 60 ministers. And thus far, he's short of 4. Mr. Speaker, the whole idea of having a lean government is for us to be able to spend less in terms of maintaining governments. Mr. Speaker, in this case, and as far as all the discussion has taken place in this hallowed chamber, Mr. Speaker, it is so evident that the Office of Government Business has consumed everything in this budget. Mr. Speaker, we have, heard colleagues from the other side, make arguments to the effect that it is not what we are seeing in the budget. Mr. Speaker, we have only one budget. And the numbers that are stated in the budget do not lie, unless, of course, we are being told that the numbers that the Minister for Finance himself gave to us is incorrect. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to, at the outset, respond to a few things that the Minister for Energy stated whilst he was here. He said that price of petroleum products have gone down 3 times already. Mr. Speaker, that is true. And there is a reason for that. Mr. Speaker, price of petroleum products are determined by 3 factors in this country: the price on the international markets, the taxes, levies, and margins on the petroleum products, as well as the forex. Mr. Speaker, what is influencing the current decline in the price of petroleum products is the price on the international markets, which has seen some decline in the last couple of weeks. Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons why we still have this current price or the tumbling of the petroleum prices is also because of the gold for oil deal, the policy that was launched by the erstwhile Nana Addo Dankwa, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia governments. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, only last week, BOST discharged the last cargo that they brought under the gold for oil deal. The gold for oil deal has been one of the main reasons why we still have this stability in the price of petroleum products. At some point in 2022, Mr. Speaker, prices had gone up to 23 Ghana cedis. And by the singular intervention of the gold for oil deal, we have seen a remarkable decline
all the way to sometimes even 13, 14 Ghana cedis. And currently we are hovering within 14 and 15 cedis, depending on which product you are buying, whether you are buying RON 91 or you are buying RON 95. So, Mr. Speaker, the minister should have been telling us what intervention government had made, like we did in 2017. In the maiden budget of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo in 2017, we took positive steps, Mr. Speaker, to revoke the excise duty on petroleum products. We did that here in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, we also reduced the taxes on the petroleum products from 17.5% to 15%. Mr. Speaker, we further took steps because this had made it ad valorem. And so it compounded the price. So if the price increases, it goes 15% of the price. So, Mr. Speaker, we took steps to nullify the percentage and then reduce it to specific amounts. That gave us some comfort and stability and some amount of predictability in terms of the price of petroleum products in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, when the minister spoke, I'm not sure what the government has done in terms of efforts at stabilizing the price of petroleum products. Zilch, nothing was done. Mr. Speaker, yesterday in this chamber, the minister responsible for finance was here to address this house, and he admitted at the bar of this chamber that this year the CD had declined by 5.3%, and he compared it to 5.7% in 2017 or so. Mr. Speaker, so that means that even the exchange rate has not been stable. So what exactly has the government done in terms of policy to be able to stabilize the price of petroleum products? Like I said, Mr. Speaker, there's nothing on record. Mr. Speaker, it takes me to the issue of electronic buses. God bless Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, former President of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, he has brought in electric buses into this country. Mr. Speaker, we ordered 100 buses and 10 buses are in the country. Mr. Speaker, even today, I was behind one of the electric buses. Mr. Speaker, do you know what those buses do? Mr. Speaker, these electric buses, and I was looking at the budget of the Ministry of Transports, and Mr. Speaker, to my dismay, I haven't seen anything in relation to electric buses in this country. Mr. Speaker, our carbon footprints will be significantly reduced if we invest heavily in the electric bus ecosystem. Mr. Speaker, one time I went to a bus, factory in the Netherlands. And Mr. Speaker, they were manufacturing buses for Metro Mass Transport Company. And I asked the factory manager how many buses were electric and how many were internal combustion engines. To my dismay, I was told that 99.9% were electric buses. Mr. Speaker, the world is going very far. We cannot be stagnant where we are. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage the Minister for Finance to provide funding to the Minister for Transport to be able to procure more electric buses in order for us to be able to reduce our carbon footprints. Mr. Speaker, they are in the country. They are moving Mr. Speaker, there are 100 buses. Mr. Speaker, there are 100 buses. We have shown the way. And under Article 37.5, one government is enjoined under the Constitution to continue. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Tampuli, you have 2 minutes more, but I recognize Honorable Agboja.
Oh.
Mr. Speaker, this House should have facts. I went as far as checking the buses that were registered at DVLA. Only 10 of those buses were procured. They kept saying they bought 100 buses. Where are the 100 buses? You bought 10 buses. Look, I'm listening. I'm saying that stop using 100 buses because on record, you have only bought 10 buses. And even that, Mr. Speaker, where those buses can be charged, where those buses can be charged are very limited. If those buses get stuck in traffic longer than certain hours, they'll be stuck in the road because we don't even have enough places to charge them. So why do you keep using the word 100 buses when you have only 10 buses? 100 buses, have you paid for it? Ordered. Mr. Speaker, they have an MOU with a Chinese company. MOU is what they have. You have an MOU with a Chinese company and you say you bought 100 buses.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member,
I'm very shocked that the
did you
minister
say
would.
100 buses were bought
Mr. Speaker,
or 10?
we entered into an agreement to supply 100 buses. Mr. Speaker, and 10 buses have arrived in this country and they're on the road. Mr. Speaker, those buses were inaugurated in November last year and they are currently at the disposal of the Ghanaian people and they ran Adenta to Accra. Mr. Speaker, I have also seen in the budget statements that the government intends.
Should I direct that
Mr. Speaker, it's not
we ordered 100 buses be expunged?
Oh, we ordered 100 buses. Mr. Speaker, no, how? Mr. Speaker, we ordered 100 buses doesn't mean that they supplied 100 buses. They have supplied 10, and they're in the process of supplying the rest. Mr. Speaker, there is no contradiction in what I'm saying. Mr. Speaker, let him sit down and then I will continue. Mr. Speaker, I have also seen in the budget statement that the government intends to operationalize the whole airports into a maintenance, repair, and overhaul facility. Mr. Speaker, in the manifesto of the NDC for the 2024 elections,
conclude.
In that manifesto, the commitment was that the Tamale airports and the whole airports were going to be used for that facility. Mr. Speaker, the Tamale airport, in terms of the length of the runway, is just 3 meters short of Kotoka International Airport. Mr. Speaker, it has one of the best facilities, and on several occasions you'll find the Germans, you find the Americans, you find the British doing training at the Tamale International Airport. Mr. Speaker, I encourage the minister to, as much as he's looked at Ho, to also consider Tamale because it has most advanced facilities in the country. Mr. Speaker, the interventions in the aviation sector are far-reaching as far as the legacy of Akufo-Addo is concerned. The Kumasi International Airport is there, the Tamale International Airport is there, the Sunyani Airport has been rehabilitated, and the Sunyani Airport.
Honorable Sanja Nanja, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Sanja Nanja, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Sanja Nanja, you have 10 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity given me to comment on the budget statement and the economic policy of Ghana for the year 2025, which was ably presented to the House by the Minister for Finance on the authority of the President. Mr. Speaker, the budget statement for the 2025 that was presented to us by the Minister for Finance is, for me, is the foundation for building the Ghana that we all want. And the budget is of the people, by the people, and for the people. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in the history of our nation, that a budget presentation preceded an economic forum, an economic dialogue, an economic forum, and interaction with the ordinary Ghanaian to afford them the opportunity to give their inputs. And the budget meet the hopes and aspirations of the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, today, the Ghanaian have hope. The Ghanaian youth have hope. The Ghanaian women have hope. The Ghanaian students have hope. In their budget, have hope. The vulnerable has hope. Mr. Speaker, the Ghanaian child who is attending school under trees has hope that with the encapping of the GET fund, the 5,000 schools that the children attend schools under trees, they will soon be attending schools under classroom. Mr. Speaker, the Ghanaian youth who has no jobs have hope that with the 24-hour economy, they are going to get jobs. With the Ajumawura in this program, they are going to get jobs. With the digital job creating 1 million coders program is going to offer them jobs. Mr. Speaker, one bold decision that this government has taken is to maintain the free senior high school and to deal with the problems, that is, the challenges that are associated with it. And the headmasters have hope that now they can feed their students with the policy of decentralizing the procurement of food. Mr. Speaker, the child at the secondary school will now have hope that with the infrastructure that we are going to embark on, they will now attend school, have a reliable single-track system, and a reliable academic calendar. Mr. Speaker, one of the problems that is facing the whole country today is illegal and irresponsible mining, aka galamsey. Mr. Speaker, the president is committed. The president is committed to fighting galamsey. The fight for galamsey is almost a lost one, but President John Dramani Mahama has assured us through the budget and the initiatives that we are putting in place to fight galamsey without fear or favor. In respect of this, Mr. Speaker, the devastating impact on our natural environment, the devastated impact on our natural economy is so worrying, and there is hope that we are going to reclaim the degraded forest and to restore our polluted waters. These things are not said just like that. Substantial allocations have been made to combat this canker. Mr. Speaker, the Blue Water Initiative is going to ensure that our waters are restored. The fear, if we don't put measures in place, is that we are going to import water for this country. And His Excellency John Dramani Mahama will not just look on. Mr. Speaker, the Tree for Life is going to reafforest our lost forest. Most of our forests are lost to Galamsey, and laws are going to be enforced strictly. The laws are going to be enforced strictly, irrespective of whoever is involved. Galamsey is going to be an expensive commodity for us, for every Ghanaian who will get himself involved. And because of that, a whooping amount of 150 million has been allocated to fight Galamsey and also to restore our water bodies. If you want the amount, go to page 44. Mr. Speaker, refer to page 44.
Honorable Sanja Nanja, please address the chair.
Mr. Speaker, to fight Galamsey and its related and to solve the related problems, challenges that Galamsey is bringing to us. So, Mr. Speaker, on this note, I would like to call on our friends on the other side of the house to join.
Honourable Member, conclude.
To join the bandwagon of resetting Ghana and build the Ghana that we all want. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, it's now the turn of Collins Adomako. Deputy Ranking, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the budget statement as presented. Mr. Speaker, one of the few people I love to listen to during debates is Mr. John Jenapo. But today, Mr. Speaker, I was a little bit disappointed. He says he went to Kumasi, and Mr. Speaker, I monitored him when he went to Kumasi. He visited two places. First, he went to the residency, and then he went to Menchia. These two places, Mr. Speaker, anytime there's light off, there's a standby generator to power those two places. If the minister had visited Swami, if the minister had visited Kegetia, if the minister had gone to Atinga Junction, if the minister had come to Efija Kwabre North, he would have realized that the power situation in Kumasi is one of the worst we are experiencing in decades. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, in Ashanti region, Mr. Speaker, the light comes on, goes off at 6 a.m., and it takes sometimes 14 hours before power is restored. In fact, Mr. Speaker, just yesterday, I was watching a news item, and residents of Adaklu on TV3, some residents of Adaklu are complaining of the power situation in the country at the moment. Mr. Speaker, some members of parliament, even from their side, even from their side, have had cause to go on social media to complain bitterly about the power situation we are having in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, even the Ashanti Regional Minister himself, Minister, even the Ashanti Regional Minister, during the visit of the minister himself, had cause to complain about the power situation in Ashanti region. I was hoping that when the minister was on his feet debating, he would have sympathized with the businessmen who are having their costs of business go up. I was hoping that he would sympathize with them and give us concrete solutions to resolve the problem. Relax. I was hoping that he would give us some concrete solutions to deal with the matter. Mr. Speaker, it was even my hope. Mr. Speaker, please protect me, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, if you will not address the chair and you want to be responding,
I'm addressing you.
You are eating into your own
Mr.
time.
Speaker, I'm addressing you, but the heckling is becoming too much. So I'm just pleading with you to protect me.
Yes, Honorable Achampo.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, no, I don't usually do these things. The honorable member was a former deputy minister in charge of power. He just left power. And he's asking us that we should tell them the measures we are putting in place to deal with the situation. He should rather tell us what they started, of which we have deviated from. We call upon them to give us a timetable. The minister then told us to prepare our own timetable. And we are here telling us that what are we doing?
Honorable Richard Achampong.
I'm appointed for that, and you're on your feet.
Honorable Richard Achampong. Honorable Richard Achampong.
Habib.
Honorable Richard Achampong.
I am your senior in this house.
Honorable Richard Achampong.
Sit down.
Honorable Deputy Whip. Please,
Mr.
resume your
Speaker,
seat.
I'm addressing you.
Please resume your seat.
They failed to resolve the energy
Honorable
issue.
Richard Achampong, please resume your seat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Habib, you should also resume your seat. Honorable Collins, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, no amount of heckling will change the reality on the ground. And the reality on the ground is that our lights are off. Our lights are off. He claims I was a former deputy energy minister. That's true, Mr. Speaker. And that is why I did not contribute to any light off in Kumasi. That is why I kept the light on. I assisted my minister to keep the light on in Ashanti region. I'm so surprised that my colleagues here and the minister is still blaming a government that has left power 3 months ago for the current power situation that we are having. Mr. Speaker, their job now is to give us the solution and fix the problem. When the minister was in this house just last week, Mr. Speaker, he was here in answering a question and said that we are not shedding any load. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I have in my hand a publication of February 7th, 2025, where the minister said, WAPCO shut down, government fixes power deficit, procures alternative fuel to keep.
I am also mindful of the fact that a lot has been said with regards to the figures that look behind us. And it's clearly been made on the floor of this house. And known by the whole of Ghana and, for that matter, the whole world, that we're coming from a very bleak past as far as our economy in this country is concerned. Indeed, the entire country passed that judgment when they voted to elect the 9th Parliament. And it is no doubt that we sit the way we sit in this House. Mr. Speaker, this budget statement is about resetting the economy to create an economy that we all want. And clearly, it's been hinged on 3 pillars. And that was well articulated to us when the Honorable Minister of Finance came to present the budget to us. He made it clear that it's about restoring hope in our democracy, offering a trusted hand to the vulnerable, particularly women and the youth, and stimulating demand to make us patronize made in Ghana products. And that is what is linked firmly to what has become a household name in Ghana, known as the 24-hour economy. This policy has been elucidated on the floor of this House by no less a person but the advisor to the government or the advisor to the president on the 24-hour economy in the person of Honorable Guzitano, who came to this House to actually explain to us what the policy means. He did his best to tell us and give us the entire framework under which this policy would be implemented in Ghana. He told us, and for that matter, the legs, the tripod, or the legs on which this 24-hour economy is standing was all presented to us. So in my belief, I think that there shouldn't be any doubt on anybody's mind as to what really we mean when we say that we are going to, as a government, the government will lead the process of transforming Ghana's economy using the 24-hour economy policy. We were given all the actionable points, the entire strategy that will be followed to ensure that this policy becomes a reality that will drive our economy. Mr. Speaker, various economic initiatives that will be taken, or various strategies that will be taken, was also given to us. And let me use the opportunity to reiterate the fact that it was pointed to us that our SMEs will be focused on, agribusiness will be given a boost, manufacturing would have a very serious focus, supply chain enhancement would feature, there will be innovation and creativity as far as our industry to drive the real sector of our economy is concerned, and the entire nation will be mobilized to galvanize around this policy. For me, this is what will drive the policy for us to have a better economy. Mr. Speaker, given all this, I think that the implementation of this policy in a way that will drive the economy positively should not be in doubt at all. Because all the adjuncts that will help in pushing this economy was given to us. And permit me to point out the fact that the role of skills development in ensuring that the right skills are generated, the right impetus is given to industry to be able to boost the economy was given to us. Indeed, all this was not left in doubt because the funding allocation for each of these things was also given to us. And with your leave, Mr. Speaker, let me point out just a few of them that we've been made aware. It's been made very clear to us that this nation has already held an economic dialogue for which the various aspects of things we need to do and things we must not do were made very clear. Safe to say that some people decided not to attend. Mr. Speaker, the national dialogue on education has also been held. Some aspects of what we need to do to drive the economy have also been pointed out to us, and they find great expression in the budget. The National Apprenticeship Program has clearly been mentioned as a way of driving our informal sector, our informal economy to be able to generate the necessary skills that will drive the economy or the drive industry and the economy for that matter. Various programs like the school feeding program that has become a part of our educational system in Ghana was mentioned as one that would receive a boost in the budget from the previous position of 134 million to 178 million Ghana cedis. Free SHS will be continued. Get fund will be uncapped. Capitation grant will be increased from 84 million to 148 or 145 million Ghana cedis. Free sanitary pads will be supplied, and a budget of 295 Ghana cedis, more million cedis has been made as provision.
Honourable Member,
My
conclude.
friends who are entering university for the first time, first-year university students, would have this for free. There would also be a provision of 203 million Ghana cedis for teacher training allowances, and nursing training allowances will also have 480 million. Mr. Speaker, with all this, myself and my constituents from Pando constituency are very much happy, and they have expressed 100% confidence in this budget. The budget is indeed a document that I am happy with, my constituents are happy with, because they know that under the big push, the road from Pando town to Toko will be done. The landing beach at Pando Toko, which serves between Pando Toko and then Afram Plains, will be done. They know that all the arterial roads that go to farming centers within the municipality will be done under the big push. They know that what buffer stock has been doing and has been deficient and fraught with a lot of problems, it will be curtailed because there will be decentralization on procurement of food stuff for all our secondary schools. So my constituents have absolute confidence in this document.
Your time is up.
I thank you for the opportunity, and I say this with emphasis that this is the budget.
It's now the turn of
the budget. Thank you very much.
Honorable. Very well, Honorable Achampong.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I want to seek your leave and the indulgence of the House to vary the order of business for the Finance Minister to lay some papers.
Yes, there is an application that we should vary the order of business to lay
Mr. Speaker, when Honorable Achampong a while ago was saying that I'm his senior in, so when you want to make an application, you should actually either you are seeking the leave of the Speaker or the House. But if you say both, it means the Speaker needs to let the House. But I have no objection to it, except to guide him that I have been a leader more than 4 years. He's just been here 2.5 months. So let me teach you procedure, then you know. So I don't have a problem. I'll teach you procedure so that you know how the procedure is done. So, Mr. Speaker, we have no objection to that.
Honourable members. Yes, honourable member.
I'm very grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. I wish to draw your attention to Order 64.1 of our standing orders.
Order
64.1 of our standing orders. I believe we don't form a quorum to be able to handle a business of this nature today. I have personally taken account, and we are less than 65 members. Look at the kind of business we ought to conduct. Look around, and where are your members? We don't form a quorum. We don't form a quorum.
Honourable members. Honourable members. Accordingly, we vary the order of business to take the item numbered 9 at commencement of public business. Order paper addendum. Addendum 2. Presentation and first reading of bills.
An act to establish the Ghana Gold Board to oversee, monitor, and undertake the buying, selling, and export of gold, promotes value addition to the gold resources to the country and the responsible sourcing of gold, support and accumulation of gold reserves by the Bank of Ghana, generate foreign exchange, and provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the Ghana Gold Board Bill 2025 is presented and read for the first time and accordingly referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and reports. B, on the order paper addendum.
An act to consolidate existing energy sector levies.
Mr. Speaker, the addendum paper 2, the gold board. Mr. Speaker, with respect, if it can be done with the Committee on Lands and Natural Resources, since it involves natural resources of our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader, the application is that it be referred to the Joint Committee, Lands and Natural Resources and Finance Committee. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I do agree with my colleague, but we can add the leadership of the Lands and Natural Resources Committee to that of the Finance Committee so that we can take the bill. Thank you very much. Leadership.
Mr. Speaker, this is a very important bill that the minister seeks to introduce, and it needs a broader, involvement of the two committees, because it's very important. If you look at the memorandum, and I think it is important that we do a joint referral. It will be able to help so that they can have a proper work on the bill.
Honourable members, what is the sense of the House? Honourable members, accordingly, the Ghana Gold Board Bill 2025 is referred to the Finance Committee and Committee on Lands and Natural Resources for consideration and report. Now, item numbered B on order paper addendum 2.
An act to consolidate existing energy sector levies to promote prudent and efficient utilization of the proceeds generated from the levies, facilitate long-term investments in the energy sector, and provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the Energy Sector Levies Bill 2025 is presented, read the first time, and refer to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. Yes, Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, I rise under Standing Order 1633 in reference to Order Paper Addendum A, the Ghana Gold Board Bill 2025. If the Minister can give an explanation to this bill.
Well, Honorable Member, this order has to be invoked immediately. The item is under consideration, but not after the consideration of the item. So your issue is not raised timeously. Take a cue, and probably next time you can raise it timeously.
Mr. Speaker, I am guided. I'm guided, and Mr. Speaker, if you read the set standing orders that I referred to, 1633, it states that after the presentation of a bill, a member may ask the sponsor to offer a short explanation statement on the bill, and the sponsor shall comply. Mr. Speaker, even though it is not too clear that if it is itemized, when the first item is mentioned, because it was all in an addendum, that was my thinking. But Mr. Speaker, presiding, we are masters of our own rules, and you can actually.
No, member. Let's get it clear. The first item numbered A is Ghana Gold Board Bill 2025. The paper was presented, and after the presentation, you could even invoke the standing order before the referral to the committee for consideration and report. But in this case, that has been referred to the committee for consideration and report after your application that it be referred to Committee on Natural Resources and Finance Committee, which application was granted after due consideration. Then we moved from that item to item numbered B, that is Energy Sector Levies Bill 2025. And you are making the application after even the referral of this Energy Sector Levies Bill. Very well. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I'm sure you are aware that these new standing orders are the subject of ongoing familiarization. We're all becoming familiar with its provisions and how to utilize the facilities provided in the standing orders. I think this is a novel provision that provides an opportunity for a minister bringing a document to speak to it at the point of laying. So, Speaker, I actually had discussions with my friends on the other side, and initially there was some opposition to it being laid today, but I concluded with them on the note that at the point of laying, the minister will indicate the policy base of the bill. And so if you observe, when you mentioned the bill, I stood up. I stood up because I was trying to honor a promise that I made to them that I would get the minister to at least give some background to the bill at the point of laying. And I also think that it is important for him, since he's here, to have that opportunity, given that this is a major, major policy issue in the budget that the minister presented to this House. So if he has taken a significant step towards implementing the major component of the budget, which is the gold board, which is the key tool for stabilizing the currency, I think that it is newsworthy. And so the minister should give some background to it, and then we'll move to. So if Mr. Speaker can exercise your powers to at least make accommodation for the minister to give some policy brief on the bill.
Honorable members, let's look at the order carefully. I am mandated to give the opportunity. But if the minister presenting the bill is desirous of giving a short explanation, the minister may do so. And in this case, the minister is not desirous, so he didn't give the short explanation. Honorable members, where the minister did not give the short explanation, then a member may request the minister so to do. So from your explanation, if the minister were to be desirous, the minister would have given the short explanation. The minister did not do so, and a member is requesting. And the point that I'm making is that the request should have come and at the time that item was under consideration, not after the consideration of that item and consideration of another item. But well, we are masters of our own rule. I'll give the opportunity to the minister to give the explanation. Minister, you have the floor.
No, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, with respect. Mr. Speaker, with respect, we are going to set a very bad precedent, Mr. Speaker. When I made the application under Order 1633, your ruling to date was to the effect that my application was late. And then the same thing with the majority leader application to you. It's equally late because you had explained to me that I should have raised Order 160. So, Mr. Speaker, we don't need the explanation again. We don't need it. Mr. Speaker, let's move on. Mr. Speaker, suffice to say that, Mr. Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Odutubri, he raised an important issue under Order 64. Let's let the process kickstart. And then we can be able to, Parliament will see what we'll do. But at least the member raised the issue, acknowledge it, and even if the bell is ring, then we'll find a way to handle it, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Whip, when the member was raising the issue, I can see you clearly asking the member to resume his seat. So if he's mindful, he can raise the issue. Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in trying to embellish his application, I revealed that it is important for government that the minister makes the policy pronouncement. When he realized that it is important for government for minister to make the policy pronouncement, he abandoned his application. But he's forgotten that I made the application. Because you dismiss his, then I made an independent application. You haven't opposed it. You haven't opposed it. No, but it's not a decision. It's not a decision. It is not a decision to be taken. It's a request to the Speaker. And then the Speaker will grant the request so that the Minister can make a brief statement explaining the policy document and the bill.
Honorable members, against the backdrop that according to the majority leader, our standing orders are very new. Very well, very well. Honorable members, we move to the item numbered 8 and continue with the debate. It's now the turn of Honorable Akwesi Akwa, Deputy Ranking. Before then, let me hear the Honorable Member.
I'm very grateful, even though the issue of quorum was raised and ignored. I will go ahead and raise it once again. Just keep quiet and listen. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I am fortified by Order 64, Rule 1 of our standing orders. With your kind permission, if I may read, it says, a quorum of Parliament, apart from the person presiding, is 1/3 of all members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, as I earlier informed the House, I have taken account myself, and we don't even have 70 members here. I believe we are 65. That is if nobody has entered, and considering the nature of the business that we are yet to embark on, I don't think we are setting a good precedent. Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission, I would pray that the rules, that is particularly Rule 4, A, B, C, D, under 64, be strictly applied. I'm grateful.
Accordingly, I direct the clerk to ring the bell. Now, Honorable Akwesi Akwa, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for this opportunity to comment on the budget themed The Big Push. Mr. Speaker, I am not placed in any way to determine how the budget is themed. But due to the massive campaign...
Remember, in fact, as a House, we need to be taken seriously. I don't believe in the fact that you draw the attention of the Speaker to the absence of a quorum, and thereafter you pack your things and walk out. Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I was saying that I am not placed in any way to determine how the NDC terms its own budget. But looking at the way the 24-hour economy was used massively for campaign, I was expecting that this budget would have been termed the 24-hour budget. But here we are, we have it, the big push. This suggests to me that our friends on the other side are gradually running away from the 24-hour that really brought them to power. I can also see that they actually miss the Bible scriptures that always accompany the budgets. And so I want to suggest one. Go with me to Luke 14:28. Luke 14:28. Which of you, intending to build a tower, doesn't sit down and count the costs, whether the project can be completed or not? Mr. Speaker, I am quoting this scripture in reference to this budget because this budget contains a lot of intentions, but if you look at the money, if you look at the allocation to get these intentions accomplished, if you look at the allocations that are meant to get these projects accomplished, then it's easier for us to describe this budget as a lie budget. Mr. Speaker, I want to prove that from two sources. The first will be the local government and decentralization. Mr. Speaker, the budget suggests that 80% of common fund will go straight to the MMDAs. I'm suggesting to the House that this is not feasible. This is not feasible because we know the MMDAs already have contracts with the common fund, and they already have signed some form of agreement with private vendors. And so if these deductions are going to be done at source, we will not have the 80% to go to the district assemblies. And if we refuse to comply with these agreements that have been signed, then we will be getting closer to judgment debts. I know we've already talked about provisions made in the budget for judgment debts. But if we can curtail them, all the better for us, so we can save some money for the development of this nation. I know that we are yet to vet the District Assembly Common Fund Administrator, who would now submit the formula to the House. But we know from convention and practice that the MPs, the regional coordinating councils, and some reserve funds are always made available, some for the training of MMDCs. If these monies are going to be kept to the various MMDAs, clearly, we are not going to have the 80% as the budget has promised. The government is also trying to decentralize school feeding program, passport application process. This suggests to me that the decentralization of these activities will require that monies are sent to the district assemblies. Now, if local government, which controls district assemblies, if local government, which supervises the common fund administration, is keeping the chunk of common fund at the headquarters, common fund, they may not have money to practice the decentralized activities, like the school feeding, passport application, and all that the budget is suggesting. Mr. Speaker, the budget is also silent on the implementation of the new birth and death registration. The Act says we should decentralize all these activities. Now, if we want to have true meaning to this act, what it means is that we need to make monies available to the birth and death activities so that we can have accurate data for national planning. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 496 has suggested that We pay modest allowances to assembly members. Mr. Speaker, ever since this was announced, we have issues in our various MMDAs. People think that assemblymen are happy, but we have eventually set them up against the unit committee members who they work with. If we are making available 100 million Ghana cedis a year,
Honourable member, conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I thought I was entitled to 10 minutes. If the assembly members are going to benefit from this 100 million Ghana cedis a year, Mr. Speaker, these assembly members are as good as some of us as politicians. What they require, Mr. Speaker, what they require is a fund that will help them to work within their electoral areas. Now, we have only given them money for themselves. Their electors are going to ask what the 1,000 cities or the less than 1,000 cities have been used to
Honourable
achieve.
member, your time is up. I will proceed to give the floor to Honourable Professor Hamza Adams.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Professor Hamza Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honourable Professor, you have 10 minutes.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to contribute to the budget statement and economic policy. Mr. Speaker, our colleagues opposite are jittery and full of fear because of the robustness of the kind of budget that has been provided. Mr. Speaker, what they don't know is that the budget was teased out from People's Manifesto. A manifesto that was developed by the people who are supposed to be beneficiaries of the implementation of this budget. Mr. Speaker, our colleagues are also very jittery in the sense that they know that what is contained in NDC's manifesto, by the time we finish implementing their manifesto promises, MPP would have collapsed. So because of that, they are afraid. Mr. Speaker, the budget that has been presented stands out from all angles. It's a generational budget because it is a budget that gives hope to men, a budget that gives hope to women, a budget that gives hope to young girls, a budget that gives hope to businessmen, a budget that gives hope to bankers and to everybody. So because of that, they are afraid. The electorate, Mr. Speaker, are the best people to judge your performance. It is not about the data that you throw out. Your abysmal performance in the last elections is a clear testimony that you were underperforming. And so they gave the NDC overwhelming majority to come and redeem this country. And we are here to do just that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the one issue that is very, very important to deal with and to look at, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of Galamsey. Galamsey is causing serious havoc to this country, Mr. Speaker. If you look at the kind of destruction that is caused by Galamsey, we are struggling because our land is under serious degradation. Our water is still under pollution. Our forest is under serious destruction. It is a menace that we have to collectively look at and address as a country. Otherwise, we risk our future collectively. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, our colleagues opposite failed abysmally. They failed woefully to tackle the issue of Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, the 500 excavators that got missing from the disassembles are yet to be found. Where have they been to? I believe strongly that this is an important matter that should catch the attention of ORA. Mr. Speaker, we and our colleagues opposite, their government-formed interministerial committee to look into the matter of the Galamsey. Taxpayers' money was channeled into that committee's activities. Resources were channeled into the activities. They came together, and the chairman came out with a very comprehensive report. What has happened to the report? The report has been dished. The taxpayers' money must be refunded. And I think this is also another matter for the attention of ORA, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, NDC has put in the manifesto, and a few has been teased out in the budget to tackle the issue of Galamsey head on, Mr. Speaker. We promised in the manifesto that we will ensure that we would draw the LI 2462. We are in the process of doing just that. So we will deliver on this as well. We also promise that we're going to ensure that we have comprehensive program that will look at the enforcement of environmental and safety standards to mitigate the destructive effects of the illegal mining. We are introducing, in this budget, is captured, we are introducing Blue Water Initiative, and that is training 200 guards to protect our water bodies. If you go to the page 95, paragraph 562, you will find that. Mr. Speaker, one thing that is also we are not looking at, and it's affecting our Galamsey, is alternative livelihood. The people must survive. They must have something to live on, Mr. Speaker. The hope of the people is coming because we have the 24-hour policy, which is going to bring about massive job opportunities for the youth. We can leverage on this to reduce the menace of the Galamsey. We have, Mr. Speaker, we also have the big push. The big push coming with an amount of about $10 million. This is also another opportunity to provide alternative livelihood for the people in the mining communities. Mr. Speaker, we have the National Apprenticeship Program and Agri for Jobs. These are all avenues we can leverage to ensure that we find alternative livelihood for the miners. And once we are able to do that, I believe strongly that it will be a step forward in controlling the menace. Mr. Speaker, another very important matter that is worth looking at has to do with climate change. Climate change is a global canker, and you don't need a magician to tell you that climate change is real. Because increasingly, we are seeing that our temperature is rising. We are also seeing that we have rising level of sea. We are also experiencing the shift in weather patterns. All this is telling you that climate change is real. It is a global canker, but as a country, we are supposed to contribute in fighting this particular menace. Let's look at what MPP tried to do in trying to fight that. They introduced what they call Green Ghana, which was supposed to respond to the issue of climate change. Because we know that the more you have carbon footprints, the more you are contributing to climate change. Now, if we plant more trees, what is happening is that the trees will absorb more of the carbon and by extension, reducing climate change. So they introduced Green Ghana program, which is very wonderful. But unfortunately, if you look at the way they implemented the Green Ghana project, in fact, it calls for serious investigation, and because it has implication for financial law to the state. Here again, oral attention is needed. Mr. Speaker, NDC, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has taken bold steps in trying to ensure that we are able to replace the Green Ghana project with a more robust package to plant more trees for this country. Mr. Speaker, we intend, in our proposal, we have captured in the budget, One Child, One Tree initiative. And in this particular One Child, One Tree initiative, we are encouraging all school children to plant trees and nature. Now, if you look at the trees that have been planted under the Green Ghana project, it is difficult to tell the survival rate. You don't know how many of the trees have survived. Mr. Speaker, the NDC is coming with a comprehensive package that will deal with the afforestation matter. Because of lack of time, let me conclude, Mr. Speaker. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, in fact, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama's coming is a second independence for Ghana. This is because you can now see and read from people's faces that they are now free and happy. You can see that teachers are now free. You can see that headmasters are now free.
Honorable member, once again conclude.
Traders are now free. Businessmen are now free. Farmers are now free.
Honorable member, your time is up. I'll proceed to give the floor to Honorable Dr. Fred Che Asamoah. Yes, Honorable member.
I'm very grateful, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to withdraw my application on quorum earlier on. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to bring to the attention of the House that I had to go out to confer with my first deputy whip. I didn't raise the issue of quorum and step out to have fun.
Well, on that basis, I would say that we are learning. Normally, there are certain things when you want to do it, you confer with the leadership first. You don't do it before you go out to confer with the leadership. So we are learning.
Mr. Speaker, you see, the conference was in respect of government business, not in respect of us learning. We want to help government business. That is why
many a time we take guidance from the leadership. Honorable Dr. Fred Che Asamoah, you have the floor. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm excited to contribute to the budget statement and the economic policy Honorable Speaker, I believe we are all aware of the animal called chameleon. Chameleon changes color whenever it changes position or location. Honorable Speaker, I think we are also aware of what we call chronic flip-flopper. Why am I saying that? Honorable Speaker, if you look at the budget statement, on paragraph 383, it mentioned 203 million for teachers' allowance. But when you go to Appendix 4A, it's saying 207 million. Which one is which? The Ghanaian will have to judge. Honorable Speaker, when you go to the same paragraph 383, nursing teachers' allowance, 480. But you go to Appendix 4A, it says 770 million. Honorable Speaker, is it a chameleon or is it a chronic flip-flopper? The Ghanaian will have to judge. Honorable Speaker, then of course, when you go again to paragraph 392, it says we have committed 300 million, but this 300 million that has been committed for National Apprenticeship Program. Honorable Speaker, when you go to Appendix 4D, under the Ministry of Trade and Industry and Agribusiness, it's mentioned 555 million. Honorable Speaker, which one is which? That is a typical chameleon, a flip-flopper. Which one is the Ghanaian looking at? It tells us the kind of budget that we are looking at. Honorable Speaker, credibility is very important. I refer to Honorable Speaker's contribution during the 2017 budget debate. And the Honorable Speaker referred to 419. I don't know, and he was trying to define what 419 is. And he has found the meaning of 419 from Nigeria. Honorable Speaker, I'm not saying this is a 419 budget. Neither am I saying this is a chronic flip-flopper budget. Neither am I saying this is a chameleon budget. But Honorable Speaker, the data doesn't align. So which one are we telling Ghanaians? Honorable Speaker, the budget also talk about establishing National Apprenticeship Program. Honorable Speaker is a member, used to be a member of the Education Committee, and he is aware the National Apprenticeship Program was established and was launched, and we have a National Apprenticeship Policy. Honorable Speaker, per the same budget, this same budget that we are talking about, it has been stated that a total of 25,058 beneficiaries have already benefited from the National Apprenticeship Program. But the question is, now we are going to establish National Apprenticeship Program. What is informing it? What is the mind behind this? What is the intent? Question for Ghanaians to think about. Honorable Speaker, we are learning from the best, and we know any country that can develop has to pick up where the previous government left. Governance is continuing. In fact, the German government has been implementing a national apprenticeship program for over 200 years. And anytime any new government comes into place, they continue from where they've left off. So the question is, what are we talking about in terms of going to establish a new apprenticeship program? Honorable Speaker, then we come to education. It's no news, because if you look at the new patriotic party's manifesto for 2024, it talked about going into uncap the government get fund allocations. In fact, Honorable Speaker, when it comes to education financing, there's a need for innovation, because Get fund is already there, capping it, you put the rest, the remaining into the consolidated fund. But you are uncapping, it's the same fund that is coming in. So assume there's a shortfall in revenue. How do we finance education? It's very important. These are questions that we will have to interrogate when it gets to appropriation. Honorable Speaker, then also we're talking about education and improving education. We know
Honorable Dr. Asamoah, I know your position in education. So let's carry the House along. Ghanaians are made to pay 2.5% VAT towards education. They are made to pay 2.5% VAT towards national health insurance. The money is paid towards that specific object. Then the projection is 9 billion. And then you've taken a decision that I'm going to give you 3.5 billion. The rest is going back to the consolidated fund. Is that the best?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe I still have my time available to me.
Honourable members, I am not debating. I just want to understand.
You are debating him. You are debating the Speaker.
Honourable Speaker, in fact, education financing is very critical, and we need more innovative approach in addition to just uncapping GET fund. And I believe it will make it available if we have to bring in more funds. Because you're talking about education. TVET, if you look at the TVET budget allocation, in this budget, it's woefully inadequate because it costs 3 to 4 times to train one person in a skill area as compared to grammar education. So if you look at that allocation that has been given to technical and vocational education, it's woefully inadequate. In fact, it's worth noting that the previous government worked on to establish the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission for TVET, and in addition, the Ghana TVET service, so that we can make sure we provide the skills that we need. In fact, Honorable Speaker, if there's a fire in your house, you don't go to the next house to go and quench their fire. We are talking about exporting skills. The question is, what kind of skills do we want to export? And what kind of budgetary allocation are we putting to these skills that we want to export? If you are talking about a whole day economy, that you are talking, you need your local people to be skilled to be able to support your local industry so that you will be able to generate the 224 billion that you are projected to generate. Honorable Speaker, we are talking about the fact that this economy that has been inherited by the NDC government is an ill economy. Meanwhile, this ill economy, Honorable Speaker, is what is giving the NDC government the ability and the opportunity and the willing to be able to create and to be able to generate 224 billion Ghana cedi. This is not a ill economy. Honorable Speaker, let's come back. Because of the time, you have to cut short. Let's come back to the health budget. Honorable Speaker, the budget is talking about free primary care. Then it's talking about the Ghana Medical Trust Fund. Honorable Speaker, in fact, it's unfortunate to even list somebody's name as the. It's not right. It's not right, so we don't go there. But Honorable Speaker, you know what is happening? If you look at the NHIL, then you look at whatever is going to the National Health Fund, which is about 9.9 billion. Honorable Speaker, the unfortunate thing is we have some outstanding that need to be cleared by the NHIS. Then, of course, you are talking about primary care. Primary care, because we already have the NHIS, we can calculate and estimate that if you want to look at 30% commitment to the free primary care, you are looking at a minimum of 1 billion Ghana cedis. But we are not telling us how are we going to fund this primary care, primary health care. Moreover, the worst thing is the Ghana Medical Trust. It's going to lead to what we call corruption. Why? Because if you look at the Ghana Medical Trust, it doesn't tell us where does the trust end. Because you say we're going to treat chronic diseases. We already have NHIS, which is taking care of general care. Then you are bringing in primary health care. In fact, if somebody is going for preventive care, and you realize that the person is having hypertension or something, you're not going to send the person home. You're going to start treatment right away. So the question is, why bring all this? Is it an opportunity for us to increase corruption in this country? Because in fact, this is an opportunity for people to take advantage of the system and to take money. Why? Because in advanced countries, this thing has happened and it keeps happening. You can never reinvent the wheel.
Honorable Dr. Chair Samuel, I recognize Honorable Achampo.
Mr. Speaker, earlier speakers made same statement on the floor of the House, of which the Speaker asked them to withdraw those unparliamentary choice of words and that kind of statement. But if you pin wrong motives, that is it the case that this arrangement is geared towards corruption? Mr. Speaker, our rules are very clear. If you read Order 127, a budget is presented to the House. Then we are debating the content or the principles of the budget. You are here anticipating that somebody is going to steal money or somebody is going to engage himself in corrupt practices. If that same statement is said on you, would you be happy? So, Mr. Speaker, I call the honorable member to withdraw the statement and apologize. Nobody. He did not say corruption in passing. He made reference to. Mr. Speaker, I still have the floor.
Honorable Leader, after Deputy Whip, I will give you the floor.
The honorable member is debating the budget statement. The honorable member is saying there's an inadequate allocation. And the honorable member is saying, or is it the case that this allocation, people want to indulge in corruption? So it's making reference to the budget presented to this House.
Is the question the budget? Honorable, I want to hear Honorable Leader.
The honorable member to withdraw the statement and apologize to the House.
Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm rather surprised at the objection being made by our honorable second majority whip. I don't think the word corruption is very, very new to this House. We've had the case where members have even accused people of being corrupt, and nobody raised any objection. Here is a case where a member is making a statement or passing the comment and is asking a question. It is not a definite statement where you will require the member to withdraw that statement. He's making a question. You can decide to answer whether it is the case or not. I don't think that is made a definite statement that requires the withdrawal at this point in time, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, let's look at the relevant standing order. Order 1, 2, 3, talking about content of speech. Particularly 1, 2, 3, 2. It reads. Order. Honorable members, in accordance with our rule, when the speaker is speaking, all members are supposed to listen to the speaker in silence. That is what the rule says. Honourable members, that is what the rule says. All members are supposed to listen to the speaker in silence. Honourable members, state a member shall not particularly be impute improper motives or impugn the integrity of a member or any other person. The statement, is it an opportunity to increase corruption? Is he imputing improper motive? If yes, then the word used by the honorable member offends the rules, particularly Standing Order 123 2B. I would accordingly direct the honorable member to withdraw those words.
Honorable Speaker, the statement that I made per your...
What if you didn't say that? What if you didn't say that? What if you didn't say that?
Honorable Speaker, I am guided, but I want to restate that these three funds that we're talking about, the primary care, general care, and the Ghana medical care.
Honorable member.
I'm not using the word.
Honorable member,
I'm guided by the
I
speaker.
am requesting you to withdraw.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. Mr. Speaker, I'm guided, and I withdraw. I just get it. Mr. Speaker, I'm guided and I withdraw. But Mr. Speaker, I want to restate that we do not know where NHIS ends and where the Ghana Medical Care Trust ends. It's very critical. These are difficult questions that one has to answer because in other advanced countries, this has led to a lot of serious issues that have become a challenge for the nation. So I want to emphasize on that matter. Then, Honorable Speaker, one other issue that is very critical is on the infrastructure for the health fund. Under the Ministry of Health, 200 million has been allocated for health infrastructure. Then, of course, we have also seen that 60 million has been allocated for LA. The same time, we have 20 million that has been allocated for nursing colleges. Honorable Speaker, health is a serious issue. And every country that does not invest in infrastructure in health, we talk about buildings, we talk about tools for work, we talk about IT infrastructure, and even we talk about maintenance. These are issues that are very critical. So if we are telling Ghanaians that we believe in their health and want to take care of them, that budget is woefully inadequate. Then, of course,
Honourable member, conclude.
Honourable Speaker, in conclusion, we realize that there is no budgetary allocation to continue Agenda 111. This, Honorable Speaker, this is going to lead to what we call financial loss to this nation because so much has already been invested. Honorable Speaker, these are the reasons why I'm saying that this budget is a chameleon budget or a chronic flip-flopping budget. Thank you, Honorable.
It's now the turn of Honorable Ignatius Yaogomado.
Mr. Speaker, I seek to correct my name. My name is Ignatius. My name is not Ignatius. My name is not Ignatius, so please get that corrected. I'm Engineer Yao Gomado.
Well, that is what I have here.
Yeah.
So, Honorable Yao Gomado, you have the floor.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to comment on the budget as presented to us by our Finance Minister, Dr. Kesilatu Folsom. Mr. Speaker, I choose to call this budget a transformative financial plan. It is indeed a budget for transformation and sustainability because it outlines several strategic initiatives aimed at strengthening the nation's science and technology sector. The measures are designed for foster innovation, enhance research capabilities, drive economic growth, and ensure sustainability through technological advancement and environmental conservation. Mr. Speaker, our government, for the love and importance it attaches to the citizens, has emphasized in its manifesto the pivotal role of science, technology, innovation, and national development. The President John Dramani Mahama reiterated this focus in the recent SONA presented to us here in the Parliament. And this commitment is clearly reflected in the 2025 budget. I want to comment on investment in science, technology, and innovation. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 budget allocates significant resources to this sector, including the 13.8 billion for the Big Push program aimed at large-scale infrastructure projects, including the establishment of STEM schools and TVET centers. Mr. Speaker, a 3.5 billion set aside for STEM and TVET programs to support the establishment of 10 new STEM schools across the various regions in the country. Mr. Speaker, a 1.8 billion was allocated for upgrading technical and vocational institutes in the country. Mr. Speaker, this training will also encourage the technology that we have recently adopted called artificial intelligence. Mr. Speaker, these resources will also support the scholarship program for targeting 30,000 students in the STEM fields. Mr. Speaker, we have what we call today unemployed graduates. It hurts a parent to sponsor or educate the child at the university level for the child to graduate and will not find any job because there are no job markets for some of these courses. Mr. Speaker, as a product of TVET, I support these initiatives by my government. That even when I was in my third year, I became the breadwinner, third year in technical school, not even at the university. I became the breadwinner in my family. Because by the time I returned from school, there are so many jobs waiting for me that I undertake and earn a lot of money to support my father when he lost his job. Mr. Speaker, the TVET system, I heard my brother talking about TVET. For me, the previous government did not manage it properly. You cannot tell exactly what they do. I do react with some of these technical TVET products, but you see their standards are very low as compared to our time when we were in technical school. So, Mr. Speaker, when the government or my government decide to invest in this, I see that the budget is going to expand the STEM programs at all educational levels to equip students with globally relevant skills. Mr. Speaker, the establishment of TVET centers of excellence is to promote practical skills and innovation, and it will support our Council for Scientific and Industrial Research Centers. Mr. Speaker, by investing in this science and technology, we will create more jobs in the STEM, education, and digital transformations. Mr. Speaker, it will accelerate Ghana's digital transformation in AI adaptations. Mr. Speaker, I will urge my colleagues on the other side to support this life-saving budget, as it is a critical step in resetting the agenda for scientific progress, economic growth, and environmental sustainability. Thank you.
Honourable members, it's now the turn of Honourable Ajimai.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to make a few commentary on the 2025 budget. It is of a common knowledge that the wealth of a nation is its health. Therefore, a healthy nation means a wealthy nation. I believe the NDC was minded by this. That was why in their 2024 manifesto, chapter 5, they made very audacious thematic areas, 8 of them, teasing out 33 policies of health interventions out of these 8 thematic areas. So they had the endorsement of the Ghanaian people, which meant that the Ghanaian people entrusted the health of the nation into their hands. Mr. Speaker, a careful read of the 2025 budget, referencing page 109 to 112 of the 2025 national budget. Mr. Speaker, out of these 33 policies or health proposals or interventions that the NDC's manifesto posited on the Ghanaian people, I'm sorry to say that just 6 of them were captured in this budget. Even these 6 that were captured, I'm being very charitable to the data. It is only 2 that were fully captured, which means that 27 out of 33 policies were not captured in this budget.
Honorable Lukuto.
This represents just 18.81% of their proposal. It means that 81.82% of their proposal was not captured in this 2025 budget. Mr. Speaker, I'm very much concerned because we can't play politics with our health. It is very dangerous to play politics with our health. the various allocations that have been made or propositions that have been made in the budget clearly shows that the budget did not take into cognizance the health of the nation. I'm going to avert the mind of the House to two key thematic areas that is of grave concern. As captured in your 2024 manifesto, chapter 5, you said to the Ghanaian people that we're going to increase access to mental health care. Mr. Speaker, I said chapter 5 of your manifesto. Mr. Speaker, mental health is a very great concern to all of us. We are all minded here when the Minister for Health mounted the dispatch box and read a statement to us to the effect of the impact of the use of opioids on the Ghanaian people. I remember very well that he called on a multi-sectorial approach to the treatment of this use of opioids. Various MPs that had opportunity to make contribution to the statement all agreed that in our various constituencies, the use of opioids is very, very, very high. Mr. Speaker, conservative estimates in every constituency, you can have about 100,000 youth engaged in the use of this opioid. So we have about 276,000 youth have been exposed to this use of opioids. Mr. Speaker, rhetorically, Mr. Speaker, the new opioid substance is what we call red. Mr. Speaker, we need red. We need red. It is the new opioid substance that is being abused. However, this mental health issue that was boldly stated in the manifesto of the NDC did not find expression in the national budget. We are all at risk. You intend creating a lot of jobs for the youth. But the use of opioids on productivity is well documented in literature, which means that the very youth that you intend to give opportunities to are abusing substances that there is the need for national budgets to address. Mr. Speaker, the second thematic area that I want to avert our minds to has to do with your budget, with your manifesto. You did indicate that you were going to bring about provisions or proposals that will support public health emergencies and pandemic preparedness. Through this, you intended to establish what you called the Ghana Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Mr. Speaker, pandemic, if we don't know anything at all, knowing what we have known from COVID, Mr. Speaker, and the way COVID treated all of us were at risk. All of us were at risk. Mr. Speaker, for a national budget on health that did not make provisions for pandemic, Mr. Speaker, is very worrying.
Oh, Finance Minister.
It's very, very much worrying. Especially when we have had bitter lessons from COVID. Mr. Speaker, I wish to draw the attention of the House that this abysmal 18.18% of manifesto proposals that has found expressions in the national budget is woefully inadequate. I appeal to the Minister for Finance. I'm reliably informed that there's precedence. The deputy is here. I'm reliably informed that there's precedence where amendments could be made before the budget is approved. This is the health of the nation. Yes. Mental health, and when we get into the estimate, you'll be surprised about the amount that was allocated to mental health. I don't want to get into it, but get into the appendices of your own budget, and you will be surprised. Mr. Speaker, it's a very innocuous appeal that the Minister of Finance comes back to this House and increase the provisions that he has made in the 2025 budget when it comes to health, because we are all exposed. We are all exposed. Mental health and pandemics, we are all exposed. especially when the world is going through a lot of environmental issues that can easily find expressions or can bring about pandemics. I appeal to you, Mr. Speaker, and all of us, that based on precedents, the Minister for Finance, and it's quite surprising because when the Minister for Health mounted the dispatch box on the use of opioids, it was about 3 weeks before the budget was presented to us. Doesn't mean that you don't want to even listen to the health minister on something that concerns all of us. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't need the whole time to make my statement. All that I'm saying is that this is a national health issue.
Honourable member, conclude.
I'm even concluding, Mr. Speaker. I'm minded. All that I'm saying is that for 33 proposals that was made in your manifesto, only 18.18% of them found expression in the national budget. Therefore, this budget, when it comes to health, is an abobo-ya budget. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, it's now the turn of Honourable Kofi Ako Noko.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to what I consider to be a masterpiece. Mr. Speaker, this budget statement on economy and on economic policy, themed resetting the economy for the Ghana we want, Mr. Speaker, I believe should be put in a glass and also posted in the Parliament Museum. Because, Mr. Speaker, this is a budget that cuts across all sectors. It is a budget that has given hope to the fisher folks in Axim. Mr. Speaker, as a member of the Young Parliamentarian Forum of this Parliament, and also the steering committee representative of Western and Central Africa, Mr. Speaker, I am so happy that when you refer to page 73 of the budget, it talks about a 3 million Ghana cedis allocation to the National Apprenticeship Program. Mr. Speaker, they say that the future belongs to the young people, and that once we are making allocations and investing into the youth, it indicates that the future is indeed bright. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we must also celebrate that a whopping 100 million Ghana cedis has been allocated for coded programs, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, computer is everything. The softwares, games is an industry that it's worth investing in. And I celebrate the fantastic and brilliant finance minister for a good work done. Now, Mr. Speaker, as a teacher myself, I'm so happy that in the budget, the teacher Dabre initiative, Mr. Speaker, you know how it is. For a young trained teacher to be posted to a village, a small community, getting accommodation becomes a problem. Mr. Speaker, you end up being, your motivation, everything is dampened. And so, if such an allocation is made to motivate teachers, it's something that must be lauded. Mr. Speaker, I want to diverge into the field of energy. Mr. Speaker, it is said that energy is like the vein, the blood veins, because, Mr. Speaker, it cuts across everywhere. And that, when the vein is cut, it becomes a problem. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, every serious country pays special attention to the energy sector. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that the records of this government, even as at 2016, it's something that stands out. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, before we left power, Mr. Speaker, energy accessibility Mr. Speaker, in my community, in my constituency, which is Evalua Jomojura, it is only during the NDC era that about 50, 60 communities, which makes about 70% of the constituency, had electricity. During the era, the 8-year period of the NPP, we never saw an erection of a pole, not even a single one. Mr. Speaker, I want to make reference to the 2017 budget. The NDC, Mr. Speaker, moved electricity access from 54% to a whopping 83.2% in just a matter of 8 years. Now, Mr. Speaker, let's compare to what the NPP did. Mr. Speaker, from 2017 to 2022, what they could do was just 5.6%. 5.6%, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. No, I quoted it. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, address the chair.
It is for every government to ensure that we have stable energy security, an efficient one. And that is why I'm happy that President Mahama, as of December 2015, was able to end doing so. Mr. Speaker, this is a government, I'm just talking about a record in 2016, to reflect what they couldn't do. Mr. Speaker, by 2016, we were able to increase the total megawatt of this country to over 5,000 megawatts. Mr. Speaker, we bequeathed the MPP, the Atuabo Gas Processing Company, which was worth about $1 million. Mr. Speaker, we bequeathed the NPP in 2016 a healthy energy sector. Because, Mr. Speaker, the stabilization fund was solid. Mr. Speaker, as at 2016, we had $207.9 million in the stabilization fund. Yes. And so, once you have bequeathed all these things, and for the former energy minister, immediate past deputy energy minister, to come here and be blaming a government that has been in power for just 3 months for doing so. Mr. Speaker, what did they do in the space of 8 years? Mr. Speaker, they said the lights was on. President Akufo-Addo was bold enough to tell us that the lights were on. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to tell you how he managed it. To dramatize is just like this young man in my community who has a sore on the leg. Instead of treating it, all he does is add plaster and wear shoes. Until one day he gets up and they have to cut the leg. Mr. Speaker, the energy sector is in crisis, is in comatose, because the total bill of the energy sector is now $3 billion. Mr. $3 billion. Mr. Speaker, they were able to, we bequeathed them ASLA, which was able to mobilize 45 million Ghana cedis. But yet, they left a bill of 70 billion Ghana cedis. Now who does that? How? Who sells power and make losses? Mr. Speaker, ECG is in crisis. The debt of ECG, Mr. Speaker, is 68 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to power generation, the IPPs have a role to play. And Mr. Speaker, the cash water mechanism was just a simple thing to ensure that when ECG, which is at the last end of the energy chain, gets mobilized the revenue, is able to allocate to all the players along the stretch.
Honourable member, conclude.
Now, Mr. Speaker, even ECG, there were multiple accounts because all they wanted to do was to swerve accountability. So, Mr. Speaker, the solutions as indicated in this budget is one that gives hope to everyone, including the IPPs. Mr. Speaker, even the name of the ministry now, Ministry of Energy and Green Transition, tells you that we are going to expand the energy mix to include renewable energy, which will ensure that the lights will be on properly. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, the energy minister brilliantly has indicated to negotiate the debt that you left with the IPPs to ensure that the energy production proceeds on. Mr. Speaker, the innovative thing of going renewable way is to ensure that there is what we call net metering. Mr. Speaker, which is if you have a solar panel on your house, when you produce that, you produce electricity which is more than you consume, you can give it to ECG, and ECG will balance you when it comes to the calculations of the ECG bill. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, but I know that this budget gives hope to the energy sector, to the fishing industry, to the education sector, to the youth, and to everyone. God bless us all. Thank you for this opportunity.
Honourable members, order. Honourable members, a few minutes ago, I stated that by our own rules, anytime the chair is speaking, we listen to the chair in silence. I refer to Order 126 under the marginal note, chair to be heard in silence, which reads, the Speaker is responsible for the maintenance of order and observance of the rules of debate in the House. 2, whenever the Speaker addresses the House, any member standing shall immediately resume the member's seat, and the Speaker shall be heard in silence. 3, whenever the Speaker rises in a situation of disorder, any member standing shall immediately resume the member's seat. 4, a member shall not leave the member's seat whilst the Speaker is addressing the House. So, honourable members, take note accordingly. Clearly, Standing Order 126. Everybody can read it and apprise himself. Honourable members, it's now the turn of Honourable Kenneth Addo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that this is not the first time we're having renewable energy. In fact, there's renewable energy installations in this country. We have the Abuasi solar plant and a lot of other solar energies that have been added. So it's important to state this for the fact. Mr. Speaker, I'm very excited. The Honorable Ladi referred to page 86 and was talking about the benefits of the Soko project. Unfortunately, what she failed to mention is that the Soko project was one of the positive inheritance that they had from the previous administration, which is a $450 million project facility that was launched in 2022 by Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, at the time where my predecessor, Honorable Damboche, was the Minister of Local Government. Mr. Speaker, when they inherit positivity, they enjoy it gladly. But when they inherit commitment and liabilities, then they turn to lament. Fortunately, what we want as a Ghanaians is the fact government is a continuum, and that whatever that we inherit as a government, we must continue. Mr. Speaker, the people of this country voted massively for the NDC, and they voted for them. One of the key things that the young people want is jobs, jobs, jobs. The NDC promised jobs, jobs, jobs. Mr. Speaker, when you take a look at the budget, there are a lot of promises that the big push seems to be. If you look at job creation, they are freezing employment. Not just recruitment, but also replacement. So, Mr. Speaker, over the years, most of the policies and IMF programs that we do to check our fiscal discipline is that we may freeze employment recruitment, but we do replacement. But, Mr. Speaker, this government is not just freezing recruitment, but they are freezing replacement. And I said that to understand where they are creating the employment. Mr. Speaker, beyond that, Mr. Speaker, they claim that the big push is what is going to be the panacea for all the things that they attempt to solve. Mr. Speaker, page 69, paragraph 6368 indicates that the 10 billion big push will be the government's policy strategy for infrastructure development to open up the country and drive sustainable economic growth transformation and also create jobs, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister went ahead to indicate that there's a $10 billion allocation over the medium term. And Mr. Speaker, the NDPC talks about defined medium term as a 4-year period where government has to do a strategy and allocate resources. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the budget allocation, you realize that they phase it out for the 4-year term. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the indicative budget, you realize that just as Dr. Che was saying, you cannot understand why we will be forced to announce a 10 billion facility, knowing very well that by the 4-year term, we ourselves, by our indicative budget, we are not going to do for the 10 billion. Mr. Speaker, if you look at page 138, Mr. Speaker, the indicative budget, this year, they are allocating 13 billion cedis plus. And then next year, they are going to allocate 17 billion, 19 billion, and 21 billion. And some of this is giving us 71 billion. Mr. Speaker, that's about $4.6 billion. That is not even up to $5 billion. It's not even 50% of what it is that they promise that they are going to do. So is this a budget where you come and state a policy and indicate that you are investing $10 billion? Meanwhile, in your own budget indicative, it is $4.6 billion. Can we say that this is the budget? Yes. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is like in the old days, you want to go and get your future wife, and you tell the lady that Akosombo Dam belongs to your father. Meanwhile, you know very well that it is not for you. They are telling the youth of this country that they are going to give them, Mr. Speaker, jobs through the big push of $10 billion. Meanwhile, in their budget indications, over the 4-year period, they are just going to put in $4.6 billion. And this one, why? Mr. Speaker, again, they talked about the fact that they want to grow the economy by 4.0. Mr. Speaker, we cannot accept setting low standards for ourselves. We need to push that. We are a developing country. We need money to create jobs for the youth. Mr. Speaker, we inherited a growth of 5.7. Yet we are telling ourselves that we want to grow at 4.0. And even in the medium term, the whole 4 years, they are saying that on average, they want to grow this economy by 4.8. And Mr. Speaker, that is not acceptable. Why am I saying so? The finance minister indicated that.
Ado, I recognize the deputy finance minister.
Mr. Speaker, my good friend is a first time. I wouldn't have ordinarily interjected him, but they are repeating this falsehood, and I'm inclined to correct it. We promised that we'll spend $10 billion under the big push. We never said anywhere that that $10 billion will be distributed equally over the 4-year period. We never said that. So the fact that we have allocated 13 billion plus this year does not mean that every year that is the amount we are going to allocate towards the big push. So it is warp logic for anybody to assume that because we said 10 billion, it should be equal amounts. Secondly, we never said that all that 10 billion will be charged on the budget. We have a combination of funding sources for this. And so just take your time. Just take your time. By the end of the 4th year, you will realize that we have invested 10 billion cedis under the $10 billion under the big push. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, take note and proceed.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I was not conjoined, and I thank my senior for giving me a better opportunity to even explain further. Mr. Speaker, I did mention all the figures that the budget has given us indication. Mr. Speaker,
page 69, and I read, Mr. Speaker, indicated that the big push agenda involving a rollout of $10 billion for rapid infrastructure development to job creation added is a medium-term program. Mr. Speaker, medium-term means 4 years development plan. Mr. Speaker, in their budget, page 138, they indicated capital expenditure, big push, year 1, 13 billion plus, year 2, 17 billion plus, year 3, 19 billion plus, and year 4, 21 billion plus. Exactly so. They have not indicated that they are going to do equal allocations. But indicative budget must give us a sum of the 10 billion that you intend to push by. Mr. Speaker, you cannot have incoherencies in your promises and your budget. When you are doing indicative budget, you are saying that within a space of 4 years, you are going to inject 10 billion. When you are doing the spread, the 10 billion must reflect in your 4-year spread. And that it is not. Again, Mr. Speaker, there can be no funding source that will not find expression in the national budget. How do you spend? Mr. Speaker, how do you spend? Because the Constitution indicates that Parliament is the only one that can levy, Parliament is the only one that can approve generation of revenue, and Parliament, through the appropriation, would grant ministries and the government to spend. So how can the minister tell me, that the deputy minister, that you can have other funding sources? Those funding sources were not indicative. And this is the big push. It is not a revenue source. Mr. Speaker, if protect me, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I was talking about is an expenditure classification, and I'm not talking about the revenue sources. And the
member conclude.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. In concluding, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Deputy Minister took my time, Mr. Speaker, and I've not been able to touch on a lot of. But, Mr. Speaker, what I want to say is that, in concluding, it is simply not acceptable that this government wants to reduce the bar and tell us Ghanaians that within the 4 years they want to grow this economy at 4.8, and this year they want to do 4.0, when they inherited a 5.70. We cannot accept such mediocrity so that the youth of this country cannot hold them to task. We voted massively for them, and whatever promise they gave, we are going to demand that promise.
Honourable member, your time is up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I will now give the floor to Honourable Ashai Odamti. Honourable members, order.
Thank
Honourable
you.
Dampton, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the budget statement and economic policy of the John Dramani Mahama-led NDC government and the great majority in Parliament for the 2025 fiscal year. Honourable Speaker, speakers from the other side have just forgotten that the premise of this budget is to reset this economy. Reset means that you have come to a point where things cannot work, and there is the need for us as a country to take dramatic decisions and make major changes to our national development paradigm. And that is what this budget stands for. Mr. Speaker, where are we now? We have come to the point of hopelessness. As at the last elections, the biggest verdict was at the polls. And so the fact that our people have rejected the offerings of our brothers on the other side must help them to avoid the canker that has plagued them over the years, arrogance of power. When we have presented a budget of hope, a budget that will transform this economy, they still wallow in their old stance of arrogance of power. Whatever they are presenting today, they did.
Honorable John Dako,
but the good people of this country saw the wisdom in the propositions of our President John Dramani Mahama and the NDC government. The hope that we provide through this budget, which was ably presented by our Minister for Finance, the Honorable Dr. Atukesiel Forson, is one that presents better management of this economy. Ones that present a coordinated policy stance that would give us the transformational development that we need in this country. Mr. Speaker, the underpinnings of where we have gotten to is the mismanagement of this economy. And when we talk about mismanagement, we can give evidence of matters that have come before this House. Sputnik V, we know, and many other scandalous. And that is the mismanagement that brought us to this point. And the hope in this budget is that we are going to turn things around. Mr. Speaker, we recall that 2023, February, the former president met state-owned enterprises, CEOs of state-owned enterprises, and he gave a directive that those who would not perform, he would kick them out, trying to give the impression that he is in charge. But we are in this country. Mismanagement of fertilizer affected our agric sector. We saw government officials and party functionaries smuggling fertilizers and even cocoa beans. We saw in this country managers of state-owned enterprises.
Honorable Dumpton, I recognize Honorable Nitiwood.
Mr. Speaker, it's the first time I wouldn't have obviously stood up. It's not even first time. But Mr. Speaker, that alone tells. Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the first timer and say that alone tells. But Mr. Speaker, to make serious allegations against people like this, that government functionaries, I was one, party apparatchiks were smuggling without evidence. And you've been in this house and you know the rules. Please, can you withdraw or provide evidence? Mr. Speaker, I am challenging him that what he said is not true. And he should provide evidence, or Mr. Speaker, he should withdraw that statement.
Honorable member,
it's an indictment on people.
When you rise on standing order 122,
yes,
you raise your point and allow.
That's what I'm saying. Thank you, Mr. My point I'm raising is
you
very
don't
clear.
You don't argue. You raise your.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I've made my point, and I'm saying that Mr. Speaker intervene. He's making serious allegations against people who are not here.
Honorable member.
And he has no evidence.
Please, kindly withdraw the word party apparatchiks smuggling fertilizer.
Honorable Speaker, I never use apparatchiks.
Very well. But what word did you use?
In reference to... Okay.
Please, I am asking you a question.
Honorable Speaker, in reference to mismanagement, I have mentioned fertilizer mismanagement by way of smuggling. And I have the publication on the graphic online which mentioned specific constituencies like Binduri, where it was published that
Did you use the word party functionaries?
Yes,
smuggling fertilizer?
Yes,
that
please.
is what I want you to withdraw.
I withdraw party functionaries and make the point that under the erstwhile administration, we had mismanagement of fertilizers in this country.
Statement accordingly withdrawn.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, we also note that state-owned enterprises that were charged by the former president to improve performance never improved performance. Rather, for state-owned enterprises that control over 50% of our national assets, we had CEOs who ran state enterprises into losses, huge losses. Many of the state-owned enterprises were making losses, and the president did not keep his words when he met them on the 12th of February 2023. Honorable Speaker, today I take you to the budget statement, paragraph 104. Mr. Speaker, and I read, Cocoa Board's outstanding debt amount to 32.5 billion, of which 9.7 billion is due to be paid. But what is worrying is the bad reporting scheme of Cocoa Board. They committed 21 billion Ghana cedis in the cocoa road sector. However, in their financial statement, they disclosed only 4.4 billion. This level of mismanagement is what has led us as a country to lose over 32 billion Ghana cedis under the state-owned management. This is why I say that our brothers on the other side must remove the cloak and begin to follow the policies of this budget statement. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, as we speak, most of the policies of the past government did not engender development. Why? Yesterday, our agric minister pointed it out to them that the Nkuko Nkitinkiti, which was supposed to be a coordinated program with cages and day-old chicks for people to get jobs to do, they followed only the business aspect of cage production and never gave our farmers day-old chicks. And so it was only business as usual for businessmen without coordinating the activities. The better proposition of John Dramani Mahama is that we would give the Nkuko Nkitinkiti and also provide the cages and make sure that our young men would find agric very, very attractive. Mr. Speaker, another poorly coordinated activity.
Don't say only young men and women.
I take a clue, Mr. Speaker. I know you were instrumental in the affirmative action law. Thank you. Honorable Speaker, the two major problems that this budget is addressing are the mismanagement of our economy and also the lack of policy congruence. Policies not speaking to each other. We ought to understand that for a policy such as one village, one dam, we had a situation where farmers of vegetables and other crops would need dams. And so government should provide dams to augment the work of farmers. What we saw was a budget allocation which just targeted dams without making sure those policies
were touching the lives of farmers to improve agric. Related to that was planting for food and jobs. If indeed the government then meant well, they would have ensured that the dams will support the agriculture of our peasant farmers. But it failed because there's no coercion. In this budget, we are promising the people of Ghana the Feed Ghana program. We are also promising the people of Ghana the Ghana Grain Development Project. Under the Ghana Grain Development Project, we believe that improved seedlings would be a major...
Honorable member, your time is up.
Mr. Speaker, to conclude.
Honorable members, we have exhausted a list of members today. Honorable members will continue tomorrow, and honorable members, it is after 5 hours of sitting. I stand on Standing Order 56-2 to adjourn the House. Honorable members, the House is accordingly adjourned till Thursday, the 20th day of March 2025 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.